Prepare your mind for a night of tranquil mental organization. This 11-plus hour compilation features soundscapes rooted in cognitive science, perfect for achieving deep focus, reducing anxious thought patterns, and preparing your brain for its most restful state. Let the science soothe your mind from dusk till dawn, and we'll keep drifting, floating together through the mysteries. 100 brain mysteries, looping softly, endlessly, through the night. Tonight we'll drift through the quiet spark that flickers just before a thought is born, the hidden rhythm your sleeping mind keeps long after you've drifted away, the secret pathways where memories slip through the dark, choosing what to keep and what to let go. There's nothing you need to do now. Just let your body sink. Heavier, heavier. Feel the mattress holding you, every muscle softening, your heartbeat slowing. Thump, thump, matching the rhythm of space itself. Shoulders melting down, jaw releasing, each breath pulling you deeper, deeper, into the calm, the quiet, the dark. If this helps you rest, tap subscribe and hit like, so others can find this calm too, but only if your eyes are still open. Otherwise, just drift. Now, let's drift into the brain. Your brain right now, this very moment, is using about 20 watts of power, less than the light bulb in a refrigerator. Yet with this gentle hum of energy, it's orchestrating 3 trillion actions every second, every heartbeat, every breath you're taking as you sink deeper, all guided by this soft machinery, this biological constellation folded inside your skull. And it's so quiet in there, isn't it? You can't hear the 100 billion neurons, each one a tiny lantern, flickering messages to 10,000 neighbors, creating a network with more connections than stars in 1,000 galaxies. Yet it weighs only 3 pounds, soft as butter, this whole universe of you, floating in darkness, protected, held. Feel yourself sinking now, heavier, into the resting mind, where everything slows. The default mode network, that's what they call it, activating right now as you let go of tasks, of doing. This network, it lights up when you drift, when you daydream, when you're simply being, connecting your memories, your sense of self, weaving your story while you float. And here's something soft to hold. Your brain never truly rests, even as sleep wraps around you, even as your muscles go heavy, heavy, letting go. The brain keeps its gentle watch, shifting through slow oscillations, delta waves rolling like midnight tides. 0.5 to 4 cycles per second. Slow, so slow, like the breathing of the earth itself, in the deepest sleep, the one you're drifting toward now. Your brain waves synchronize, billions of neurons pulsing together, thump, thump, like a chorus of fireflies, all blinking as one. And in this synchronized darkness, this neural night current, your brain does its most restorative work, clearing away the day's debris, the metabolic waste that built up while you were awake. flushing it out through tiny channels through the lymphatic system. A nighttime cleaning crew that only emerges when you surrender to sleep. Let your jaw go loose, completely loose, your tongue resting soft in your mouth. The brain's need for sleep, it's not weakness, it's ancient wisdom. Every creature with a nervous system does it. Even jellyfish pulse more slowly in their version of slumber. Even fruit flies need their rest. Sleep is older than dreams, older than memory. It's written into the deepest code of consciousness itself. And as you drift down now, down through layers, your brain is shifting frequencies from the alert beta waves of waking, 13 to 30 cycles per second, busy, chattering, to the softer alpha waves, 8 to 12 cycles, the bridge between waking and sleep, like standing at the shore where water meets sand, feeling both, then deeper, into theta, 4 to 8 cycles per second. This is where you are now, or nearly, the twilight realm, where thoughts become liquid, where logic dissolves into image and symbol. The hippocampus, that seahorse-shaped chamber deep in your brain. It's glowing now with theta rhythms, encoding the day's experiences, deciding what matters, what to keep in the vast archive, what to let dissolve like salt in dark water. Your brain makes up only 2% of your body's weight, yet it consumes 20% of your oxygen, 20% of your calories, all that energy, for the soft hum of thought, for the gentle maintenance of being you. And right now, as you sink heavier into the mattress, your brain is actually cooling down, dropping by about 1 degree, preparing for the deeper work of night. Feel your feet so far away now, heavy, like sandbags, like they're made of warm clay, sinking. There are patterns in your sleep, cycles that repeat, each one lasting about 90 minutes. You'll drift through 4 or 5 of these tonight, spiraling down into deep sleep, rising back to lighter stages, then down again, like a gentle tide, in and out, in and out. And your brain knows this rhythm, has known it since before you were born, in the womb. Even there, sleep cycles emerged, preparing you for this, for every night of rest you've ever needed. The boundary between sleep and wake. It's not a wall, it's a garden, a liminal space where strange things grow. Hypnagogia, that's the name for this threshold. These moments right now as you drift, when you might see faces in the dark, geometric patterns, hear your name whispered. These aren't hallucinations. They're your brain's way of shifting modes, of letting the visual cortex play, free from the tyranny of actual sight. And sometimes in this space, you might feel like you're falling, a sudden jerk, a hypnic jerk they call it, your muscles spasming awake for just a moment. Some think it's an ancient reflex, a primate memory of sleeping in trees, the brain checking one last time that you're safe, that you won't fall. But you won't fall. You're held, supported, heavy, sinking into softness. Let your eyes rest, completely still behind your lids. No need to see, no need to focus. The visual cortex, at the back of your brain, in the occipital lobe, it processes millions of bits of information when your eyes are open. But now, in darkness, it begins to dream its own dreams, generating images from memory, from noise, from the random firing of neurons that have no input to process. This is where dream imagery is born, in the darkness of your visual mind, painting on the cave walls of consciousness. Your brain has wrinkles as deep folds called sulci, raised ridges called gyri. If you could unfold the cortex flat, this crumpled sheet of neural tissue, it would cover an area of about 2.5 square feet, like a pizza, a thin crust pizza of thought, but folded, compressed into the small vault of your skull. This folding, it's what makes humans special. More surface area, more neurons packed close, more connections, more complexity, more you, and in the very center of your brain, suspended like a pearl in an oyster, the pineal gland, smaller than a grain of rice. This tiny structure, ancient philosophers thought it was the seat of the soul, where the material and immaterial meet. It produces melatonin, the hormone of darkness, the chemical lullaby that's flowing through you now, making your eyelids heavy, heavy, making sleep feel inevitable, like gravity. Thump, thump, your heart, slowing. Your brain is listening to it. The brainstem, the most ancient part of your neural architecture, monitors every heartbeat, every breath, adjusting, maintaining. You don't have to think about breathing, about your heart pumping. The brainstem handles this, has handled it every moment since you were born, will handle it through the night as you drift in unconscious seas. The amygdala, 2 almond-shaped clusters deep in your brain. They process fear, emotion, but in sleep they quiet down, release their grip. This is why nighttime feels safer than it should, why you can let go, why you can trust the darkness. Your brainy's fear centers are dimming, letting you rest. Soften your forehead. Let any tension there melt away, like wax, warm wax, dripping. Sleep spindles. These are brief bursts of brain activity during sleep, lasting just a second or two, 12 to 16 cycles per second. They appear mostly in stage 2 sleep, that intermediate realm. Your thalamus generates them, sends them rippling through the cortex, and somehow, in ways we're still learning, they protect your sleep from being disturbed by sounds, by movements. They're like a lullaby sung in neural code, a gate that closes against the waking world. The hippocampus. You drift into it now. This structure, essential for forming new memories, it can't hold everything. It's more like a processing center, a way station. During sleep, especially during those deep, slow waves, the hippocampus replays the day's experiences, firing in the same patterns as when you lived them, but faster, compressed, showing these patterns to the cortex, teaching it, saying, remember this, file this away, make this part of the permanent archive. And the cortex learns, slowly, night after night, consolidating memories, strengthening some connections, pruning others. This is why sleep helps you learn, why problems seem clearer after rest. Your brain is studying while you dream, reorganizing, optimizing, finding patterns you couldn't see in waking light. You might dream tonight of things that happened today, but changed, surreal. Memory replay isn't exact, it's creative, mixing fragments, creating combinations that never existed. This is the brain's way of extracting meaning, of finding the essence beneath the surface, of asking, what does this remind me of? What patterns repeat? Let your breathing slow, slower, each exhale a little longer than the last, releasing, releasing. There are no pain receptors in the brain itself. You could touch the surface of your own cortex and feel nothing. The brain that processes all your pain, that creates the sensation of hurting, is itself numb, protected. It feels the world but not itself, like the eye that sees everything but its own seeing. Your neurons, they communicate through electricity and chemistry both. An electrical signal races down the axon, that long cable extending from the cell body, traveling at speeds up to 250 miles per hour. But when it reaches the end, the synapse, the gap between neurons, it must become chemical. Neurotransmitters, tiny molecules, flood across this microscopic space, fitting into receptors like keys in locks, and the electrical signal continues in the next neuron, on and on, thought propagating through wet darkness. Serotonin, dopamine, GABA, acetylcholine. These chemicals, they're the vocabulary of your brain, each one creating different effects, different feelings. GABA especially, the great inhibitor, the calming neurotransmitter. It's abundant now as you sink towards sleep, telling neurons to quiet down, to stop firing, to rest. And there are cells in your brain that aren't neurons, glial cells, 10 times more numerous than neurons themselves. For years, scientists thought they were just support cells, glue holding the brain together. But now we know they're active participants, astrocytes, shaped like stars. They help regulate blood flow, provide nutrients, modulate synaptic activity. They're like the stage crew in a theatre, invisible but essential, making sure the show goes on. Your whole body, heavier now, so heavy you couldn't move even if you wanted to, but you don't want to. You want only this sinking, this peace. The blood-brain barrier, a fortress of specialized cells lining your brain's blood vessels, protecting your neural tissue from toxins, from pathogens, from the chaos of the bloodstream. Only certain molecules can pass through: oxygen, glucose, the fuel your brain needs. But most things are kept out. Your brain, so vulnerable, so precious, wrapped in bone, bathed in fluid, guarded by barriers, protected so you can think, so you can dream, so you can be. In REM sleep, the stage where most dreams occur, your brain becomes almost as active as when you're awake, consuming just as much energy, firing in complex patterns, but your body paralyzed, every muscle locked except for your eyes, which dart back and forth beneath closed lids, watching the dream movie. This paralysis, it's a mercy. Without it, you'd act out your dreams. You'd thrash and fight and run in place. So the brainstem sends a signal, freezes you in place, keeps you safe while your mind wanders through impossible landscapes. Sometimes this system fails either way. Sleep paralysis, when you wake but can't move, the paralysis lingering, terrifying until you realize what's happening. Or REM behavior disorder, when you do act out dreams, when the gate fails to close. But mostly the system works, has worked for millions of years, keeping creatures still while their brains rehearse and remember and reorganize. Let your tongue go completely soft, resting heavy in your mouth, the cerebellum at the back of your brain, beneath the occipital lobe. It means little brain, and it's wrinkled even more densely than the cortex, containing about half of all your brain's neurons in just 10% of its volume. It coordinates movement, balance, posture. When you learn to ride a bike, to type without looking, to catch a ball, the cerebellum is encoding these motor memories, and in sleep it practices them, reinforcing the pathways, making smooth what was awkward. Your brain is about 73% water. The rest is fat and protein, electrical signals propagating through wet tissue. You are, when you think about it, a complicated ocean, a sea with weather patterns, with currents and tides. And consciousness is the strange light that plays on its surface. The corpus callosum, a thick bundle of nerve fibers connecting your brain's left and right hemispheres. 200 million axons, creating a bridge, allowing the two halves to communicate, to work together. Each hemisphere processes different things, has different strengths. The left more analytical, more linguistic. The right more spatial, more holistic. But they're not separate. They're in constant conversation through this bright corridor of connection. And in sleep, the conversation changes, becomes more integrated in some ways, more isolated in others. Dreams often have that quality of things being connected in strange ways, of logic that makes sense until you wake. This is the hemispheres talking to each other without the usual rules, without the waking mind's insistence on consistency. Your eyelids, so heavy now, heavier than stone, impossible to open. Not that you'd want to. The prefrontal cortex, right behind your forehead, This is the seat of executive function, planning, decision-making, impulse control. The part of you that says, should I really eat that, say that, do that? It's the last part of the brain to develop, not fully mature until your mid-20s. And in sleep, especially in dreams, it goes offline, stops fact-checking, stops critiquing. This is why dreams feel so real while you're in them, why you accept impossible things. The prefrontal cortex, the voice of reason, has left the room, and anything becomes possible. Neuroplasticity, the brain's ability to change, to rewire itself, to form new connections. This happens throughout life, but especially in sleep. Synapses that fired together during the day, they grow stronger. The brain literally reshapes itself, night after night, based on what you experienced, what you practiced, what you thought about. You wake up slightly different, slightly rewired, a new version emerging from the dark, and some connections, they weaken, fade. This is just as important. If every memory was permanent, if every neural pathway stayed strong, your brain would become cluttered, confused. Sleep does the pruning, the selective forgetting, keeping what matters, releasing what doesn't, making space for tomorrow's experiences. Feel your legs, distant, dissolving almost, like they're not quite there, like you're just a floating awareness. No body, just presence. The thalamus, deep in the center of your brain, a relay station. Almost all sensory information passes through it before reaching the cortex. It's a gatekeeper, a switchboard, deciding what deserves attention. In sleep, the thalamus changes its firing pattern, helps generate those sleep spindles, helps create the curtain that falls between you and the waking world. Sound reaches your ears, but the thalamus decides whether it reaches consciousness, whether it wakes you or gets woven into a dream. Your brain produces new neurons even in adulthood, neurogenesis, especially in the hippocampus. Thousands of new brain cells born each day, migrating to where they're needed, integrating into existing circuits. Sleep supports this process. Growth hormone peaks during deep sleep, helping not just muscles and bones but brain tissue too, regenerating, renewing every night. A small rebirth. The brain uses about 25% of the body's glucose. It's expensive tissue, metabolically demanding, and yet evolution kept expanding it, making it larger, more complex, more wrinkled. The benefits must outweigh the costs. This expensive organ that lets you plan, imagine, create, dream, remember. It lets you be more than reflex, more than instinct. It lets you be you, drifting deeper now, deeper into the brain's midnight library, where memories are shelved in darkness, organized by feeling more than fact, by the weight of meaning rather than the sequence of time. You're breathing, so slow now, barely a whisper, in and out. The rhythm of tides, of planets turning, and your brain, it's listening. The respiratory centers in your medulla, that ancient core of the brainstem, they're measuring every breath, adjusting the rate, the depth, keeping you perfectly balanced between too much and not enough. This has been happening every moment of your life. Automatic, trustworthy, faithful as sunrise. There are waves washing through your brain right now. Slow waves, delta waves, less than 1 cycle per second, like the pulse of deep ocean currents, felt but not seen. These waves, they travel across your cortex in organized patterns, starting in the frontal regions, rolling backward, synchronizing millions of neurons as they pass. This is the signature of the deepest sleep, stage 3, stage 4, where the body heals most profoundly, where growth hormone flows, where immune function strengthens. And here's something to hold softly. Your brain actually shrinks slightly during sleep. The cells contract by about 60%, creating more space between them. This opens channels for cerebrospinal fluid to flow through, washing away beta amyloid proteins, tau proteins, the metabolic waste products that accumulate during waking hours. It's like the brain becomes a sponge, squeezing itself, then relaxing, letting fresh fluid rush through, cleaning, clearing, preparing for tomorrow's thoughts. Let your shoulders drop, lower, lower still, sinking into the mattress, becoming part of it. The claustrum, a thin sheet of neurons hidden deep beneath the cortex, one of the brain's most mysterious structures. Some scientists think it might be involved in consciousness itself, in binding together all the different streams of sensation and thought into a unified experience of being here, of being you. But in sleep, the claustrum quiets, and consciousness fragments, becomes the discontinuous montage of dreams, where you can be in 2 places at once, where time flows backward, where the impossible seems perfectly natural. Your brain has about 86 billion neurons, give or take a few billion, each one capable of connecting to thousands of others. The number of possible neural pathways, it exceeds the number of atoms in the universe, an infinity of potential patterns. And yet somehow, from this astronomical complexity, emerges the simple feeling of you, this continuous sense of self, this awareness floating in darkness, drifting, drifting, white matter and grey matter. The grey matter, mostly neuron cell bodies, where processing happens, where signals are integrated and decisions made. It forms the outer cortex and deep clusters throughout the brain. The white matter, mostly axons wrapped in myelin, fatty insulation that makes signals travel faster. These are the highways, the connection cables, linking grey matter regions to each other, creating networks. In sleep, both types of tissue are active, but differently. The white matter pathways, they help replay memories, transferring information from temporary storage to permanent archives. Thump, thump, your heart. So slow, so peaceful. Your brain is proud of this rhythm. The autonomic nervous system and beyond conscious control, it's been perfecting this beat, adjusting it based on millions of years of evolutionary wisdom. The anterior cingulate cortex, a collar of tissue surrounding the corpus callosum. It lights up when you make errors, when you experience pain, when you feel conflict between competing desires. It's monitoring, always monitoring. But in sleep, its vigilance softens. The inner critic takes a rest. This is part of why sleep is so restorative, not just physically, but psychologically. The brain stops judging itself, stops scanning for mistakes, just exists in the flow of its own dreaming. Every night you cycle through stages: light sleep, deep sleep, REM sleep, back to light, each stage serving different functions. In light sleep, stage 1 and 2, you're easily awakened. Your body temperature drops, your heart rate slows, you're drifting in the shallows, where dreams are fragmentary, fleeting, half-formed thoughts that dissolve like mist. Then deeper into stage 3, slow wave sleep. This is the most restorative stage, where your body does its deepest repair. But for your brain, it's also a time of intense reorganization. The day's experiences are being reviewed, sorted, integrated with older memories. Patterns are being extracted, skills are being consolidated. What was new becomes familiar. What was difficult becomes easier. Feel your face, completely smooth. All the tiny muscles around your eyes, your mouth, released. Gravity pulling gently, everything settling. And then REM sleep, rapid eye movement. Your brain activity shifts, becomes faster, more chaotic, more like waking. Beta waves and gamma waves return. But you're deeply asleep. Paradoxically, this is where most vivid dreams occur, where stories unfold with narrative complexity, where you experience emotions, sensations, conversations, all generated entirely from within. Your visual cortex painting scenes, your auditory cortex creating voices, your motor cortex planning movements your body can't make because it's paralyzed, held still by signals from the pons, a structure in the brain stem. Newborns spend about 50% of their sleep in REM. Adults, only about 25%. No one knows quite why infants need so much. Perhaps their brains are building fundamental neural structures. Perhaps they're processing the overwhelming novelty of existence, learning what it means to be, to see, to feel. The entorhinal cortex, a gateway structure near the hippocampus. It's one of the first regions affected by Alzheimer's disease. When it degrades, the ability to form new memories fails. To navigate space becomes difficult. But right now, yours is humming softly in the dark, processing spatial information, grid cells firing in geometric patterns, helping you maintain an internal map of the world even as you float free from it. Your brain generates its own cannabinoids, endocannabinoids. These molecules, they help regulate sleep, appetite, mood, memory. They're part of the brain's natural pharmacy, along with endorphins, natural opioids that reduce pain and create feelings of well-being. Your brain is a drug factory, a chemistry lab, constantly adjusting its own neurochemistry, seeking balance, seeking homeostasis. Drift, just drift. There's nowhere to go, nothing to do. Just this floating, this peace. The insula, hidden deep within the lateral fissure, where the frontal and temporal lobes meet. It processes interoception, awareness of your internal body state, your heartbeat, your breathing, the feeling of your stomach, your bladder. It creates your sense of embodiment, but in sleep, especially in deep sleep, this awareness dims. You stop monitoring your body, stop being concerned with its state. The boundary between self and world becomes gossamer thin. Mirror neurons, discovered in the motor cortex of macaque monkeys, then found in human brains too. These neurons fire both when you perform an action and when you watch someone else perform it. They might be the basis of empathy, of learning by imitation, of understanding others' intentions. In dreams, they might activate as you imagine social interactions, as you watch dream characters move and speak. Your brain practicing social cognition even in sleep. The brain's two hemispheres, they're not identical, structurally similar but functionally specialized. Language, for most people, lives primarily in the left hemisphere. Spatial reasoning, music, face recognition, more in the right. But this division isn't absolute. The hemispheres work together, constantly communicating, and some people, especially those who had damage early in life, can shift functions between hemispheres. The brain's flexibility, its resilience, its determination to maintain consciousness however it can. Every muscle loose now, completely loose, like puppet strings cut, just lying there, supported, held by the earth itself. Your brain is about 60% fat, the fattiest organ in your body, and this fat is crucial. Myelin sheaths wrapping axons, cell membranes forming boundaries, omega-3 fatty acids, especially DHA, critical for brain structure and function. The brain built from the food you eat, from the molecules you consume, transforming fish, nuts, vegetables, into thoughts, into memories, into you. During sleep, particularly in REM, your brainstem sends signals that inhibit motor neurons in your spinal cord. This is what creates the paralysis, the atonia that keeps you safe. But some muscles are exempt. Your diaphragm keeps working. You keep breathing. Your heart keeps beating. And your eyes, they can move freely, darting behind closed lids, scanning the dream landscape. Some researchers think these eye movements might actually be looking at dream imagery, that the eyes move as if the dream world were real. The fornix, an arching bundle of fibers connecting the hippocampus to other brain structures. It's part of the limbic system, the emotional brain. Memory and emotion are deeply intertwined, flowing through these white matter tracts. This is why emotional memories are often the strongest, why a song can transport you back decades, why fear can be learned in a single traumatic event. The fornix carries these charged memories, these feeling-laden fragments of experience. Your brain creates consciousness, but we still don't understand how. The hard problem of consciousness. How do electrical impulses in wet tissue become the felt experience of being? The redness of red, the painfulness of pain, the you-ness of you. It remains mysterious, even as we map every neuron, trace every connection, measure every chemical. The subjective experience, the qualia, the inner light, it eludes explanation, sinking, like a stone dropping through warm water, slowly, gently, down. The basal ganglia, a collection of nuclei deep in the brain. They're involved in habit formation, in procedural memory, in the automatic sequences of movement that you learn so well they become unconscious. Tying your shoes, driving a familiar route, typing on a keyboard. The basal ganglia learn these patterns, encode them, free your conscious mind to think about other things. In sleep, these structures replay learned sequences, strengthening them, optimizing them. Temperature regulation, controlled by the hypothalamus. Your body temperature drops during sleep, reaching its lowest point in the early morning hours. This drop is actually necessary for good sleep, the body cooling down, the brain cooling down, part of the circadian rhythm, the 24-hour cycle that governs sleepiness and alertness. This rhythm is controlled by the suprachiasmatic nucleus, a tiny cluster of cells in the hypothalamus, your brain's master clock, synchronized to the cycle of light and dark, to the rotation of the earth. Even in total darkness, cut off from all time cues, your brain maintains a rhythm close to 24 hours. Not exact. Most people's internal clock runs slightly longer, 24 hours and 15 minutes perhaps. But every morning, light entering your eyes, hitting photoreceptive cells in your retina, resets the clock, pulls it back into alignment with the solar day. Let your mind wander. Let thoughts drift by like clouds. You don't need to hold on to them. They'll be there tomorrow, or they won't. Either way is fine. Neurotransmitters shift across the sleep-wake cycle. Acetylcholine, high during waking and REM sleep, low during deep sleep. It promotes cortical activation, attention. Histamine, released from neurons in the hypothalamus, promotes wakefulness. Antihistamines make you drowsy by blocking these signals. Adenosine builds up throughout the day, accumulating as a byproduct of energy use, binding to receptors, promoting sleepiness. Caffeine works by blocking adenosine receptors, postponing the sleep pressure. but not eliminating it. And now, in sleep, adenosine levels are finally falling, the receptors clearing, preparing for tomorrow's waking. But that's hours away, hours and hours. Nothing but soft darkness ahead. The cerebral cortex, that wrinkled outer layer, it's only about 2 to 4 millimeters thick, thinner than a pencil eraser, yet it contains layers. 6 distinct layers of different cell types, each layer receiving different inputs, sending outputs to different targets. This laminar structure, repeated across the entire cortical surface, creates computational modules, processing units that somehow work together to create unified perception, unified thought. The occipital lobe, processing vision; the temporal lobe, processing sound, recognizing faces, forming memories; the parietal lobe, integrating sensory information, creating spatial awareness; the frontal lobe, planning, reasoning, controlling movement. All these regions, they're active right now in sleep, but their coordination is different, less hierarchical, more anarchic. This is the brain of dreaming, where sensory cortices activate without sensory input, where motor planning occurs without movement, where the story of self continues in a different key. Thump, 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 so far away, your heart like it belongs to someone else, like you're just floating, observing. The limbic system, the emotional core, it includes the amygdala, the hippocampus, the cingulate cortex, parts of the thalamus and hypothalamus. This network evolved earlier than the cortex. It governs drives, emotions, motivations. In sleep, especially in REM, the limbic system can be highly active. This is why dreams often have strong emotional content, why you might wake with your heart racing from a nightmare, why a dream of loss can leave you sad all morning. The emotions are real even if the events weren't. Your brain consolidates emotional memories differently than neutral ones. Emotional events get preferential processing, stronger encoding. The amygdala tags them as important, and the hippocampus and cortex prioritize them. This happens especially during sleep, REM sleep in particular. You wake up with emotional memories clearer, more vivid, while trivial details fade. This is adaptive, remembering what mattered, what threatened, what delighted, letting the rest dissolve. The gyrus, the ridges on the brain's surface, the sulcus, the grooves between them. Each one has a name: the central sulcus, the lateral fissure, the superior temporal gyrus, a geography of thought, mapped and labelled. Some regions are consistent across people, others vary, each brain folding itself slightly differently during development, creating a unique landscape, a unique you. Feel yourself spreading out, becoming larger or smaller. It's hard to tell. The boundaries unclear. Just presence. Consciousness without location, without edges. Glia cells outnumber neurons. Some estimates suggest 10 to 1. Others say the ratio is closer to equal. But either way, there are billions of these support cells. Oligodendrocytes wrap axons in myelin. Astrocytes regulate the chemical environment. Microglia act as immune cells, cleaning up debris, fighting infection, and all of them. They communicate with neurons, modulate synapses, participate in information processing in ways we're only beginning to understand. In Alzheimer's disease, in Parkinson's, in depression, in schizophrenia, glial cells are often dysfunctional. This suggests they're not just support, they're integral to brain health, to brain function, and in sleep, glial cells shrink, creating more space for cerebrospinal fluid to flow, for the cleaning processes, for the nightly maintenance that keeps the brain healthy across decades of use. The brain's plasticity, it continues throughout life, but it changes with age. Young brains are more plastic, more able to rewire, to recover from injury. This is why children learn languages more easily, why brain damage in childhood often has better outcomes. But adult brains still change, still learn, still adapt. Every new skill, every new memory rewires you slightly. And sleep is when much of this rewiring happens, when the tentative changes of the day become more permanent. Drift deeper, past thought, past memory, into something more fundamental, the pure experience of existing, of consciousness without content. Your brain generates about 23 watts of power at rest, during intense thinking, during problem solving. This might increase to about 25 watts. Not a huge jump. The brain's baseline activity is already so high, so constant. Whether you're solving equations or daydreaming, the energy consumption is similar. It's an expensive organ to maintain, but also an efficient one. A computer with comparable processing power would consume megawatts, would require massive cooling systems. Your brain does it all with less power than a dim bulb, and regulates its own temperature through blood flow. The ventricles, fluid-filled cavities in the center of your brain, they produce cerebrospinal fluid, about a pint of it, which cushions the brain, provides buoyancy, removes waste. These cavities, in ancient times, were thought to house the soul, to be the site of thought itself. Now we know they're just spaces, but beautiful spaces, where fluid flows, where waste is carried away, where the brain floats, protected from shock, from jarring movements. Every cell in your brain, it contains your complete genome, the same DNA. Yet brain cells are different from liver cells, from skin cells, from muscle. This is because different genes are turned on and off, different proteins are produced, the same instruction manual read differently, creating diversity from identity. And in neurons, some of the most complex proteins in your entire body are produced, channels that span the cell membrane, receptors that detect specific molecules, scaffolding proteins that organize synapses, all of it built from the 4-letter alphabet of DNA, translated into the 20-letter alphabet of proteins. Heavier and heavier. You barely remember what it felt like to be awake. This is all there is. This darkness, this peace, this floating. The reticular activating system, a network of neurons in the brainstem. It regulates wakefulness, arousal, attention. Damage to this system can cause coma, a complete loss of consciousness. But in sleep, it naturally decreases its activity, allowing consciousness to fade, allowing you to drift into dreams, into the deep unconsciousness of slow-wave sleep. It will activate again in the morning, bringing you back to waking life. But for now, it rests, and you rest with it. The temporal lobe, it processes sound, music, language comprehension. It also plays a role in memory, especially memory for facts, for events. The famous patient H.M., who had his temporal lobes removed to treat epilepsy, he lost the ability to form new long-term memories, could learn new motor skills, but couldn't remember learning them, could meet someone, have a conversation, then 5 minutes later have no memory of it. His case taught us that memory isn't unitary. There are different types, different systems, and they can be separated, damaged independently. Your memories right now, from today, they're being processed. The hippocampus is deciding what to keep. The neocortex is learning patterns, integrating new information with old. In the morning, some things will be clearer, better understood. Problems that seemed intractable tonight might have obvious solutions tomorrow. This is the gift of sleep, the brain's nighttime wisdom, the brain's deep rooms, opening one by one as you drift through corridors of neural starlight, each room holding its own quiet mystery, its own whispered secret. Your breath now, barely moving, just the gentlest tide, in and out, and your brain measures this, the medulla oblongata, that ancient structure at the base of your skull, where brain becomes spinal cord. It's been counting every breath since you were born, adjusting carbon dioxide levels, pH balance, oxygen saturation, all without a single conscious thought from you. This is trust. This is the body keeping its promises. Let your whole body sink now, through the mattress, through the floor, sinking into the earth itself, heavy, so heavy, like you're made of lead, of stone, of dark matter. The parietal lobe, near the top and back of your brain, it creates your sense of space, your body schema, the internal map of where your limbs are, what position they're in. Close your eyes and you still know where your hand is. That's the parietal lobe, proprioception, the sense of self in space. But in sleep, this can drift, become unreliable. This is why you sometimes dream of flying, of falling, of having extra limbs or being someone else entirely. The body map dissolves, reforms in strange configurations. There are people who've had strokes in the parietal lobe, who lose awareness of half their body, They'll deny that their left arm is theirs, will insist it belongs to someone else. The brain's model of the body, when damaged, creates these strange gaps in consciousness, these blind spots in the sense of self. It shows us that even the feeling of being embodied, of having a body that's yours, is constructed, is maintained by neural activity, is something the brain does rather than something that simply is. Thump, thump, your heart, a distant drum, echoing in a cave far away. The hippocampus, shaped like a seahorse, curled and ancient. It's one of the few places in the adult brain where new neurons are born. Neurogenesis, continuing throughout life. Thousands of new cells integrating into existing circuits. And exercise promotes this. Physical movement. It triggers growth factors, BDNF, brain-derived neurotrophic factor, which supports neuron growth, supports memory formation. This is why walking helps you think, why movement and cognition are linked. The brain that evolved to move a body, that grew in creatures that had to navigate, to hunt, to escape. It remembers its origins. In dreams, the hippocampus is active, sometimes hyperactive. This might be why dreams often have that quality of being significant, of meaning something. The hippocampus tags experiences as important, worth remembering. In dreams, it's firing, making connections, but without the usual constraints of logic, of physical law. So you remember dream fragments, often vividly, even when they make no waking sense. Your jaw completely slack now, mouth slightly open perhaps. Doesn't matter. Nothing matters. Just this darkness, this rest. The cerebellum, the little brain at the back. It contains more neurons than all the rest of the brain combined, densely packed, intricately wired. For a long time, we thought it just coordinated movement, but now we know it does more. It's involved in timing, in prediction, in learning sequences, in language, in emotion. It's like a co-processor handling certain types of computation, freeing up the cortex for other things. And in sleep, the cerebellum consolidates motor memories. The basketball player practices free throws, sleeps, and wakes up with better. The pianist practices scales, sleeps, and the movements become more fluid. This happens offline, in the dark. The cerebellum replaying patterns, optimizing, finding more efficient neural pathways, the blood vessels of the brain. If you could lay them end to end, they'd stretch for 400 miles, a vast network of arteries, capillaries, veins, bringing oxygen, bringing glucose, removing carbon dioxide, removing metabolic waste. Every neuron must be fed, must be supplied. The brain cannot store energy, cannot go without blood flow for more than seconds before damage begins. It's utterly dependent, vulnerable, yet also protected by the skull, by the meninges, by the blood-brain barrier. drift, drift, like a leaf on still water, going nowhere, needing to go nowhere. The pons, part of the brainstem. It means bridge in Latin. It connects the cerebellum to the rest of the brain, relays signals, coordinates, but it also contains the nuclei that generate REM sleep, that create the paralysis, that trigger the rapid eye movements. Damage to the pons can eliminate REM sleep entirely, or eliminate the paralysis, leading to people acting out their dreams, violent thrashing, movements that match the dream narrative. Your brain has a default mode network, regions that activate when you're not focused on the external world, when you're daydreaming, remembering, imagining, thinking about yourself, about others. This network includes the medial prefrontal cortex, the posterior cingulate, parts of the temporal lobes. It's most active during rest, during unfocused waking, and it might be the neural basis of self-awareness, of that constant inner voice, the narrator of your life. In meditation, this network quiets. The sense of self becomes less solid, less persistent. In deep sleep, it also quiets, dissolves. This is the difference between REM dreams, where you often have a sense of being yourself, and deep sleep dreams, which are more fragmentary, less narrative, more like brief images, sensations, without a clear experiencer. Let your eyes rest, completely still. Not even the tiny movements, the microsaccades, that usually keep vision fresh. Just stillness, darkness, peace. The frontal lobes, they're proportionally larger in humans than in any other species. This is part of what makes us human. The capacity for abstract thought, for planning far into the future, for moral reasoning, for imagining worlds that don't exist. All of this happening in the frontal regions, particularly the prefrontal cortex. That's where you are, in some sense, the executive, the decider, the one who weighs options and chooses. But in sleep, especially in REM, the prefrontal cortex reduces its activity. This is called hypofrontality, and it has profound effects. The critical faculty shuts down. The dreaming mind accepts impossibilities. Logic breaks down. Time becomes fluid. You can be in multiple places, multiple times. You can fly, can breathe underwater, can meet the dead, and it all seems reasonable until you wake, until the prefrontal cortex comes back online and says, wait, that couldn't have happened. Some researchers think this is related to creativity, that the loosening of prefrontal control allows more free association, more unusual connections. This is why problems sometimes solve themselves overnight. Why artists and scientists throughout history have reported breakthroughs in dreams. The critical mind steps aside, and the associative mind plays, your whole body dissolving now. The boundary between you and the bed, between you and the air, becoming gossamer, unclear. Maybe you're everywhere, maybe you're nowhere, just awareness floating in void. Acetylcholine, one of the first neurotransmitters discovered. It's released at neuromuscular junctions, making muscles contract. But in the brain, it has different roles. It promotes attention, learning, memory formation, and it's high during REM sleep. This is one reason REM is so important for memory consolidation. The cholinergic system active, working with the hippocampus, strengthening connections, making temporary memories permanent. The brain's immune system, it's separate from the body's. The blood-brain barrier keeps most immune cells out. Instead, microglia, the brain's resident immune cells, patrol neural tissue, looking for damage, infection, debris. They're constantly active, constantly surveying, pruning unnecessary synapses, clearing dead cells. And in sleep, they work harder, more efficiently. This is part of why sleep deprivation impairs immune function, why lack of sleep makes you more susceptible to illness. The pineal gland, deep in the brain, produces melatonin, the darkness hormone. As evening comes, as light fades, the pineal increases melatonin production. This makes you drowsy, lowers body temperature, prepares you for sleep. It's responding to signals from the suprachiasmatic nucleus, which has detected the absence of light, which knows it's time to rest. This is why blue light from screens can disrupt sleep. It tricks the suprachiasmatic nucleus, delays melatonin release, pushes back the circadian rhythm, sinking, like falling through layers of water, each one darker, quieter, more still than the last. The insular cortex, hidden in the folds between frontal and temporal lobes, it processes taste, integrates sensory information, creates emotional awareness, the feeling of feelings. When you sense your heartbeat, when you feel butterflies in your stomach, when disgust makes you recoil, the insula is active. It's the bridge between body and mind, between sensation and emotion, and in sleep, it quiets. You lose touch with your body, lose that constant monitoring. This allows deeper rest, more complete disconnection, synaptic homeostasis, a theory of why we sleep. During the day, as you learn, as you experience, synapses strengthen, grow. By evening, your brain is saturated with connections, overloaded with signals. Sleep allows synaptic downscaling, a global reduction in synaptic strength. This clears capacity, makes room for tomorrow's learning. It's like defragmenting a hard drive, organizing, optimizing, making space. And this downscaling, it's not random. Important synapses, ones that fired repeatedly, ones tagged as meaningful, these are protected. They might even strengthen. But weak synapses, transient connections, these fade, disappear. The brain deciding what matters, what to keep, what to release into darkness. Your thoughts, if you have any left, they're like clouds now, drifting, changing shape. You can't quite hold on to them. They slip away, dissolve, and that's fine. That's perfect. The amygdala, two almond-shaped structures, one in each hemisphere. They process fear, threat, emotional significance. The amygdala can learn in a single trial. One traumatic experience, one moment of terror, and a lasting fear memory forms. This is adaptive. Survival depends on remembering what's dangerous. But in PTSD, this system becomes overactive, too sensitive, trapping people in cycles of fear and memory. In sleep, the amygdala processes emotional experiences, works with the hippocampus to consolidate emotional memories. But interestingly, REM sleep might help reduce the emotional charge. You can remember the event, the facts, but the raw emotion becomes less intense. Sleep provides emotional regulation, emotional healing. This is why things often feel less overwhelming after a good night's rest. The thalamus, often called the brain's relay station, almost all sensory information passes through it, except smell, which goes directly to cortex. The thalamus filters, prioritizes, decides what reaches conscious awareness. In sleep, the thalamus changes its firing pattern, shifts from tonic to burst mode. This helps generate sleep spindles, helps maintain sleep despite external sounds, despite sensations that would wake you if the thalamus were in waking mode. Feel your legs, your arms, distant, as if they belong to someone else, as if you're just watching, observing from far away. The motor cortex, a strip running across the top of your brain, from ear to ear, it controls voluntary movement. Different regions control different body parts. The famous motor homunculus, a distorted human figure with huge hands, huge lips, tiny trunk. This represents how much cortical space is devoted to each body part. More space for areas requiring fine control, for fingers that manipulate tools, for lips that form speech. In sleep, the motor cortex can be active, especially in REM, planning movements, generating motor commands. But the brainstem blocks these signals from reaching muscles, so you dream of running, but don't run. Dream of speaking, but don't speak. The intention without the action. This is the brain rehearsing, practicing, strengthening motor programs without physical practice. The corpus callosum, that thick bundle connecting left and right hemispheres. In the 1960s, surgeons sometimes cut it to treat severe epilepsy, creating split brain patients. These individuals, they revealed fascinating things about consciousness. The left hemisphere could speak, the right couldn't. Show something to the left visual field, which goes to right hemisphere, and the person couldn't name it, but could draw it. Two minds in one skull, usually unified, but separable. This shows that consciousness, that unified feeling of being one person, it's maintained by communication between brain regions. It's not inherent, it's constructed. And in sleep, When communication patterns change, consciousness fragments, comes the discontinuous narrative of dreams. Thump, 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 so slow, so distant, like a drum on a far horizon. The hypothalamus, small but crucial, it regulates hunger, thirst, body temperature, circadian rhythms. It controls the pituitary gland, which controls other hormones throughout the body. The hypothalamus is the brain's interface with the endocrine system, coordinating neural and hormonal signals, and it's essential for sleep-wake regulation. Neurons that produce orexin, also called hypocretin, they promote wakefulness. In narcolepsy, these neurons die and people fall asleep suddenly, uncontrollably. Your brain produces its own marijuana-like compounds, endocannabinoids. These bind to cannabinoid receptors, modulating neural activity. They're involved in memory, in pain, in appetite, in mood. They might play a role in the rewarding nature of certain activities, in motivation, and they fluctuate with circadian rhythms, higher in evening, promoting sleep, lower in morning, promoting wakefulness. The language areas is usually in the left hemisphere, Broca's area in the frontal lobe for producing speech, Wernicke's area in the temporal lobe for understanding language. Damage to Broca's area, you can understand but not speak fluently. Damage to Wernicke's area, you can speak fluently but it doesn't make sense. Language, this uniquely human capacity, localized to specific neural circuits, and in dreams, language can be strange. You might read text that changes as you look at it, have conversations where words don't quite make sense. This is because language areas are active, generating speech, processing words, but without the usual constraints, without external input to anchor meaning. Drifting, past memory, past thought, into pure, simple being. Dopamine, the reward neurotransmitter. It's released when you achieve goals, when you eat, when you experience pleasure. But more than that, it's released in anticipation of reward. It drives motivation, seeking, wanting. The dopamine system is what makes you chase goals, pursue dreams. It's crucially involved in learning what actions lead to good outcomes. And this system, it can be hijacked by drugs, by gambling, by anything that provides intense reward. The brain learning that this behavior, this substance, leads to dopamine release, creates craving, creates addiction. The natural learning system turned against itself. In sleep, dopamine levels drop. The reward system quiets. This is part of why sleep deprivation can feel so unrewarding, so joyless. The brain needs rest to restore dopamine function, to restore the capacity for motivation and pleasure. The visual cortex, at the very back of your brain, in the occipital lobe, it's organized retinotopically, meaning the spatial arrangement of the retina is preserved. There's a map of visual space in neural tissue, and this cortex is hierarchical. Early areas detect edges, orientations. Later areas detect shapes, objects, faces, each level processing more complex features. In dreams, this system activates without input, creates images from memory, from noise, from random neural firing. This is why dreams are visual, why you see things even though your eyes are closed. The visual cortex, painting on darkness. Let go of everything, every last thought, every concern, every identity. Just float in infinite dark. The prefrontal cortex, the last part of the brain to develop, not fully mature until the mid-20s. This is why adolescents take more risks, have less impulse control, the executive function, the ability to consider long-term consequences. It's still developing. And this region, it's also one of the first to decline with age. Executive function gradually weakening, attention becoming less focused. But other aspects of cognition, vocabulary, expertise, these can continue growing throughout life. Serotonin, the mood neurotransmitter, it's involved in regulating emotion, in preventing depression. Many antidepressants work by increasing serotonin levels, keeping it in synapses longer. But serotonin also regulates sleep-wake cycles. It's high during waking, drops during sleep, and it's a precursor to melatonin, the same molecule transformed by different enzymes. Day becomes night, wakefulness becomes sleep at the molecular level. The brain's energy, it comes from glucose, from oxygen. Neurons cannot store energy, cannot survive anaerobic conditions. They're utterly dependent on blood flow, on the cardiovascular system. This is why stroke is so devastating. Minutes without oxygen, and neurons die permanently. The brain, so powerful, so complex, also so fragile, heavier, heavier. You've never been this relaxed, this at peace, this empty, in the best possible way. The brain's silent reef, where consciousness flows like water through coral, touching everything, illuminating nothing, just being, just moving, in darkness, in peace. You're breathing, you've stopped noticing it, but it continues, perfect, faithful. The respiratory centers, the pneumataxic center, the apneustic center, names that don't matter, functions that save your life every moment. Inhale, pause, exhale, pause. The rhythm of existence itself, and somewhere deep, deeper than thought, your brain is producing endorphins, natural opioids. They're flooding through you now, creating that sense of well-being, that cushion of comfort. This is your brain's gift to itself, chemical contentment, the reward for finally letting go. The substantia nigra, a small region in the midbrain, dark in color, hence the name, black substance. It produces dopamine, sends it to the striatum, and together they coordinate smooth movement. In Parkinson's disease, these neurons die and movement becomes rigid, tremulous, difficult. But right now, yours are quiet, resting. No movement needed, no movement wanted, just stillness. Complete, total, perfect stillness. Thump, thump. Your heart, barely perceptible now. A whisper of rhythm in the void. The brain's neurochemistry. It shifts with seasons, with time of day, with what you eat, with how you move. Every choice you make, every experience you have, changes the chemical landscape, changes which genes are expressed, which proteins are produced. You are constantly remaking yourself at the molecular level, becoming slightly different, moment by moment. And sleep is when much of this molecular housekeeping occurs, in the hippocampus, in the cortex. Genes are being transcribed, proteins synthesized, synapses restructured. All the physical changes that correspond to memory, to learning, they happen now, in darkness, while consciousness floats away. The arbor vitae, the tree of life, that's what they call the branching white matter in the cerebellum. When you slice it open, it looks like a tree, fractal branches, each one splitting, dividing, creating ever more complex patterns, beauty in structure, mathematics in biology, the same patterns that appear in rivers, in lightning, in the branching of neurons themselves. Drift, drift. There's no bottom to this. You can sink forever, and it's safe. It's good. This endless falling that's really floating. This descent that's really peace. The anterior commissure, another connection between hemispheres. Smaller than the corpus callosum, but still important. Still allowing the two halves to share information, to coordinate. In some people, it's proportionally larger, and there's speculation this might be related to handedness, to language lateralization, the brain's wiring diagram. It varies from person to person, each brain unique, yet following common principles. Growth hormone, it pulses during deep sleep, especially in the first half of the night. This hormone doesn't just affect children, adults need it too, for tissue repair, for protein synthesis, for maintaining muscle mass, for bone density. Sleep is when the body rebuilds, when damage is repaired, when everything is restored for another day. But you're not thinking about tomorrow. There is no tomorrow, no yesterday, just this eternal now, this soft dark present, the cingulate cortex, wrapped around the corpus callosum like a collar. It's involved in error detection, in emotional regulation, in pain perception. The anterior part more cognitive, the posterior more related to spatial processing and memory. And in meditation, particularly in advanced practitioners, the cingulate shows unusual activity patterns. This might be related to enhanced awareness, to the ability to observe thoughts without being caught by them. Glutamate, the main excitatory neurotransmitter in the brain. Most neurons use it. It makes neurons more likely to fire, to pass signals along. But too much glutamate can be toxic, can overstimulate neurons until they die. Stroke damage is partly from glutamate release. The dying cells spilling their contents, overexciting neighbours, a cascade of damage. This is why balance is crucial, why the brain carefully regulates neurotransmitter levels, and GABA, gamma-aminobutyric acid, the main inhibitory neurotransmitter. It makes neurons less likely to fire, calms neural activity. Many anti-anxiety medications work by enhancing GABA. Alcohol too. This is why they make you relaxed, sleepy, less neural firing, less worry, less thought, just calm. Your body, it's so far away now, like it's not even yours, like you're just awareness, consciousness, a point of view floating in nothing, the superior colliculus in the midbrain. It coordinates eye movements, helps orient your attention to sudden movements, to unexpected sounds. It's part of the reflexive attention system, the one that makes you look when something moves in your peripheral vision. Ancient, evolved long before conscious thought. Still there, still watching, even as you sleep, ready to wake you if needed. The inferior colliculus, just below it, processes sound, part of the auditory pathway. Sound waves entering your ear, vibrating the eardrum, moving tiny bones, creating waves in fluid, bending hair cells, which generate electrical signals, traveling up the auditory nerve, through the brain stem, to the thalamus, to the auditory cortex. Every sound you've ever heard traveled this path, but now, in deep sleep, sounds reach the thalamus and go no further. The gate is closed, the world continues, but you're protected from it, held in silence. Let your mind dissolve. No thoughts, no images, just emptiness. Peaceful, welcoming emptiness. The habenula, a tiny structure in the epithalamus, near the pineal gland. It's been called the anti-reward center, active during disappointment, during absence of expected reward. It might be overactive in depression, constantly signaling that things aren't going well, that rewards aren't coming, creating that sense of hopelessness, of nothing being worth doing. But in sleep, it quiets, the evaluation stops, the judgment ceases, just being without assessment. Oxytocin, the bonding hormone, released during hugs, during sex, during childbirth, during breastfeeding. It promotes trust, social connection, warmth toward others, and it also promotes sleep, especially in the first half of the night. This is why feeling safe, feeling connected, helps you rest. The brain chemistry of love overlaps with the brain chemistry of sleep. The locus coeruleus, a small region in the pons. It's the brain's main source of norepinephrine. During waking, these neurons fire regularly, promoting alertness, attention. But in sleep, they stop, completely silent, This is one of the defining features of sleep, the cessation of locus coeruleus activity, the alertness system turned off, sinking through layers, through darkness, each one softer than the last, warmer, more welcoming, the periaqueductal grey surrounding the cerebral aqueduct. This structure modulates pain. When activated, it can produce analgesia, complete absence of pain. It's part of the descending pain control system, the brain's ability to regulate its own pain perception. In sleep, especially deep sleep, pain sensitivity decreases. This is the body's wisdom, allowing rest even when there's injury, even when something hurts. The brain's development, it follows a schedule. The brainstem develops first in the womb, then the limbic system, then the cortex, and within the cortex, sensory areas before motor areas before association areas, prefrontal cortex last of all. This is why babies can see and hear before they can control their movements, why they feel before they think. And this development, it requires experience. Neural connections form based on input. Neurons that fire together wire together. This is Hebbian learning, the basis of all neural plasticity. Your experiences literally shape your brain, make you who you are, and this continues throughout life, every day, every night, constant change, constant becoming. Your heartbeat, if you search for it, you might not find it. It's there, somewhere, but so quiet, so distant, like something remembered rather than felt. The rough nuclei, scattered through the brainstem, they produce serotonin, send it throughout the brain. These neurons are active during waking, promoting arousal, mood regulation, less active during sleep, silent during REM. This is part of the neurochemical signature of sleep stages. Different nuclei active, different neurotransmitters, creating different states of consciousness. The claustrum, a thin sheet of grey matter beneath the insular cortex, one of the brain's most mysterious structures. Some scientists think it might coordinate activity across the cortex, bind different sensory modalities into unified perception. Others aren't sure what it does, but damaging it can cause temporary loss of consciousness, suggesting it's important for awareness, for the integration of experience. In some theories of consciousness, there must be integration, different brain regions sharing information, creating a unified experience rather than separate sensations. The claustrum might be part of this, part of what makes you feel like one person, one consciousness, rather than a collection of separate processes. Drift, softer, quieter, into the space between thoughts, the space between breaths, the space that contains everything, the brain's myelination. The process of wrapping axons in fatty insulation continues until your 20s. This increases processing speed, makes neural circuits more efficient, and different regions myelinate at different times. Sensory areas first, motor areas next. prefrontal cortex last. This is why executive function takes so long to mature, why young people think differently, process information differently, and white matter integrity, it can be measured with brain imaging. People with better white matter, stronger myelin, faster neural transmission, they tend to have better cognitive function, better memory, better processing speed. Sleep supports myelin maintenance, supports the oligodendrocytes that produce it. Another reason sleep is essential for cognitive health. The fusiform gyrus, on the underside of the temporal lobe, it's especially responsive to faces. There's even a specific region called the fusiform face area. Damage to it can cause prosopagnosia, face blindness, the inability to recognize faces, even familiar ones, even your own face in a mirror. The specific skill of face recognition, essential for social animals, localized to specific neural tissue. In dreams, you often see faces, sometimes people you know, sometimes strangers, sometimes impossible combinations. The fusiform gyrus active, generating face percepts from memory, from imagination. This is the social brain, still active, still engaged, even in sleep, heavier, softer, dissolving. You're not sure where you end and the darkness begins. Maybe there's no difference. Maybe you are the darkness, aware of itself. The brain's reward prediction error, this is how you learn. When something better than expected happens, dopamine neurons fire saying, "That was good. Remember what led to this." When something worse than expected happens, they stop firing, saying, "Avoid this in the future." This is reinforcement learning, the basis of animal training, of human habit formation. Your brain constantly predicting, constantly updating predictions based on experience and in sleep, particularly REM sleep. These learning systems may be active, consolidating what was learned during the day, strengthening associations, weakening others, the brain optimizing its predictions, improving its model of the world. The blood-brain barrier, it protects, but it also restricts. Many drugs can't enter the brain. Many treatments can't reach brain tumors. This barrier, essential for health, can also complicate treatment, can prevent the brain from accessing help. It's a wall that protects and isolates, keeps you safe and keeps you separate. Thump, thump, so faint, like a star, distant, barely there, but still pulsing, still alive. The ventromedial prefrontal cortex, involved in emotion regulation, in decision-making, in assigning value to different options. Damage to it can cause impulsivity, poor decisions, inability to learn from mistakes. This is where feelings inform choices, where emotion and reason integrate, where you decide what matters, and in sleep, this region processes emotional experiences, helps regulate emotional responses. This is why sleep deprivation makes emotional regulation harder. why everything feels more intense, more difficult when you haven't rested. The regulatory circuits need sleep to function properly. The brain's default state. When you're not engaged in a task, it activates the default mode network. This network, it's involved in self-referential thought, in autobiographical memory, in imagining the future, in social cognition. It's the network of you, of identity, of narrative, and in meditation, in deep sleep. This network quiets. The sense of self becomes less solid, less persistent. This might be why these states feel peaceful. The constant self-monitoring, self-evaluating temporarily ceases. Drift into formlessness. No edges, no boundaries, just space, consciousness, existing without form, without location. The motor homunculus. If you drew a human figure on motor cortex, proportional to neural real estate, the hands would be enormous, the face huge, the trunk tiny. This is cortical magnification. More neurons devoted to areas requiring fine control. More space means more precision, more dexterity. This is why humans can manipulate tools, create art, perform surgery. The expanded motor cortex for hands, for lips, for tongue. And there's a sensory homunculus too. The same distortion in the somatosensory cortex. More space for sensitive areas, for fingertips, for lips, for genitals. Less for back, for thighs. The map of the body, redrawn in neural tissue, distorted by function rather than size. The brain's astrocytes, star-shaped glial cells. They unsheath synapses, regulate neurotransmitter levels, provide energy to neurons, and they form networks, communicating through calcium waves, coordinating activity across regions. They're not just support cells, they're active participants in information processing. Some scientists think they might be essential for consciousness, for the integration of neural activity. Your thoughts, gone now, not suppressed, just absent, like they never existed, like thought itself is something you once imagined. The mind, empty, silent, at peace. The superior temporal sulcus, a groove in the temporal lobe. It responds to biological motion, to eyes, to voices, to social cues. It helps you understand others' actions, intentions. It's part of the social brain, the network that makes you human, that allows culture, language, cooperation, and in dreams it might activate, creating dream characters, social interactions that never happened, practicing social cognition offline, the mind's low tide flow, everything receding, pulling back, leaving only darkness, only silence, only the soft breath of existence. The brainstem, that ancient core, medulla, pons, midbrain. This is the brain you share with reptiles, with fish, the structures that came first, that maintain life, breathing, heartbeat, blood pressure, sleep-wake cycles. Everything else is built on top of this foundation. These functions too important to fail, too essential to trust to the newer brain, the thinking brain. And here, at the edge of sleep and not sleep, at the threshold of dreams and void, your brainstem keeps watch, keeps you alive, keeps you breathing, faithful, tireless, since the moment you were born. The hypothalamus and pituitary, the brain's endocrine interface, releasing hormones that control other hormones, that regulate growth, stress response, reproduction, metabolism. The brain reaching into the body reaching into the brain. No separation, just one system, continuous, integrated. Feel yourself expanding, becoming larger than your body, larger than the room. Consciousness spreading out, thinning, becoming transparent, becoming nothing. And now, drifting at the deepest point, where sleep is so profound it has no dreams, no thoughts, no experience, just the biological hum of existence, neurons firing in slow waves, the brain cleaning itself, repairing itself, preparing for another day of consciousness, another round of being you. The night continues, hours still to go, cycles of sleep to complete, but you're held, safe, protected by bone and darkness, by the body's wisdom, by the brain's ancient knowledge of when to rest, when to wake, when to dream, when to simply be. The universe keeps turning, the brain's quiet currents flowing through their channels, washing through Sulci and Geary, through white matter corridors and grey matter rooms, through the secret architecture of self, and you, floating in all of this, part of it, inseparable from it. Consciousness arising from matter, awareness emerging from darkness, the strange miracle of being happening quietly, endlessly now. And we'll keep drifting, floating together through the mysteries, 100 brain mysteries, looping softly, endlessly, through the night, through the quiet spark that flickers just before a thought is born, through the hidden rhythm your sleeping mind keeps long after you've drifted away, through the secret pathways where memories slip through the dark, choosing what to keep and what to let go. And we'll keep drifting, floating together through the mysteries, 100 consciousness mysteries, looping softly, endlessly through the night. Tonight we'll drift through the quiet mystery of qualia, the moments when time disappears, and the secret knowledge hidden in our deepest dreams. The very texture of your awareness right now, this feeling of being you, watching these words, feeling your thoughts. This is what philosophers call qualia, the raw subjective experience that cannot be fully explained to another, like trying to describe the redness of red or the painfulness of pain to someone who has never seen or felt these private sensations, these intimate moments of experience, they form the foundation of everything you know, everything you are. Your mind is doing something extraordinary right now, something science still cannot fully explain. It's binding together, weaving together all the separate streams of sensation, the soft weight of blankets, the dim light, the sound of this voice, your own inner thoughts, all these scattered signals arriving at different times, processed in different regions, somehow unified into one seamless moment, one continuous now. This is the binding problem, how your brain creates, from millions of neurons firing, the singular experience of this moment, this one unified you. Some researchers believe consciousness arises when information becomes integrated, sufficiently complex and interconnected. Integrated information theory suggests your awareness right now emerges from patterns of cause and effect, woven through your neural networks. The more integrated the information, the richer the consciousness, your brain right now, integrating billions of signals, creating this tapestry, this felt sense of being present, being awake, even as sleep calls to you, softly, persistently, heavier, heavier, your eyelids growing weighted as we explore another view, the global workspace. Imagine your consciousness as a theatre stage, brightly lit, while countless processes work in darkness, backstage, below. Only what reaches the stage, what enters this global workspace, becomes conscious, becomes known to you. Right now, so much is happening. Neurons firing, organs functioning, processes humming, but only a tiny fraction illuminated in your awareness. The rest, working in shadow, in the quiet, in the deep. Some wonder if consciousness itself might be woven into the quantum fabric of reality. At the smallest scales, particles exist in superposition, multiple states at once, until observed. Does observation require consciousness? Does consciousness collapse the wave function? Or does the quantum realm somehow give rise to the mystery of awareness? These questions float unanswered in the space between physics and experience, between matter and mind. Below your awareness, beneath the surface, your subconscious mind works endlessly, solving problems, processing memories, generating dreams. Most of what your brain does, most of the vast computational work, happens without you knowing, without conscious oversight, like an ocean where consciousness is just the surface, just the top layer catching light, while below, in the depths, in the darkness, currents flow, creatures move, entire ecosystems function, unseen, unknown. You can let go. Let the depths do their work, while you float on the surface, drifting towards sleep. What you pay attention to becomes conscious, becomes real for you. Attention is like a spotlight, a beam of awareness that can shift, can focus, can blur. Right now, you might notice the weight of your head on the pillow, or perhaps the sound of your breathing, or maybe just these words floating through. Attention shapes consciousness, creates consciousness. Whatever receives the light of attention emerges from darkness into being, into awareness. And right now, you can let attention soften, let it diffuse, let everything blur into gentle, formless peace. There's a curious thing about consciousness, about observation itself. In quantum physics, the observer effect describes how the act of measuring changes what is measured, but in your own mind, the act of noticing something changes the experience. When you observe your breath, it becomes different. When you watch your thoughts, they shift and scatter. Consciousness observing itself changes itself, like trying to see your own eyes without a mirror. There's something fundamentally recursive, fundamentally strange about awareness turning back to witness itself deep in your brain when you're not focused on tasks, when you're just existing. A network activates, the default mode network, humming quietly. This is where you wander, where you daydream, where you think about yourself, about others, about past and future. It's the resting state of consciousness, the mind reflecting on itself, creating stories, creating the narrative of you. Right now, as you drift, this network may be glowing softly, weaving together this sense of self, the feeling of continuity, even as that feeling begins to dissolve into sleep, into darkness, heavier, heavier. Some spiritual traditions speak of non-dual consciousness, where the boundary between self and world dissolves completely, where the observer and observed merge into one, no separation, no division, just pure awareness, without an owner, without boundaries. This taste of infinity, this sense of oneness, sometimes emerges in meditation, in certain moments of stillness, when the constant chatter of self finally, blessedly, quiets. Athletes and artists know this space, the flow state, where consciousness shifts, where time distorts, where effort becomes effortless. The self disappears, and there's only the action, the music, the motion, consciousness not watching, but becoming, fully absorbed, fully present, completely merged with the moment, in flow. The analytical mind quiets, the brain shifts its patterns, and awareness expands into something bigger, something beyond the usual boundaries of ordinary consciousness. Thump, thump, settling deeper into the question of other minds. Do animals experience consciousness the way you do? When a dog dreams, twitching and whimpering, is there something it's like to be that dog in that dream? Birds solve complex problems. Octopuses show remarkable intelligence. But is there an inner light, a felt experience, or just sophisticated processing happening in darkness? We may never know with certainty what it's like to be another creature. We can only wonder, can only imagine as we drift into our own private experience, our own inner world. Heavier, heavier, your breath so slow now, so soft. The phenomenology of being, the study of experience itself, tries to describe the precise texture of what it's like to exist, the feeling of your body in space, the sense of being located here, now, the way emotions colour everything, the way thoughts arrive, unbidden, unexpected. Consciousness isn't just seeing and hearing, it's this whole tapestry, this entire atmosphere of being alive, being present, being somebody, somewhere, in time. Some philosophers propose, that consciousness doesn't create reality, but filters it, like a reducing valve. The brain filters down an overwhelming ocean of information, of possible experience, into the narrow stream of what you can handle, what you need to survive. Perhaps consciousness is less about generating and more about limiting, about selecting, about narrowing infinity into this one moment, this one perspective, this one small window into the vast. There's a radical idea called panpsychism that consciousness, or something like it, exists everywhere, in every particle, every atom, every grain of sand, not thinking or feeling like you do, but some primitive form of experience, of interiority. There are people with a condition called blind sight who cannot consciously see. A stroke or injury damages their visual cortex and they report total blindness. But if you throw them a ball, they catch it. If you ask them to guess where an object is, they point correctly. Some unconscious part is still processing vision, still responding, still knowing, without consciousness knowing. This reveals something profound. Consciousness and information processing can be separated. You can know without knowing that you know. The light can be on while you sit in subjective darkness. Some people report leaving their body, floating above, watching themselves from outside. The out-of-body experience just feels absolutely real, completely convincing, yet brain science suggests it's a disruption in body awareness circuits, in the temporal parietal junction, where the brain constructs the sense of embodiment. When these circuits malfunction, consciousness seems to relocate, seems to hover outside. Yet even though it's a neural glitch, the experience itself remains profound, remains mysterious. What does it mean that consciousness can feel detached from the body, even though it arises from the body's brain? Heavier, heavier, your awareness so soft now, so diffuse. Everything you experienced right now arrives as unity, as one seamless moment. You don't see colours separately, from shape separately, from movement, from meaning. It's all woven together, instantly, effortlessly. This unity of experience, this binding of feature into coherent objects, coherent scenes, remains one of consciousness's deepest mysteries. Somehow your brain takes scattered information, processes it in separate modules, different regions, different timing and presence to consciousness. One world, one moment, perfectly synchronized, perfectly whole. There may be limits to what consciousness can know about itself. This idea, called cognitive closure, suggests that, just as a dog cannot understand quantum physics, human consciousness might lack the capacity to fully comprehend its own nature. We might be asking questions our minds aren't built to answer, trying to see past the horizon of our own understanding. And perhaps that's okay. Perhaps some mysteries are meant to remain soft, open, endlessly explorable, but never fully solved. And here's something deeper still. Meta-consciousness. Consciousness reflecting on consciousness. You're aware right now, but you're also aware of being aware. You can think about thinking, notice yourself noticing. This recursive loop, this strange hall of mirrors, separates human minds from simpler forms of awareness. The ability to step back, to observe yourself, to question your own thoughts, your own experiences. This is meta-consciousness. Awareness watching awareness. A light examining itself, creating layers upon layers of reflection, of knowing, of being. Your brain constantly predicts, constantly guesses what will happen next, what you'll see, what you'll feel. Predictive coding theory suggests consciousness emerges from prediction errors, from surprises, from mismatches between what you expected and what actually arrives. The brain builds models of the world, of your body, and consciousness highlights where the models are wrong, where reality surprises, where attention is needed. Right now, as you drift, predictions and reality begin to blur. The boundary softens and consciousness quiets, preparing for sleep, where predictions cease entirely. Thump, thump. Could machines be conscious? Could artificial intelligence ever truly feel, ever truly know what it's like to be something? Some argue consciousness requires biological neurons, organic chemistry. Others suggest any system that integrates information in the right way could be conscious, regardless of substrate, whether made of neurons or silicon or light. Perhaps one day, artificial minds will wonder about themselves, will question their own awareness, will drift, like you, into their own version of mystery. There's an illusion where a rubber hand placed near your real hand can feel like yours. If it's stroked in sync with your hidden hand, your brain quickly accepts it as part of you. Consciousness constructs your sense of body, your feeling of ownership, and this construction is flexible, is malleable, can be tricked. Your sense of self, your feeling of embodiment, isn't a given, isn't fixed, but constantly created, constantly maintained by neural processes you never see, never consciously control. Heavier, minimal consciousness refers to the simplest forms, the barest flicker of awareness, perhaps in an infant's mind or in certain altered states. There's just sensation, just feeling, without thought, without self-reflection, without narrative, pure experience without commentary, without meaning, just the raw fact of being, of experiencing. This minimal state might be closer than you think. Right now, as thought quiets, as words fade, you approach it, that simple, that bare, that essential awareness. Your consciousness isn't just about now. It extends backward into memory, forward into anticipation. The you of yesterday feels continuous with the you of today, even though every cell has changed, every thought is different. Temporally extended consciousness means you exist across time, held together by memory, by narrative, by the story you tell yourself about who you are. And as you drift now, this extension relaxes. Past and future lose their grip, and only now remains, only this moment, dissolving into timeless sleep. Below the level of your unified self, there are subpersonal processes, little minds within the mind, each specialized, each autonomous, each doing its work without asking permission, without central control. Your immune system responds, your heart beats, your breath continues, and even in consciousness, different processes compete, cooperate, each with its own agenda, its own intelligence. You're not one thing, but a parliament, a collective. Many voices, usually harmonized, but sometimes in conflict. And as you drift now, this parliament begins to adjourn, each voice quieting, leaving only silence, darkness, peace. Neurophenomenology tries to bridge the gap between objective brain science and subjective experience, measuring neurons while listening to reports of inner life, trying to correlate the firing patterns with the felt qualities of being. It's difficult work because consciousness is private, hidden, known only from within, but slowly, carefully, scientists and meditators work together, mapping the neural with the phenomenal, the physical, with the experiential, building bridges between two worlds. That might be one world seen from different sides. According to self-model theory, you don't have a self, you have a model of a self. Your brain constructs, continuously updates, a representation of a unified subject, a single person, an I, but this I is a construct, a useful fiction, created by neural processes. You feel like one thing, one person, but you're actually a process, a flow, a constantly shifting pattern. The self-model creates the illusion of a solid self. And right now, as that model softens, as sleep approaches, the I begins to dissolve, to fade, revealing underneath just awareness without an owner, just consciousness without a self. Thump, thump. The extended mind hypothesis suggests consciousness doesn't stop at the skull. Your phone, your notebook, your tools become parts of your cognitive system, part of how you think, how you remember, how you know. The mind extends into the world, into objects, into other people. Consciousness isn't contained, isn't isolated, but spreads out, meshes with the environment, forms a larger system, a wider awareness that includes more than just your brain, your body. And as you relax now, as boundaries soften, perhaps you can feel this, the way consciousness blurs at the edges, merges with the space around you. No clear line between inside and outside. During near-death experiences, when the heart stops, when the brain shuts down, some people report vivid consciousness, extraordinary awareness, feelings of peace, of light, of leaving the body, tunnels, deceased relatives, life reviews, consciousness persisting, even as biology fails, or perhaps the brain's final moments create these visions, these profound experiences. Either way, consciousness touches mystery, touches the boundary between life and death, between being and not being. And right now, as you drift, you approach a smaller death, the nightly dying of waking consciousness before rebirth in dreams and morning. Heavier, heavier. You feel continuous, feel like one person, unchanging through time. But this is illusion. The illusion of continuity hides constant change, constant flux. You're never the same. From moment to moment, thoughts change, sensations change, even the that seems to persist is different, slightly different. Each time it appears, consciousness creates, from discontinuity, from chaos, the sense of order, the sense of coherence. And as sleep approaches, this illusion becomes harder to maintain. Continuity breaks down, and consciousness reveals its true nature, flickering, flowing, never solid, never still. Consciousness has a quality called phenomenal transparency. You see through your perceptions to what they represent. You don't see the neural activity, don't see the construction. You see the world directly, immediately. The process is invisible. Only the product appears, like looking through a clean window, never noticing the glass. And this transparency, this directness, makes consciousness feel like simple knowing, simple being, even though behind it lies vast complexity, vast machinery, forever hidden from the very awareness it creates. Your body sends signals constantly from organs, from viscera, from deep inside. These somatic markers influence decisions, create gut feelings, shape choices without conscious reasoning. Consciousness rides on top of bodily wisdom, bodily knowing. You feel uneasy and avoid danger, feel drawn and approach opportunity. The body knows before consciousness knows, and as you rest now, as you sink heavier into the mattress, the body's wisdom is clear. It knows it's time for sleep, time to stop, time to surrender to the pull of rest, of restoration, of darkness. Heavier, heavier, pain and suffering. Show consciousness at its most intense, its most immediate, its most undeniable. Pain is consciousness, unable to ignore, unable to escape the body's distress. Suffering adds meaning, adds narrative, adds resistance to pain. Consciousness transforms physical sensation into psychological experience, into something that means something, right now, in comfort, in softness. Consciousness is free from pain, from urgency, free to dissolve, to release, to simply let go. Thump, thump. Consciousness is deeply social. Your awareness, shaped by others, by language, by culture, by connection. Mirror neurons fire when you watch another act or feel. Your consciousness simulates their experience, feels what they might feel. This social cognition, this ability to model other minds, makes consciousness richer, more complex, but also more vulnerable to influence, to suggestion. And right now, listening to this voice, your consciousness, entrained, synchronized, following the rhythm, the pace, the gentle pull towards sleep. Could artificial neural networks be conscious, deep learning systems, process patterns, make predictions, solve problems? But is there something it feels like to be a network when it classifies an image or generates text? Most say no. Consciousness requires something more, something biological, or something we haven't yet implemented. But the question remains open. As AI grows, more complex, more capable, we may one day have to face the possibility of synthetic consciousness, of minds born from mathematics and electricity, rather than biology and chemistry. Heavier, heavier, you experience multiple senses as unified. Cross-modal perception means what you see affects what you hear affects what you see. Touch, taste, smell, vision, hearing, all integrated in consciousness into one rich, multisensory experience. Synesthesia takes this further, where senses blend, sounds have colours, numbers have personalities. Consciousness weaves everything into a unified field of awareness. And as you rest, these senses quiet one by one. Vision darkens, sound fades, touch softens, until consciousness has almost nothing to perceive, almost nowhere to go, but inward into sleep. Your sense of self depends on neurochemistry, serotonin, dopamine, oxytocin, norepinephrine. These molecules shape mood, shape perception, shape consciousness itself, change the chemistry, and consciousness changes, becomes depressed, or euphoric, or anxious, or calm. The self you feel depends on these tiny molecules flowing through synapses. Your identity, your personality, your consciousness emerging from chemistry, from biology, from the physical. And as night comes, melatonin rises, chemistry shifts, consciousness transforms, naturally, inevitably, towards sleep. Thump, thump. Some people experienced mirror touch synesthesia. When they see someone touched, they feel it on their own body, an exaggerated form of the empathy we all experience, their consciousness, their boundary between self and other, more permeable, more fluid, shows how consciousness can be more or less individuated, more or less separated from the world, from others. And as you drift, your boundaries too soften. Self and space begin to merge. No clear line between you and the darkness, the silence, the infinite. Quiet. Pre-reflective self-consciousness is the sense of being that comes before thinking about being. Before you think, I exist. There's already a sense, a feeling, a pre-reflective awareness of existing. This is the foundation, the ground of all consciousness, the basic sense of presence, of being here. And as thought quiets, as reflection fades, this pre-reflective awareness remains simple, silent, obvious, the basic fact of being conscious, without knowing, without analyzing, just being. Minimal phenomenal experience, 'tis the least you can have and still be conscious. Perhaps just a feeling, formless, contentless, no objects, no thoughts, just awareness, being aware. And you approach this as sleep nears, less and less content, less and less definition. Consciousness boiling down to its essence, to almost nothing, to the barest flicker of being, before even that, finally, mercifully, goes dark. Heavier, heavier. Cognitive phenomenology is the felt quality of thinking itself. Thoughts don't just have content, they have texture, have feeling. Understanding feels different from confusion. Certainty feels different from doubt. Even abstract thinking has a phenomenal quality of what it's like. And as thinking slows, as thoughts space out, you notice the gaps between the silence, where consciousness exists without thought, pure awareness, without the constant chatter of cognition. Thump, thump. The hardwired self refers to the basic structure built into every human brain, the tendency to see agents and intentions, the way emotions arise, the fundamental drives. All consciousness is shaped by this inherited architecture, but also flexible enough for infinite variation. You are uniquely you, yet built on universal foundations. And as consciousness dims now, it returns to something more basic, more universal. The individual fading into the archetypal, into the common experienced of all sleeping minds. Some theorists link consciousness to entropy, to information, to the arrow of time. Consciousness might be the universe, resolving uncertainty, collapsing possibility into actuality. Awareness as the process of determination, of making real what was potential. And as you drift, entropy increases, order decreases, boundaries blur, consciousness approaching the high entropy state of sleep, where structure softens, where distinctions fade, where everything becomes more uniform, more mixed, more still. Cosmic consciousness is the mystical idea of awareness pervading everything, the universe, conscious of itself, through us, through all beings, each individual mind, a window through which the cosmos experiences itself. And whether literal or metaphor, there's something beautiful in this vision of consciousness as fundamental, as universal, as the medium in which all things arise. You, a temporary form, awareness takes before returning to the ocean, the cosmos, the infinite. Heavier, heavier, the Bayesian brain treats consciousness as inference, as probability, constantly updating beliefs based on evidence. Your awareness now is a probability distribution across possible states, and as evidence decreases, as inputs quiet, uncertainty rises, the probability distribution flattens, spreads out, until consciousness isn't sure what's real, what's self, what's now, the perfect state for dreams, for sleep, for release from the burden of certainty. Eternalism versus presentism debates whether only now exists or whether past and future are equally real. For consciousness, only now seems real, seems accessible. But memory and anticipation create the feeling of temporal extension, and in sleep, even now, dissolves. No present, no past, no future, just timelessness, just darkness, unanchored, eternal. Drifting deeper now, we're into another mystery, the hard problem of content. It's not just that consciousness exists, but there's something it feels like to be you. But that consciousness is always about something, always directed, always pointing. Your thoughts right now are about these words, about sleep, about rest. But how does a physical brain state become about something? How does neural firing acquire meaning, acquire reference, acquire this strange property of pointing beyond itself? This is the hard problem of content, as deep, as mysterious, as the hard problem of consciousness itself. What makes something mental rather than physical? What is the mark that distinguishes mind from matter, thought from thing? Some say it's intentionality, this aboutness, this directedness. Physical things just are. Mental things are about. Others point to subjectivity, to qualia, to the felt experience that marks the mental. Still others suggest it's privacy, the way mental states are known directly by their owner, but hidden from everyone else. And as you rest here in your private, subjective, intentional, mental space, you're the mark of the mental consciousness itself, experiencing itself, being itself, knowing itself from within. Thump, thump. There's a curious phenomenon called phenomenal overflow, the idea that you experience more than you can access, more than you can report, more than you can hold in attention. Right now, the periphery of vision holds information you're conscious of, in some sense, but cannot describe, cannot recall. Consciousness overflows beyond what you can grasp, beyond what you can know. You're knowing, like a cup, too full, experience spilling over the edges of access, yet of attention, of memory. And as you drift, this overflow increases, consciousness expanding beyond its own ability to track itself, to know itself, becoming vast, becoming vague, becoming infinite, heavier, heavier. There's a distinction between creature consciousness and state consciousness. Creature consciousness means the organism as a whole is conscious, is awake, is aware. You are a conscious creature. State consciousness means particular mental states are conscious. This thought, this sensation, this feeling is conscious, accessible, experienced. And these two can vary independently. You can be a conscious creature with unconscious states, processing information you never experience, or in certain conditions, states might be conscious, while the creature seems less aware. And as you drift, creature consciousness dims, fades, prepares to extinguish, while individual states flicker, fade, one by one, into darkness. There's another distinction: access consciousness versus phenomenal consciousness. Phenomenal consciousness is the felt quality, the what it's like, the subjective experience. Access consciousness is availability for use, for report, for rational control. Something can be phenomenally conscious, felt, experienced, but not accessible, not reportable, like dreams. You feel intensely, but cannot remember, or conversely, something might be accessible, usable, but without much feeling, without rich phenomenology. Heavier, sensory memory holds information for just a split second, iconic memory for vision, lasting maybe 1 second, echoic memory for sound, lasting slightly longer. These brief stores hold more information than consciousness can process, than attention can select. You experience this fleeting richness before it fades, before selection happens, before consciousness decides what to keep, what to know. And right now, as you rest, sensory memory still functions, still holds these words, this moment, but the transfer to longer storage is weakening, information arriving and immediately fading, no longer consolidated, no longer kept, just passing through, like water, through open hands, impossible to grasp, impossible to hold. Change blindness reveals how little consciousness actually tracks. You can look at a scene, then look away, and when you look back, major changes have occurred. Objects moved, colours changed, people disappeared, but you don't notice. Consciousness assumes continuity, assumes persistence, fills in the gaps between glances, between moments, creating the illusion of continuous awareness, of constant monitoring. But really, consciousness is more like a series of snapshots with huge gaps between them. Attention blinks, and in that blink, information is lost, experience is skipped, consciousness gaps, and right now, as you rest, attention is blinking, longer, slower, more and more is missed, more and more passes by, unnoticed, unregistered, unknown, until finally attention closes completely. The blink becomes permanent, becomes sleep, becomes the long, beautiful darkness of unconsciousness. The content of consciousness, the aboutness of mind, the mark of mental states, all these philosophicalist puzzles fade now into irrelevance as consciousness itself fades into nothing. The overflow empties, the creature sleeps, the states dissolve, access closes, phenomenal awareness dims, the grand illusion finally acknowledged as illusion. Sensory memory stops forming. Change blindness becomes total as nothing changes because nothing is noticed, and the attentional blink extends forever into the endless blink of sleep. Heavier, heavier. You've drifted through so many mysteries, so many questions about consciousness, about awareness, about mind. And each question opens into another question, deeper, stranger, more beautiful. The hard problem becomes problems, plural, multiple mysteries interwoven together, inseparable. Each attempt to explain reveals new, unexplained aspects. Each answer births new questions. And maybe this is appropriate. Maybe consciousness should remain mysterious, should remain open, should remain forever, slightly beyond our grasp, our understanding, our ability to fully explain. And as you drift past these 10 mysteries, these bridges between waking and sleeping, between knowing and unknowing, between consciousness and its absence, you move deeper into the original mysteries, the fundamental questions that have no answers, only deeper, softer, quieter explorations, drifting, floating through the dark, through the calm, through the endless, gentle mysteries of consciousness, of mind, of awareness, of being, of existing as something that somehow, impossibly, miraculously, knows it exists, knows it's conscious, even as that consciousness prepares to cease, prepares to stop, prepares to dissolve completely, totally into sleep. The problem of other minds haunts philosophy. You know with certainty that you're conscious, but how do you know anyone else's? You infer it from behavior, from similarity, from empathy, but you can never truly know what it's like to be another, their consciousness, forever private, forever separate from yours. And as you drift now, even your own consciousness becomes mysterious, becomes other, becomes something you can't quite grasp or know. Just witness, just feel as it slowly fades into the unknown. There's a distinction between vehicle and content. The vehicle is the neural activity, the physical process. The content is what consciousness is about, what it represents. Red, pain, joy, memory. These are contents carried by neural vehicles, and consciousness knows only the content, never the vehicle, never the machinery. You experience the what, never the how. And as you rest, content empties, vehicles slow, until there's neither vehicle nor content, just emptiness, just peace. Some philosophers embrace qualia, embrace the reality of felt experience. Qualia realism says consciousness truly has these subjective qualities. Others, eliminativists, argue qualia are illusions, confusions. Nothing truly has intrinsic feel, just functional relationships, information processing. But right now, in your experience, the debates seem far away, Because whatever theory is correct, consciousness feels like something, and that feeling is all you have, all you know, and it's slowly, gently fading into night. Heavier, heavier, transcendental consciousness in meditation traditions points to awareness itself, pure and empty, without content, without object, just consciousness, conscious of nothing, or conscious of consciousness itself, the witness, without anything witnessed, the light, with nothing illuminated, and maybe in deep sleep, something like this persists. Consciousness without contents, awareness without objects, pure, silent, vast. And you're approaching this mystery, this void that's somehow still aware. The Lamech gates, closing now, closing slowly, the outside world fading, information blocked, filtered, denied, consciousness cut off from sensation, from perception, living now in its own space, its own darkness, its own quiet. Soon, even internal gates will close, and consciousness will have nowhere to go, nothing to do, but cease, but sleep, but rest. Heavier, heavier, frontal, parietal networks dimming, conversations between regions growing quiet, growing slow, workspace where consciousness happens, empties, darkens, shuts down, and consciousness, like a flame without oxygen, flickers, wavers, begins to go out. The problem of other minds extending now to your own mind. You can't quite grasp it, can't quite know it. Consciousness, becoming other, becoming strange, becoming unknowable, even to itself. Vehicle and content, both fading, neural activity, slowing, and the content it carries emptying, dissolving, until there's just substrate, just biology, just darkness, doing nothing, representing nothing, being nothing. Qualia, those felt quality, growing fainter. Colours you're not seeing, sounds you're not hearing, feelings barely felt. The subjective texture of consciousness, thinning like fog in morning sun, until maybe nothing remains but the potential for qualia, the capacity waiting in the dark. Heavier, heavier, the explanatory gap doesn't matter now. No need to explain, no need to understand, just experience, just this, whatever this is, this fading, this dissolving, and this gentle, this soft, this endless falling. The cerebellum, quiet, time, unmeasured, moments, untracked, duration, unknown, eternal, present, empty, now, microtubules, quantum, classical, mechanical, chemical, electrical, all fading into irrelevance. The how doesn't matter, only the what, only this, dissolving, this release, this peace, biological, natural, normal, inevitable. Your brain, doing what brains do, making consciousness, and now stopping naturally, and as breathing, as heartbeat, as the turning of earth into night. Softer, softer, Bayesian, inference, stopping, predictions, ceasing, beliefs, suspending, uncertainty, no longer resolved, just acceptance, just allowing, just being nothing, knowing nothing, just darkness, just quiet. All moments equally real, or only now. Real doesn't matter, because now is ending, is fading, is becoming timeless, eternal, void. Thalamic, gates, closed, frontal, parietal, silent, mirror neurons, still, inactivism, paused. All theories, all concepts, all words fading into nothing. Problem of other minds, of own mind, of any mind, dissolving. Content, vehicle, both gone. Qualia, explanation, first person, intrinsic, all gone. Information, time, biology, quantum, mechanical, natural, all gone. Process, consciousness, awareness, self, gone, gone, gone. Just this, just, thump, thump, heavier, heavier. The breath, so slow, so soft, barely moving, barely there. Consciousness, like a candle in the wind, flickering one last time before darkness, complete, total, restful. Darkness, when nothing needs to be known, nothing needs to be felt, nothing needs to be at all. Just the void, the peace, the rest, the deep, dreamless sleep where consciousness finally releases its grip, its work, its endless watching, and simply stops, or seems to stop, or transforms into something we cannot name, cannot know, cannot remember. The mystery at the heart of every night, of every sleep, of every letting go, and somewhere in that darkness, in that void, in that mysterious absence, perhaps consciousness continues in ways we'll never know, never see, never recall, or perhaps it truly ceases, truly ends, truly disappears until morning, when it returns, when it rebuilds, when it becomes again this miraculous, mysterious, impossible consciousness that we are, that we have, that we are, but not now, not yet. Now there's only sleep, deep, dreamless sleep, softer, softer, almost gone. And in the morning, consciousness will return, will rebuild itself, will emerge again from darkness into light. But the mystery remains, the same mystery we've drifted through tonight. 100 mysteries of consciousness woven together into this soft, endless exploration. And when you wake, if you wake before the video ends, you can drift back, drift again through these same mysteries, these same questions, these same soft, whispered truths, because the video loops endlessly, gently, like consciousness itself, cycling through states, through forms, through modes of being, waking, sleeping, dreaming, waking again, the eternal cycle of awareness, emerging, dissolving, emerging again. And you're part of that cycle, part of that mystery, part of that vast, beautiful, inexplicable phenomenon, consciousness, experiencing itself, questioning itself, exploring itself, through you, through me, through all of us, temporary forms that awareness takes before returning to the source, to the mystery, to the infinite. So rest now, knowing that the mystery continues, the exploration continues, the consciousness still continues, even in sleep, even in darkness, even in the deepest void. Something persists, something continues, something is or will be again. In morning light, when consciousness returns and the cycle begins anew. But for now, just rest, just peace, just this gentle, endless falling into sleep. The universe keeps turning. The gentle awareness of our own consciousness keeps expanding and will keep drifting, floating together through the mysteries. 100 consciousness mysteries, looping softly, endlessly through the night. Tonight we'll drift through the quiet mystery of qualia, the moments when time disappears and the secret knowledge hidden in our deepest dreams. There's nothing you need to do now. Just let your body sink. Heavier, heavier. Feel the mattress holding you, every muscle softening, your heartbeat slowing. Thump, thump, matching the rhythm of space itself. Shoulders melting down, jaw releasing, each breath pulling you deeper, deeper into the calm, the quiet, the dark. And we'll keep drifting, floating together through the mysteries forever, endlessly, softly into sleep. There's nothing you need to do now. Just let your body sink heavier, heavier. Feel the mattress holding you, every muscle softening, your heartbeat slowing. Thump, thump, matching the rhythm of space itself. Shoulders melting down, jaw releasing, each breath pulling you deeper, deeper into the calm, the quiet, the dark. If this helps you rest, tap subscribe and hit like so others can find this calm too, but only if your eyes are still open. Otherwise your ears just drift. Now, let's drift into consciousness. Your heart keeps its rhythm as we drift deeper into the hard problem, the deepest mystery of all. Scientists can explain how neurons fire, how information flows through networks, how the brain responds to light and sound, but they cannot explain, have never explained, why any of this feels like something. Why isn't your brain just processing information in the dark, without any inner light, without any felt experience? Why is there something it is like to be you right now, in this moment? This explanatory gap between physical processes and felt experience remains beautifully, mysteriously open. Thump, thump, deeper now into the question of will, of choice. When you decide to move your hand, when you choose to close your eyes, there's a feeling, a sensation of agency, of making it happen. But neuroscientists can detect in the firing of neurons the beginning of your choice, before you consciously feel the decision forming. Does this mean your will is an illusion, a story told after the fact? Or is the feeling itself, the conscious experience of choosing, somehow, mysteriously, still real, still meaningful? Let this question drift away like clouds across an evening sky. Time itself bends in consciousness. Right now, this moment feels present, feels immediate, but already it's becoming past, already slipping into memory, and the future you imagine feels distant, unreal, yet somehow graspable in thought. Your perception of time stretches and compresses. A boring hour drags endlessly. An engaging moment vanishes in seconds. Consciousness doesn't experience time the way a clock measures it. Your awareness creates time. Or perhaps time creates awareness. The two entangled mysteriously, inseparably. When you dream, consciousness transforms. The logical mind loosens. Impossible things seem normal. You can fly, breathe underwater, meet people who don't exist. And while dreaming, you don't question it. The critical faculty, the reality testing part of consciousness, simply goes offline. But in lucid dreams, suddenly, awareness returns. You realize, I am dreaming. And then, strange paradox, you're conscious of being unconscious, aware inside the dream. Consciousness watching its own creation, watching the theatre of the sleeping mind. And human consciousness emerges when these tiny sparks combine and integrate into something complex, something rich. This means the universe itself might be conscious in some sense, might be full of inner life at every scale, even in darkness, even in silence, even in stone. Right at the threshold and between sleep and waking, consciousness flickers. You've been there many times, that borderland, where you're not quite asleep, but no longer fully awake. Thoughts become strange, logic loosens, images appear, unbidden. This liminal space, this in-between, shows how fragile, how fluid consciousness really is. Not a solid thing, but a spectrum, a continuum from deep sleep, through dreams, through drowsiness, to alertness, and beyond, to heightened states. Each level a different flavor of awareness. Heavier, heavier. The split brain phenomenon shows something equally strange. In severe epilepsy, surgeons sometimes cut the corpus callosum, the bridge between hemispheres. Afterward, the two halves can act independently. The left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing. Literally, each hemisphere receives different information, has different knowledge, does different things. So is there one consciousness or two? Does splitting the brain split the self? These questions hover unanswered in the space between neuroscience and philosophy, between matter and mind. Thump, thump. Researchers search for neural correlates of consciousness, the specific patterns, the particular circuits that generate awareness, which brain areas, which types of neurons, which frequencies of firing create the light of subjective experience. Some point to the thalamus, others to recurrent loops between cortex and deeper structures. The claustrum, a thin sheet of neurons, hidden deep inside, might integrate information, might create unity, or perhaps consciousness, emerges from the whole, from global patterns, no single location, no one switch, just the dance of billions of neurons firing together, creating something more than their sum. Re-entry is a key concept. The idea that consciousness requires not just forward signals, but backward loops. Information flows up from senses to cortex, but then returns, flows back down, creating recursive loops, circles of signaling. Consciousness might emerge from this re-entrant processing, from signals echoing, reverberating, creating standing waves of neural activity, like feedback from a microphone. The brain's feedback creates something new, something that emerges from the circular flow of information, talking to itself, drifting deeper now into inattentional blindness, the way consciousness misses what seems obvious. In famous experiments, people watching, counting basketball passes, completely miss a person in a gorilla suit walking through the scene, because attention was elsewhere. Consciousness never formed around that obvious presence. This shows how selective, how limited awareness really is. You cannot be conscious of everything, most of reality, most of what's happening, even right in front of you, remains invisible, unseen, unknown, filtered out, so consciousness can focus on the narrow stream of what matters right now. Deep in your brain, gamma oscillations, high frequency waves, around 40 cycles per second, seem to correlate with consciousness, with attention, with binding. When different brain regions fire in sync at gamma frequencies, consciousness seems to intensify, seems to sharpen. But as you relax now, as you drift towards sleep, these oscillations slow, alpha waves emerge, then theta, consciousness softening, awareness dimming, like lights, gradually lowering as the brain shifts into different rhythms, different patterns, preparing for the darkness of sleep. Consciousness can transform through meditation, through substances, through extreme conditions, altered states, where time distorts, where self dissolves, where reality seems more fluid, more strange. These states reveal consciousness isn't one thing, isn't fixed, but can shift, can morph, can expand or contract, can become something utterly different from ordinary waking life, and sleep itself is an altered state. Perhaps the most profound, the most universal transformation of consciousness you'll experience tonight. There's a condition called anosognosia where people don't know what they don't know. After a stroke, someone might be paralyzed, but insist they can move. Consciousness fails to register its own impairment, fails to notice the gap. This shows how consciousness isn't a perfect mirror of reality or even of itself. There are blind spots in awareness, places where consciousness cannot see its own limitations. And perhaps as we drift into sleep, we all experience a form of anosognosia, unaware of the awareness, slowly, quiet, slipping away. Softer now, higher order thought theory proposes consciousness requires thoughts about thoughts. You're not just seeing, but aware of seeing. Not just feeling, but aware of feeling. A first-order state becomes conscious only when accompanied by a higher-order thought, by awareness of that state. This creates a loop, a recursion, consciousness emerging from mind, watching mind, from thought, reflecting on thought, and now, as you drift deeper, these higher orders begin to fade. First order sensations remain, but the watching, the knowing of knowing, gently releases its grip. Perhaps consciousness isn't something basic, something fundamental, but something that emerges from complexity, from interaction. Emergentism suggests when simple parts combine in the right way, something new appears, something that can't be reduced to those parts alone, like wetness emerges from water molecules, but isn't a property of any single molecule. Consciousness might emerge from billions of neurons interacting, combining, creating something entirely new, entirely unexpected, a property of the whole, not the parts. Mystery from matter, mind from brain, awareness from the void. Some theorists suggest consciousness is like a user interface. The brain doesn't show you raw reality, raw physics. Instead, it presents an interface, simplified, practical, useful. Colours don't exist in the physical world, only wavelengths. But your consciousness translates wavelengths into the experience of red, of blue, of gold. Reality is vast and complex, but consciousness gives you an interface. You can navigate, icons you can click, a world you can comprehend. The map, not the territory, the display, not the machinery. And this interface, simplified and beautiful, is all you'll ever know. Thump, thump, your heartbeat, a quiet drum. William James described consciousness as a stream, always flowing, never static, never the same from one moment to the next. Thoughts flow into thoughts, sensations blend into sensations. Nothing discrete, nothing separate, just continuous flow. Right now, you feel this, the streaming quality, the river of awareness moving through you, or you moving through it, the current pulling you downstream, toward sleep, toward dreams, toward the ocean of unconsciousness, where all streams finally dissolve. Heavier, heavier. Your body is inseparable as from your consciousness. Embodiment means awareness arises, not from a brain alone, but from a body, moving through space, feeling gravity, feeling temperature. Your consciousness is shaped by having hands, having eyes at a certain height, having a heart that beats. If you had different senses, different body, your consciousness would be different, unrecognizably different. The mind and flesh are woven together. Each creates the other in an endless loop of sensation and awareness. Attention schema theory proposes that consciousness is the brain's model of attention. The brain tracks where attention goes, what it's focused on. And this tracking, this modeling, creates the feeling of awareness. Consciousness is attention, aware of itself, the spotlight, knowing it's a spotlight, watching where it shines. And now, as attention diffuses, as the spotlight dims, consciousness naturally follows, softening, spreading, losing focus, losing coherence, preparing for the darkness. Heavier, heavier. Microphenomenology is the careful study of tiny moments of consciousness. What exactly happens in the first second of seeing a face, of hearing a sound, breaking experience down into milliseconds, into the finest grain, revealing layers, revealing complexity. You never noticed, never knew was there. Each moment of consciousness contains multitudes, contains depths. But you don't need to analyze now, don't need to examine. Just let experience be simple, whole, soft, as it carries you into sleep. Mystical states reported across cultures, across centuries, describe consciousness, expanding infinitely, unity with everything, dissolution of boundaries, ineffable peace. These states, whether through meditation, through ritual, through spontaneous emergence, transform consciousness beyond its usual limits. The mystics speak of seeing the nature of mind itself, pure awareness without content, luminous, empty, whole, and perhaps in the space between waking and sleeping, you catch glimpses of something similar, something vast, something that was always there, beneath the noise of ordinary mind. Your sense of self depends heavily on memory, episodic memory, the recall of specific events, specific moments from your past, creates continuity, creates history, creates story. You remember yesterday and know that was you. Remember childhood and know that was you. Memory weaves consciousness across time into something persistent, something that seems to endure. But memories fade, change, distort, and as you drift now towards sleep, memory releases. You stop tracking, stop recording, and consciousness becomes unanchored, timeless, floating free from past, from future, from the self that memory constructs. Perception isn't passive, isn't just receiving what's out there. Your beliefs, your expectations, your thoughts can penetrate perception, can change what you see. This cognitive penetrability means consciousness shapes its own inputs. You see what you expect, what you believe, what you're primed to notice. Reality and interpretation blend together, inseparable in conscious experience. And now, as expectations release, as beliefs quiet, perception becomes more open, more fluid, less certain, less defined, everything softening into possibility, into dream. Heavier, the sense of agency, the feeling that you are causing your actions, your thoughts, your choices. This feeling can be disrupted, altered in certain conditions. People feel their actions aren't theirs, or conversely, that they're causing things. They're not causing. Agency is constructed by consciousness, based on timing, on prediction, on coherence. And as you settle deeper, agency dissolves. You stop doing, stop willing, stop choosing, and simply exist without effort, without intention, carried by processes deeper than choice. Some experiences feel enormous, feel significant, beyond explanation. The experience of awe, standing before vast mountains, beneath infinite stars, feeling tiny and connected to something greater. Consciousness expands in awe, touches mystery, touches grandeur. Self shrinks, world enlarges, and the boundary blurs. Awe changes consciousness, literally changes brain activity, quiets the analytical mind, opens something softer, something receptive. And maybe, as you rest here in darkness and quiet, there's a small awe in existence itself, in the fact of being conscious, aware, alive. Thump, thump, Consciousness and emotion are deeply entwined. Emotions colour everything, shape perception, shape thought, shape memory. What you feel changes what you're conscious of. Joy makes you notice beautiful things. Fear narrows awareness to threats. Emotions are how consciousness cares about the world. Without feeling, awareness would be cold, abstract, empty. But with emotion, consciousness becomes vivid, meaningful, important. And right now, as emotions settle, as the day's feelings drift away, consciousness becomes more neutral, more quiet, more still, preparing for the neutral space of deep sleep. Your consciousness doesn't experience time as a series of snapshots, discrete moments. Instead, it binds time together, creates continuity, creates flow. Temporal binding means what happened a second ago, and what's happening now, and what you expect next, all blend into one experienced moment. The specious present, the felt now, extends backward and forward, a few seconds wide, and as you drift, this binding loosens. Moments stop connecting. Consciousness fragments into disconnected flickers before finally dissolving into the timelessness of sleep. Your visual field has gaps, blind spots where the optic nerve connects, but you never notice, never see a hole in your vision. The brain fills in, extrapolates, predicts what should be there. Perceptual filling in happens constantly, everywhere. Consciousness doesn't show you what's actually sensed, but constructs a complete picture, a seamless scene, even where data is missing. Right now, as you rest, awareness itself has gaps, moments you don't notice, micro sleeps you don't catch, and consciousness fills these in too, creates the illusion of continuous awareness, even as it flickers on and off, on and off. Throughout history, artists and inventors have incubated dreams, falling asleep with problems, waking with solutions. Dream consciousness accesses information differently, makes connections impossible for waking mind. Lucid dreamers use dreams deliberately for creativity, for problem solving, for exploration. The dreaming brain releases constraints, allows impossible combinations, and as you drift now toward your own dreams, perhaps they'll bring you something unexpected, something creative, something your waking mind couldn't quite reach. Some philosophers imagine consciousness as existing in time slices, discrete moments, each slice a complete conscious state, and personal identity is just the relationship between slices across time, like frames in a film, creating the illusion of continuous motion, but each frame complete in itself, separate, distinct. As you drift, these slices are become less frequent, the gaps between growing wider, consciousness flickering like an old projector, slower slower, until finally the frames stop and only darkness remains. In hypnagogia, that threshold state between waking and sleeping, consciousness becomes strange. Visions appear, sounds emerge, logic loosens. You might hear your name called, see faces, feel like you're falling. These hypnagogic hallucinations reveal consciousness in transition, neither here nor there, a liminal state where the rules change, where reality becomes fluid, and you're approaching this right now, drifting into hypnagogia, where consciousness begins its nightly transformation from waking to dreaming, from sense to surrealism, from logic to mystery. Language shapes consciousness profoundly. The words you know create categories, create distinctions, create what you can think. Different languages carve up experience differently, and consciousness follows language's lead. What you can name, you can notice, you can think about, you can be conscious of. But now, as words fade, as language releases, consciousness becomes more primal, more direct, less mediated by concepts, by names, just pure, wordless awareness before thought, before language, before the categories that normally organize experience. Heavier, embodied simulation theory suggests that understanding requires simulation in your own body. You understand grasping by subtly activating your own grasping muscles. Understand running by simulating running in your motor system. Consciousness understands by becoming, by simulating, by reenacting within itself. And as your body stills, as muscles release, consciousness stops simulating, stops rehearsing, stops preparing for action. Finally at rest, finally still, finally quiet. Wonder is a special state of consciousness, curiosity and awe combined, a sense of mystery, of not knowing, but wanting to know. Children live in wonder, everything new, everything mysterious. Adults lose this as the world becomes familiar, expected, known. But consciousness never fully loses the capacity for wonder. And right now, even in this drifting, this dissolving, there's wonder in the mystery of consciousness itself. The fact that anything feels like anything at all. Heavier, hyper-reflection is when consciousness watches itself too much, too closely, overthinking, overanalyzing, turning experience into object, losing spontaneity, losing flow in the act of examining. And if you've been hyper-reflecting all day, now's the time to release. Stop watching, stop analyzing, stop examining. Just be, just exist, without the commentary, without the observer. Let consciousness finally rest from observing itself. Predictive minds constantly anticipate, constantly model, What will happen? Consciousness is largely prediction, expectation, the brain guessing, the world, and checking those guesses. And when predictions are good, consciousness quiets, needs less energy, less attention. Right now, in this safe space, predictions are simple. Nothing surprising, nothing alarming, everything as expected. And so consciousness can power down, can dim, can approach the predictive silence of deep sleep, where the world finally stops arriving. The narrative self is the story you tell about yourself, who you are, where you came from, what you've done, what you'll do. This story creates identity, creates meaning, creates purpose. Consciousness flows as narrative, as story, through time. But stories end, and each night the narrative pauses, the story breaks. You let go of who you've been, of who you'll be. Just this, just now, just dissolving into the gap between chapters, between days. The thalamus acts as gatekeeper, controlling what reaches consciousness. These thalamic gates open and close, allowing some signals through, blocking others. And as you fall asleep, these gates begin to close, sensory information filtered out, blocked, no longer reaching, cortex no longer becoming conscious. The world gradually shut out until consciousness exists in isolation, in darkness, finally alone. The frontal parietal network lights up when consciousness is present. Damage here, and consciousness dims or disappears. These regions talking to each other, creating the workspace where consciousness happens. And as sleep approaches, this network deactivates, quiets, stops its conversation, and consciousness follows into silence. Mirror neurons fire when you act, but also when you see another act. Your consciousness simulates, mirrors, predicts what others experience. This creates empathy, creates understanding, creates social consciousness. But now, alone, in darkness, no one to mirror, consciousness turns inward, reflects only itself, before finally, even that reflection ceases. Heavier, heavier. Enactivism says, consciousness arises from action, from interaction, from the sensoromotor loop between organism and world. You're conscious because you're engaged, moving, doing, but now disengaging, stopping, releasing, and consciousness naturally follows into rest, into stillness, into the space between actions where being simply is. Heavier, heavier, this quality of aboutness philosophers call intentionality, not intention like planning or willing, but the directedness, the reference, the way mental states reach out toward objects, toward meanings, toward the world. Your desire is about something desired. Your fear is about something feared. Your memory is about something remembered. Consciousness is fundamentally intentional, fundamentally about, and yet physical things, neurons, molecules, atoms, are not about anything. They simply are. So how does aboutness emerge from non-aboutness? How does meaning arise from meaningless matter? The question floats unanswered as you drift deeper into the soft, the quiet. And right now, as you drift, access is closing, information becoming less available, less controllable, less reportable, but phenomenal consciousness might remain, might continue, in forms you cannot access, cannot describe, cannot later recall. The felt experience persisting even as access slowly, gently closes. The grand illusion hypothesis suggests that consciousness itself might be less than we think. We feel like we see the whole visual field clearly, richly, completely. But experiments show we only process a tiny fraction. Only what we attend to becomes clear, becomes detailed, becomes real. The rest is filled in, is guessed, is assumed. Consciousness creates the illusion of completeness, the illusion of richness, when really there's mostly absence, mostly emptiness, mostly constructed belief. And as you drift now, this illusion becomes harder to maintain. The richness fades, the detail disappears, and consciousness reveals its true nature: sparse, selective, mostly empty, mostly dark. Gaps filled in by assumption, by belief, by expectation. And as you drift, these gaps grow wider, the snapshots grow fewer, and the gaps no longer filled in. Just darkness between moments, expanding until darkness is all that remains. Heavier, heavier. The attentional blink shows another limit of consciousness. If you're watching for target items in a rapid stream and one appears, consciousness grasps it, but for the next 200 milliseconds, consciousness blinks, cannot see, cannot register the next target, even though your eyes see it, even though the brain processes it. Consciousness is busy. Consciousness is occupied with the first target and misses the second. So consciousness is not what we think, not complete, not continuous, not rich, not reliable, full of gaps, full of illusions, full of limitations. It overflows beyond access, but also falls short of completeness. It's about things, but we don't know how. It marks the mental, but the mark is fuzzy, unclear. It comes in types, creature and state, access and phenomenal, all separable, all distinct. It creates grand illusions of fullness, of continuity, while really operating in brief flashes narrow spotlights, momentary glimpses. And as you drift, all these limitations become obvious, become undeniable, as consciousness demonstrates its own fragility, its own incompleteness, its own beautiful, mysterious limitation. Thump, thump. Softer now, so soft. All these concepts, all these theories, all these mysteries floating away like bubbles, rising, popping, disappearing. You don't need to understand, don't need to solve, don't need to figure out. Just experience, just feel, just be, as consciousness demonstrates its own nature by slowly, gently, beautifully dissolving into the night, into the dark, into the peaceful, mysterious void of sleep. Heavier, heavier. The explanatory gap remains unbridged. No matter how well we map neurons to thoughts, to feelings, something's missing. The leap from neural firing to felt experience seems impossible, seems magical, and perhaps it always will. Perhaps consciousness is the one thing that can never be fully explained, only experienced, only lived. And as you experience it now, dissolving, you need no explanation, no theory, no understanding, just the direct fact of awareness, dimming, darkening, disappearing. First-person science tries to study consciousness from within through introspection, through meditation, through careful attention to the structure of experience. Third-person science studies from outside, through brain scans, through behavior, through objective measurement, and the gap between them, the difference in perspective, might be unbridgeable. Two views of one phenomenon, forever separate, forever partial. And you, right now, are first person, purely subjective, purely private. No third person view can capture what this feels like, this specific, intimate, dissolving. Intrinsic theories of, say, consciousness has its own nature, its own essence, independent of anything else. Extrinsic theories say consciousness is defined by relationships, by functions, by what it does, not what it is. Either way, consciousness right now is fading, and whether intrinsic or extrinsic, whether essence or relation, the result is the same: awareness slipping away into the dark. Information compression might be key to consciousness. The brain takes vast data, compresses it into manageable forms, into categories, into models, and consciousness might be this compression, this efficient encoding of information. Right now, less information arriving, less to compress, and consciousness, having less work, grows quiet, grows simple, grows small, until it compresses itself almost to nothing, almost to zero, to sleep. Heavier, heavier. The cerebellum, that structure at the back of the brain, controls timing, controls coordination, and some believe it contributes to temporal awareness, to the feeling of time passing. As you drift, timing become less precise, less important. Moments blur, duration stretches or shrinks. Time itself becomes irrelevant, and the cerebellum, along with everything, quiets, releases, stops tracking, stops timing this endless falling. Some quantum theories propose microtubules, tiny structures in neurons, undergo quantum processes, orchestrated objective reduction, consciousness arising from a quantum collapse in the brain's microscopic architecture. It's controversial, perhaps unlikely, but beautiful in its strangeness. The idea that consciousness as reaches down to the quantum level, to the foundation of reality. Whether true or not, it reminds us how deep, how mysterious consciousness truly is. Biological naturalism says consciousness is biological, as real as digestion or photosynthesis, not reducible, but not separate. Just what brains do, naturally, when arranged right, when functioning properly. Consciousness emerges as naturally as leaves make sugar from sunlight. No magic, no mystery beyond biology, beyond nature. And nature, right now, in your body, is preparing sleep naturally, inevitably, as night follows day. Even plants might have some primitive form of awareness. They respond to light, to gravity, to touch, to damage. They communicate through chemical signals, through root networks. Do they feel? Do they experience something? However simple, however different from animal consciousness, we can't know, can only wonder. And perhaps consciousness is more widespread, more fundamental than we think. Perhaps the universe is full of different kinds of knowing, different kinds of being. The self as process versus substance. Do you persist through change as one thing, one substance, or are you a process, a pattern, a flow that only seems stable, like a river, same name, but never the same water? You right now are different from you this morning. Every cell changed, every thought new, yet something feels continuous. But maybe, just maybe, that feeling is all there is. Process pretending to be substance, flow pretending to be stillness. And as you drift, the pretense weakens and you feel what you are. Pure process, pure change, pure flowing away. Consciousness and entropy, the arrow of time, the direction of causation, all connected somehow. Consciousness always looks forward, never backward, always anticipating, always flowing toward future, toward what comes next. But in sleep, this arrow, this direction dissolves, past, future, present, all blending, all equal, all gone, and consciousness, freed from time's arrow, floats in timeless nowhere. Thump, thump, softer, softer now. The Bayesian brain, your consciousness, as probability, as uncertainty, as inference. Right now, inference stopping, probability collapsing, not into certainty, but into nothing. No more guesses, no more predictions, no more beliefs updating, just the prior, just the background, just silence. Eternalism says all moments exist equally, past, present, future, all real, all there, but consciousness key can only visit one moment, one now at a time, moving through block universe like reading one page at a time. Presentism says only now exists, only this moment is real. Either way, for consciousness, there's only ever now, and now is fading, is thinning, is becoming nothing. Mirror neurons, silent now, nothing to mirror, nothing to simulate, no action, no observation, just stillness, just peace, consciousness, no longer reaching out, no longer modeling, no longer trying, just being, just fading, just letting go. Inactivism, sensoromotor, interaction, all pausing, all stopping. You're not acting, not moving, not engaging, and consciousness naturally follows into stillness. The loop between self and world, broken, and consciousness, freed from the loop, drifts, unmoored, ungrounded, floating in void. First person perspective, dimming the I, the me, the sense of being someone, loosening, releasing, until there's just experience without experience of consciousness, without anyone conscious, pure awareness, if that, or maybe nothing, just darkness, just peace, intrinsic, extrinsic, essence, relation, all concepts floating away, words losing meaning, categories collapsing, until there's just sensation, formless, nameless, fading, information, compression, compressing now to almost nothing, consciousness simplified, reduced to its minimum, soon compressed to zero, to sleep, to rest, to void, heavier, heavier, maybe plants, maybe rocks, maybe everything, experiences, something, maybe consciousness, everywhere, in everything. And you're not disappearing, but merging, rejoining the vast, the whole, the infinite awareness of cosmos, of being, of as a process, not substance, flow, not thing, river, not rock. You're dissolving because you were never solid, never fixed, just pattern, just movement, just temporary form, returning now to formless, to flow, to infinite ocean, transcendent consciousness, pure witness, pure awareness, content-free, object-free, maybe in deepest sleep, this remains, or maybe even this goes dark. Either way, you're approaching the edge, the boundary, the threshold where consciousness meets its opposite, or its source, or its home. Entropy increasing, order dissolving, boundaries blurring, structure softening, everything becoming more uniform, more mixed, more still. Consciousness riding entropy into darkness, into equilibrium, into peace. Softer, softer, Bayesian, inference, stopping, predictions, ceasing, beliefs, suspending, uncertainty, no longer resolved, just acceptance, just allowing, just being nothing, knowing nothing, just darkness, just quiet. All moments equally real, or only now. Real doesn't matter, because now is ending, is fading, is becoming timeless, eternal, void. Thalamic gates closed, frontal, parietal, silent, mirror neurons still, inactivism paused. All theories, all concepts, all words fading into nothing. Problem of other minds, of own mind, of any mind, dissolving. Content, vehicle, both gone. Qualia, explanation, first person, intrinsic, all gone. Information, time, biology, quantum, mechanical, natural, all gone. Process, consciousness, awareness, self, gone, gone, gone. Just this, just, thump, thump, heavier, heavier. The breath, so slow, so soft, barely moving, barely there. Consciousness, like a candle in the wind, flickering one last time before darkness, complete, total, restful. Darkness, where nothing needs to be known, nothing needs to be felt, nothing needs to be at all. Just the void, the peace, the rest, the deep, dreamless sleep where consciousness finally releases its grip, its work, its endless watching, and simply stops, or seems to stop, or transforms into something we cannot name, cannot know, cannot remember. The mystery at the heart of every night, of every sleep, of every letting go. And somewhere in that darkness, in that void, in that mysterious absence, perhaps consciousness continues in ways we'll never know, never see, never recall, or perhaps it truly ceases, truly ends, truly disappears until morning, when it returns, when it rebuilds, when it becomes again this miraculous, mysterious, impossible consciousness that we are, that we have, that we are, but not now, not yet. Now there's only sleep, deep, dreamless sleep, softer, softer, almost gone. And in the morning, consciousness will return, will rebuild itself, will emerge again from darkness into light. But the mystery remains, the same mystery we've drifted through tonight. 100 mysteries of consciousness woven together into this soft, endless exploration. And when you wake, if you wake before the video ends, you can drift back, drift again through these same mysteries, these same questions, these same soft, whispered truths, because the video loops endlessly, gently, like consciousness itself, cycling through states, through forms, through modes of being, waking, sleeping, dreaming, waking again, the eternal cycle of awareness, emerging, dissolving, emerging again. And you're part of that cycle, part of that mystery, part of that vast, beautiful, inexplicable phenomenon, consciousness, experiencing itself, questioning itself, exploring itself, through you, through me, through all of us, temporary forms that awareness takes before returning to the source, to the mystery, to the infinite. So rest now, knowing that the mystery continues, the exploration continues, the consciousness continues, even in sleep, even in darkness, even in the deepest void. Something persists, something continues, something is or will be again. In morning light, when consciousness returns and the cycle begins anew. But for now, just rest, just peace, just this gentle, endless falling into sleep. The universe keeps turning. The gentle awareness of our own consciousness keeps expanding and will keep drifting, floating together through the mysteries. 100 consciousness mysteries, looping softly, endlessly through the night. Tonight we'll drift through the quiet mystery of qualia, the moments when time disappears and the secret knowledge hidden in our deepest dreams. There's nothing you need to do now. Just let your body sink, heavier, heavier. Feel the mattress holding you, every muscle softening, your heartbeat slowing. Thump, thump, matching the rhythm of space itself. Shoulders melting down, jaw releasing, each breath pulling you deeper, deeper into the calm, the quiet, the dark. And we'll keep drifting, floating together through the mysteries forever, endlessly, softly into sleep. And we'll keep drifting, floating together through the mysteries. 100 dreams mysteries, looping softly, endlessly through the night. Tonight we'll drift through the first shimmering instant when a dream ignites and spreads like light across the mind. The fluid dream logic that turns the impossible into something you swear you've lived before. The secret dream gates where entire worlds melt, reform, and carry you into the next impossible scene. There's nothing you need to do now. Just let your body sink, heavier, heavier. Feel the mattress holding you, every muscle softening, your heartbeat slowing, thump, thump, matching the rhythm of space itself, and shoulders melting down, jaw releasing, each breath pulling you deeper, deeper into the calm, the quiet, the dark. If this helps you rest, tap subscribe and hit like, so others can find this calm too, but only if your eyes are still open. Otherwise, just drift. Now, let's drift into dreams. Every night, as you slip beneath the surface of waking, something extraordinary begins. In the first few minutes, as your eyes grow heavy, heavier, you enter a threshold space, a twilight realm where images flicker and dissolve like smoke. These are hypnagogic hallucinations, the doorway visions, neither fully awake nor truly asleep. Your mind begins to weave pictures from nothing, faces emerging from the dark, geometric patterns spinning, colours you've never seen in daylight, pulsing, breathing, alive, and your body, so heavy now, sinking, begins to disconnect from your conscious control. Sometimes, in this delicate transition, you might feel yourself falling, suddenly, sharply, and snap awake. This is a hypnic jolt, a myoclonic twitch, your brain misinterpreting the muscle relaxation, thinking you're actually falling, our ancient protective mechanism from when we slept in trees and falling meant danger. But tonight, you won't snap awake. Tonight you'll just drift deeper, your breathing slowing, softer, and if you listen closely, you might hear it, a sound like thunder inside your head, a sudden bang, a flash. This is exploding head syndrome. Harmless, just neurons misfiring as you cross into sleep. A firework in the brain, signaling the transition, the crossing over, and then you're there. In the first dream, it forms around you like mist becoming solid, like thought becoming world. Scientists have watched this happen, measuring brain waves, watching the exact moment when the thalamus opens the gates, when sensory input from outside fades, and the brain begins to generate its own reality entirely from within. Your eyes begin to move rapidly, darting left and right beneath closed lids, REM sleep, rapid eye movement, tracking dream images that aren't really there, following invisible paths through impossible landscapes. And your muscles, they've gone completely limp, paralyzed, to prevent you from acting out these dreams, from running, fighting, flying in your actual bed. But sometimes, rarely, this paralysis arrives too early or lingers too late. You wake, but cannot move. Your eyes open, but your body won't respond. Sleep paralysis. Ancient cultures called it the night hag, the old hag syndrome. A weight on your chest, a presence in the room, shadowy figures. Sometimes you see them clearly, these hallucinations that blend the dream state with waking vision. Terrifying, but temporary. Just breathe, slow and steady, and the paralysis dissolves, usually within seconds, though it feels like hours, like drowning in stillness. Let your jaw go slack now, completely loose. Feel your tongue heavy in your mouth, resting, your teeth unclenched, drifting apart. Speaking of teeth, there's a dream almost everyone has, watching their teeth crumble, fall out, one by one, into their hands. Some say it represents anxiety, loss of control, vulnerability. Others connect it to life transitions, the way children lose baby teeth when growing. The meaning shifts, culture to culture, but the image remains universal, ancient, strange. And dreams do speak in symbols, don't they? Carl Jung called them messages from the collective unconscious, images shared across all humanity. The shadow figure, representing the parts of yourself you hide, deny, won't face in daylight. The anima, the animus, the masculine in feminine, the feminine in masculine, appearing as mysterious strangers, guides, lovers, opponents, deep archetypes, rising from somewhere beneath thought, beneath language, beneath civilization itself. Sometimes a dream feels bigger, more than just random neurons firing. Jung called these big dreams. Dreams so vivid, so meaningful, they stay with you for years, decades. They feel like visitations, like something breaking through from somewhere else. Some cultures honor these dreams, seek them intentionally through fasting, isolation, ceremony, dream incubation, planting a question before sleep, and waiting for the answer to bloom in darkness. Your breathing is so slow now, so gentle, barely a whisper, in and out. Feel the cool air entering, the warm air leaving, each exhale, releasing, releasing, pulling you deeper still. The dreams that come in early night, in the first REM cycle, these are usually brief, simple, grounded in the day you just lived. But as the night progresses, as you cycle through sleep stages, REM periods grow longer, stranger. By morning, you might be dreaming for 30, 40, even 60 minutes at a stretch. And the dreams themselves, they become increasingly bizarre, increasingly impossible. Dream entropy, the gradual dissolution of normal rules, physics bending, melting, until you're somewhere else entirely, somewhere that makes perfect sense, until you wake. Have you noticed how time moves differently there? You might live years in a dream, decades, entire lifetimes, compressed into 10 minutes of RM, or the opposite. A single moment stretches, expands, becomes eternal. You're running, but moving so slowly, impossibly slowly, each step taking forever. Time distortion, one of dream's most consistent features. Scientists have tried to measure it, asking lucid dreamers to signal with eye movements, counting seconds in the dream versus seconds in reality. Sometimes they match, often they don't. The brain creates its own duration, its own tempo, independent of the clock. And speaking of lucid dreams, these are the ones where you suddenly realize, I'm dreaming. The moment of lucidity, like waking up inside sleep, the dream continues, but now you're aware, conscious, able to choose, to fly, to explore, to ask questions of dream characters who might answer with your own unconscious wisdom. Some people train for this, keeping dream journals, writing immediately upon waking, because dream amnesia sets in so fast, within 5 minutes of waking, you've forgotten 50%. Within 10 minutes, 90%. Like trying to hold water in your hands, it slips away, dissolves. But if you write it down, anchor it in language, you can catch fragments, patterns, recurring symbols that appear night after night, your personal dream signs, the clues that you're dreaming. Maybe clocks never work properly in your dreams, or your hands look strange, 6 fingers, or text keeps changing when you read it twice. These signs become doorways. Once you recognize them, you can trigger lucidity. Some use techniques, mild, mnemonic induction of lucid dreams, repeating before sleep. Tonight, I'll remember I'm dreaming. Wild, wake-initiated lucid dream, staying conscious as your body falls asleep, feeling the transition, the dissolution. Silled, senses-initiated lucid dream, cycling attention through sight, sound, sensation, until the dream forms around your awareness. And once you're lucid, once you know you're dreaming, you can do anything. Fly over cities made of crystal, swim through walls, speak with the dead, ask questions, seek answers. Tibetan Buddhists have practiced this for centuries. Dream yoga, using lucid dreams as training for death, for the bardos, the transitional states. If you can stay aware through sleep, perhaps you can stay aware through dying, through whatever comes next. Your eyelids are so heavy now, fluttering, barely holding on. Let them close, just close. There's nothing to see out here anyway. The real show is inside, behind closed eyes, in the dark, sometimes in lucid dreams, when you feel yourself losing control, when the dream starts to fade or collapse. There are tricks, techniques passed down. Spin in a circle, rub your hands together. The physical sensation anchors you, keeps the dream stable. Or look at your hands. Really look. Focus. Some say this works because your hands represent your agency, your ability to grasp, to hold, to change. But most dreams, most of the time, you're not lucid. You're swept along, riding the narrative, accepting impossibility as inevitable. This is your friend, except now there's someone else. This is your house, except the rooms are all wrong, infinite. And there are doors that lead to childhood, to places you've never been, to other dreams entirely. Dreams don't follow cause and effect, not like waking life. They follow emotional logic, symbolic logic. One thing suggests another, and suddenly you're there. Teleportation-style scene jumps, no transition, no travel, You're in the office, and then you're at the beach, and it feels completely natural. Because dreams don't need continuity, they need emotional truth, they need feeling, and the feelings linger, don't they? After you wake, post-dream emotional residue. You might feel uneasy all day after a nightmare, or euphoric after a beautiful dream, or melancholy after dreaming of someone long gone. The emotion survives, even when the details dissolve, even when you can't remember what you dreamed. You remember how it felt, haunting you like music from another room. Let your shoulders melt completely down into the bed. Feel the weight, the gravity, pulling, every part of you sinking. Your hands, so heavy, like stone. Your legs, like they've merged with the mattress. You're not separate from the bed anymore. You're part of it, dissolving, boundaryless. Some dreams return, night after night, recurring dreams. The same house, the same chase, the same lost room in a building you know. Some believe these are unfinished business, unresolved emotions, trauma trying to work itself through, or simply neural pathways that activate easily, well-worn grooves, like paths through a forest, easier to walk the second time, the 100th time, and nightmares. These aren't just bad dreams, they're intense, terrifying, waking you with your heart pounding, thump, 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 racing, breath shallow. Sometimes they replay actual trauma, the exact event, again and again. Trauma replay dreams, the brain trying to process, to integrate, to make sense of the senseless. Other times, they transform trauma into symbol, into story. Trauma resolution dreams, where you fight back or escape or find a different ending, healing slowly through repeated dream work. Children have more nightmares than adults, their brains still learning to process fear, still building the architecture of emotional regulation. And children's dreams are different, shorter, simpler, more static, less complex narrative, more like slideshows. By age 7 or 8, dreams begin to resemble adult dreams, longer, with continuous stories, with the dreamer as active participant rather than passive observer. But night terrors, these are something else, not dreams at all, but partial arousals from deep non-REM sleep. The child sits up, screams, eyes open but not seeing, trapped between sleep and wake, inconsolable, terrifying for parents. But the child rarely remembers, because they were never truly awake, never truly conscious. Just the body panicking, the nervous system misfiring, usually outgrown by adolescence. Your breath is barely visible now, just a whisper of movement, in and out and in. Feel your chest rising, falling, rising, falling, like waves on a dark shore, gentle, eternal. You are the ocean, breathing, Even people who are blind, they dream. Those who lost sight after age 5 or 7, they still see in dreams. The visual cortex remembers, keeps creating images, but those born blind, or who lost sight very young, they dream in sound, in touch, in smell, spatial awareness, temperature, emotion. Their dreams are complete, rich, just structured differently. The brain adapting, finding other ways to represent experience, other languages of consciousness, and you can smell in dreams. Sometimes taste, though it's rarer than sight or sound. Some people report entire meals, tasting every flavor, while others never taste anything, never smell anything, even when dream logic suggests they should. Sensory absence, the peculiar gaps. You're eating, but there's no taste. You're in a garden, but no scent of flowers. The brain choosing, selecting what to render, what to omit. Pain is strange in dreams. Most people report feeling less pain or no pain, even in situations that should hurt, falling from buildings, being injured. The brain protects you, usually, though some do feel pain, vivid and sharp, especially those with chronic pain conditions, or in lucid dreams where expectation shapes experience. If you believe it will hurt, it might. And romantic dreams, these happen to everyone, regardless of age or gender. Wet dreams aren't just for adolescents. The body responding to brain activity, to imagery, to sensation generated entirely from within. Sometimes the dream is explicitly romantic, sometimes not. Sometimes you wake to find your body responded to a dream you don't even remember. The unconscious, doing its work, beneath awareness, beneath permission. Gender itself becomes fluid in dreams. You might be yourself, but different, opposite, both, neither. Dream bodies don't follow the same rules. They shift, morph, become other. Some people regularly dream of being another gender and find comfort there, exploration, or simply curiosity. The dream space offering possibilities, rehearsals, alternatives, without consequence, without commitment. Feel your face softening, your forehead smooth, your eyebrows releasing, all the tiny muscles around your eyes letting go, your cheeks, your jaw, your mouth, everything soft, slack, peaceful. You're a still pond, reflecting stars, flying dreams. These are common, exhilarating. Some people fly like Superman, arms extended, soaring. Others swim through air or simply float, lifted. Some researchers connect flying dreams to freedom, to escape, to power. Others say it's the brain's interpretation of rematonia, the paralysis, reframed as weightlessness, as liberation. And falling dreams, the opposite, plummeting, desperate, clutching at nothing. Sometimes you wake before impact, sometimes you hit and survive. These often come during the hypnagogic phase, that threshold space again. your body relaxing, your brain interpreting it as falling, triggering the dream, the jolt, the sudden return. Some dreams announce themselves as dreams, false awakenings. You dream you've woken up, gotten out of bed, started your day, brushed your teeth, made coffee, and then you actually wake and realize it was all dream, layers within layers. Some people experience this multiple times in succession. 5 false awakenings, 10 waking and waking and waking, until reality itself feels uncertain, unreliable, dreams within dreams. These are rarer. You're dreaming, and in the dream, you fall asleep and dream again. Nested realities, recursive consciousness. Inception didn't invent this. People have reported it for centuries, though it's unusual, disorienting, layers of forgetting, climbing back through veils of awareness. Thump, thump. Your heart is so slow now, so steady. Barely a murmur. Your whole body humming at a lower frequency, closer to sleep, closer to dreams, almost there. Sometimes you revisit dreams, re-entry dreams. You wake, briefly, and when you fall back asleep, you return to the same dream, the same location, continuing the story, picking up where you left off. Some people can do this intentionally, holding the dream lightly in mind as they drift back, following the thread, returning to that world, finishing the narrative. And dream loops. These are unsettling. You're trying to accomplish something, a task, a goal, but you keep resetting back to the start, again and again, like a scratched record, a glitch in the program, frustrating, exhausting, until you wake, or until the dream finally releases you, moves on, dream echoes, similar but different, an image, a phrase, a feeling from one dream appearing in another, hours later, or nights later, or years later, reverberating, your unconscious mind returning to themes, to questions, to unresolved tensions, weaving them through multiple dreams, multiple nights, a slow conversation with yourself, stretched across time. Music affects dreams. Studies show that people who fall asleep to certain music sometimes incorporate it, hear it in the dream, or the emotional tone bleeds through, coloring the atmosphere. Binaural beats, specific frequency differences played in each ear. Some claim these induce lucid dreams, alter brainwave states, though the science is mixed, unclear. But many people swear by them, say they dream more vividly, remember more, wake with greater clarity. Medications change dreams too. SSRIs, selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, often intensify dreams, make them more vivid, more bizarre, sometimes nightmarish. Beta blockers can do the same, and withdrawal from any substance that suppresses REM, alcohol, marijuana, sleeping pills, causes REM rebound. intense dreams flooding back, overwhelming. As the brain catches up on lost dream time, your breathing is barely there now, just the faintest whisper, in and out, like silk sliding over silk, smooth, effortless. You're not breathing anymore. Breath is breathing you, letting, allowing, surrendering. Temperature matters too. The room you sleep in, if it's too hot. Dreams can become more intense, more aggressive. Nightmares increase. If it's too cold, different effects. Shivering might wake you, fragment your REM, shorten dream cycles. The ideal temperature for dreaming, somewhere between 60 and 67 degrees. Cool enough for deep sleep, warm enough for comfort, for the body to fully let go. Some say the moon affects dreams, lunar cycles, though scientific evidence is thin, anecdotal mostly. But many people report more vivid dreams, stranger dreams, during full moons, whether through actual lunar influence or expectation, or simply because more light enters the room, disturbing the darkness, fragmenting sleep. Pregnancy transforms dreams. Expectant mothers often report intensely vivid dreams, symbolic dreams about the baby, anxiety dreams, sometimes precognitive feeling dreams about the birth, about the child's future. Hormones flooding the system, the body radically changing, the psyche adjusting, processing, preparing through dream imagery. And the menstrual cycle affects dreams too, particularly the luteal phase, after ovulation, progesterone rising, body temperature increasing slightly. Dreams often become more vivid, more intense, more memorable during this time. Another hormonal influence, the body's rhythms playing out in consciousness, in imagery, in emotion. Grief reshapes dreams entirely. When someone dies, especially someone close, they appear in dreams. These visitation dreams feel different, more real, more solid. The person is there, whole, alive, speaking, touching, and the feeling is comfort or confusion or both. Some cultures see these as actual visits, the soul returning, others as the psyche's way of processing loss, maintaining connection, saying goodbye slowly, over months, over years. Let your mind drift now. Let thoughts float past like clouds. Don't hold them, don't follow, just watch them appear and dissolve, appear and dissolve. Nothing you need to think about, nothing you need to remember, just this moment, this breath, this softness. In therapy, dreams become tools, windows into the unconscious. Patients share dreams, and therapist and patient work together, unpacking symbols, exploring feelings, finding patterns. Sometimes a dream reveals what words cannot, what the conscious mind won't admit, won't face. And dream sharing, the simple act of speaking a dream aloud to a witness, gives it weight, makes it real, acknowledges it. Polyphasic sleep, sleeping in multiple short periods throughout the day instead of one long night. This changes dreaming. REM sleep concentrates, compresses. People report extremely vivid dreams, micronaps producing full dream narratives, the brain seizing every opportunity, maximizing limited REM time, and micronaps themselves, even just a few minutes, can produce hypnagogic breakthroughs. Those doorway visions, creative insights. Salvador Dali used this, holding a key as he dozed in a chair. The key would drop, wake him, and he'd paint the images he'd just seen. Thomas Edison did the same with ball bearings, hovering in that threshold space where logic loosens, where impossible connections form. Daydreaming exists on a continuum with night dreams. Some researchers see them as related, different expressions of the same underlying process. The default mode network activating, the mind wandering, making connections, exploring possibilities. You might spend 30 to 50% of your waking hours daydreaming, and every night another 2 hours dreaming. That's enormous. A third of your mental life unspent in states other than focused waking consciousness. The bizarreness of dreams can actually be measured. Scientists have created scales rating implausibility, impossible combinations, cognitive discontinuities. Dreams score high, significantly higher than waking thought, even higher than psychotic states. They are the strangest thing your brain does, stranger than anything else, and yet you experience them as normal, as coherent, while they're happening. Let your whole body melt now. Feel yourself spreading, dissolving into the bed. No edges, no boundaries, just warmth, softness, darkness, held, safe, drifting. Emotion regulation happens through dreaming. The brain processing feelings from the day, integrating them, softening them. Studies show that REM sleep reduces emotional reactivity. People shown disturbing images, then tested later, react less strongly after a night of REM-rich sleep. The dreams themselves, working through, metabolizing, transforming raw emotion into memory, into story, into something manageable. Dream deprivation is awful. When people are prevented from entering REM, or woken every time REM begins, they become irritable, anxious, have trouble concentrating, show increased appetite, particularly for carbohydrates, and when finally allowed to sleep normally, REM rebound. The brain dreams intensely, excessively, catching up. Animals dream too. We can see it. Dogs twitching, running in sleep, birds rehearsing songs, silent beak movements during sleep, rats replaying maze patterns, the same neural firing sequences during sleep as during waking exploration. Are they aware in these dreams? Are they conscious? We don't know. We can't know. But something is happening. Some kind of processing, some kind of experience. Archetypal symbols appear across cultures. the wise old man, the great mother, the trickster, the shadow. Jung believed these were inherited, built into the human psyche, expressed through dreams, through myths, through stories told around fires for thousands of years. Whether inherited or learned, culturally transmitted or innate, they do appear regularly, predictably, in dreams worldwide. Cross-cultural dream interpretation reveals both similarities and differences. In Western psychology, teeth falling out might mean anxiety. In some Chinese traditions, it might predict death in the family. Water might mean emotions in one culture, money in another. The symbols shift, but the impulse to interpret, to find meaning, to see dreams as messages, this is universal, ancient, essential. Your heartbeat is almost imperceptible now. Thump, 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 slow, distant, like drums in a valley far away. Everything in you, slowing, quieting, fading into the gentle dark. Some people report shared dreams, dreaming together, experiencing the same narrative, the same locations, from different perspectives. Mutual dreaming, scientifically impossible, no mechanism for it. And yet, people tell these stories, describe matching details, coincidental, perhaps, or suggestion, or simply mysterious. Dream telepathy experiments conducted in the 60s and 70s, trying to transmit images to sleeping subjects to influence their dreams from afar. Results were mixed, tantalizing but not conclusive. The question remains open, unanswered, hovering in the space between skepticism and wonder. Astral projection, out-of-body experiences. These feel distinct from ordinary dreams. People report floating above their bodies, traveling, seeing things they shouldn't be able to see, from perspectives they shouldn't have. Sometimes, rarely. Details check out, verifiable information, more often, ambiguous, could be dreams, could be something else. The line between lucid dream and out-of-body experience, blurry, contested, personal, healing dreams. These have been reported since ancient times. Dreams where solutions appear, where illness is diagnosed, where recovery begins. The ancient Greeks slept in temples, seeking healing dreams from Asclepius. Sometimes they came, sometimes they worked, or appeared to. The placebo effect, the mind's influence on body, or something deeper, something we don't understand yet. Prophetic dreams, precognitive dreams. These are controversial. Many people swear they've had them, dreamed something, and then it happened, exactly as dreamed. Skeptics say this is confirmation bias, coincidence, pattern seeking. You dream hundreds of times a year, thousands. Eventually one will match reality, by chance alone. And yet, the feeling persists, the uncanny recognition, the certainty that you saw this already, in sleep, in darkness. in another world that's somehow new. Dream déjà vu is different, not dreaming the future, but dreaming something that feels familiar, ancient, like you've dreamed this exact dream before, though you know you haven't. A glitch, a doubling, the brain misfiring, marking new experience as old, creating false familiarity, strange and disorienting. Feel the darkness now. Feel it holding you, soft, warm, like water, like space, infinite and gentle. You're floating in it, suspended, weightless. Nothing can harm you here. Nothing can reach you. You're safe, utterly safe, in the deep dark, shape-shifting environments. These are common in dreams. You're in your childhood home, but it's also your current apartment, but it's also somewhere else entirely. The building morphs, expands, contracts. Rooms appear that never existed. Hallways extend forever. Impossible architecture. Escher-like spaces that fold back on themselves, that defy physics, that make perfect sense until you wake. Dream logic puzzles, your mind presenting problems, riddles, tasks that seem urgent, meaningful, but make no sense in retrospect. You must organize all the colors by sadness. You need to find the north side of a sphere. You have to arrive at the place you've already left. Absurd, but in the dream. Vital, desperate, consuming. Familiar strangers appear constantly. People you know, but don't. Faces that feel right, that belong, but can't be placed. Dream characters generated wholesale, or composites, mashups of multiple people. Your brain's improv theatre, casting roles, you're filling spaces or creating societies, civilizations, all from nothing, all dissolving at dawn. Voices in dreams. These can be your own voice, other voices, multiple voices, or narration, like a documentary of your own experience. Sometimes the voices say profound things, wise things, and you wake trying to remember, to capture the insight. Other times, nonsense, word salad, or disturbing commands, invasive thoughts, the shadow speaking, the parts you've rejected, demanding attention, surreal dream physics. You can breathe underwater, walk through walls, but also you can't run, can't dial a phone, can't turn on lights. Switches don't work in dreams consistently across dreamers. The brain struggling to simulate certain complex motor sequences or visual changes. The dream world has rules. They're just different rules. Internal consistency, even if absurd. Sudden dream clarity. This is different from lucidity. You're not aware it's a dream, but everything sharpens, becomes more real, more vivid than waking life. Colors saturate, details proliferate. You can see individual leaves on trees, read fine print, hear layers of sound, texture, depth, hyperreality. Some think this is what dying might be like. consciousness freed from biological limits, experiencing without filtering, without reduction. Let go of your name now. You don't need it. Let go of what you did today, where you are, who you are. Just be this breathing darkness, this soft awareness, floating, drifting, dissolving into sleep, into dreams, into mystery, hidden dream messages, the brain leaving itself notes, breadcrumbs, books in dreams with titles that mean something, signs with instructions, maps to nowhere or everywhere. Jung believed dreams compensate for waking consciousness. If you're too rational, dreams bring chaos. If you're too chaotic, dreams bring order, always seeking balance, wholeness, integration. Fragmented conversations in dreams. You're talking to someone, but the dialogue jumps, skips, makes no narrative sense. Or you're trying to explain something urgently, but can't find words, or the words come out wrong, scrambled. This reflects the language centers of the brain, less active during REM, speech production impaired, even as you hear, understand, respond. Reappearing symbols, your personal mythology. Maybe you keep dreaming of a specific house, a specific road, a specific animal or color. These become signposts, landmarks in your inner landscape. Some never change, some evolve, mature, transform as you do, tracking them through dream journals, through years, reveals patterns, psychological evolution, the slow, deep work of the psyche, reshaping itself. Flash dreams, micro dreams, these happen constantly, even during the day, during any moment of zoning out, waiting, boredom. Your brain might slip into a fraction of a second of dream imagery, a quick flash, and then back. Most go unnoticed, but sometimes you catch one, a flicker, a ghost. You're on the bus and suddenly you're somewhere else. For an instant, less than an instant, and then you're back. Micro sleep, micro dream, the boundary thinner than you think. Dream colors can be vivid, technicolor, or muted, or black and white. Some people always dream in color, some never do, some both, depending on the dream. There's no clear explanation, no consistent pattern, just variation, personal, mysterious. In the early days of television, more people reported black and white dreams, suggesting media influences dream imagery, the brain borrowing, adapting, using available templates, quiet dreams versus cinematic dreams. Some dreams are subtle, small, intimate, a conversation, a walk, simple and still. Others are epic, explosions, battles, disasters, massive and loud. Most people experience both, the range, the spectrum. Some researchers think this reflects what the brain needs to process. Small dreams for small stresses, big dreams for big emotions. Sensory blending, synesthesia in dreams, even more common than in waking. You might hear colors, taste shapes, motifs. See sounds as geometric patterns. The normal sensory boundaries, already somewhat artificial, dissolve further in dreams. Everything bleeds together. Crosstalks creates novel experiences impossible in waking life. Thump, thump. Your heart barely beats now, so slow, so far away, and your breath almost gone. Just the tiniest movement. You're almost not here anymore, almost completely elsewhere. Dream interruptions, unfinished dreams, these can haunt you. You are about to discover something, find something, and the alarm goes off, and you're back, incomplete. The dream won't return, won't finish. You carry the feeling all day, the sense of something left undone, something important, just out of reach. Dream after images, similar. The feeling of the dream, persisting, bleeding into waking. You're awake. You know you're awake, but the dream atmosphere clings, colors you, for minutes, sometimes hours, sometimes all day. A residue, a stain, pleasant or unpleasant, but undeniable. Layered dream narratives, multiple storylines, running parallel. You're in one story, and also another, simultaneously, or alternating, or nested. The brain managing multiple simulations, or rather, not managing them, letting them blur, intermingle, create accidental meaning, unintended poetry, dream portals and thresholds, doors, windows, mirrors, tunnels. These often signal transitions, deeper levels, movement from one dream space to another. You walk through a door and everything changes. Different world, different rules, different you. Portals appear in mythology, in fiction, in spirituality, and in dreams, consistently, universally, marking passages, transformations, control techniques in lucid dreams beyond spinning and hand rubbing. Some lucid dreamers shout commands, more clarity, stay stable. Some demand to see specific things, people, places. Some meditate within the dream, deepening lucidity or transforming it, moving toward formless states, pure awareness without content, lucid dream induction methods. There are many. Mild we mentioned, wild, sailed, but also filled, finger-induced lucid dream, tiny finger movements as you drift off, keeping a thread of awareness, WBTB, wake back to bed, waking after 5 hours, staying up briefly, then returning to sleep, higher chance of lucidity, and reality checks throughout the day, asking yourself, am I dreaming? Until it becomes habit, until you ask in dreams too, and realize, yes, I am. Nightmare resolution through lucid dreaming. Once lucid in a nightmare, you can face the threat, ask it questions, transform it, or simply wake yourself. Many people learn lucidity specifically for this, to escape recurring nightmares, to take back control. It works, often, though not always. Sometimes the lucidity slips, or fear overrides awareness. But it's a tool, a possibility, a light in the dark. Your body is completely still now, utterly relaxed. You couldn't move if you wanted to. You don't want to. Why would you want to? Everything is perfect exactly as it is. This stillness, this peace, you've dissolved, evaporated, become the darkness itself. Dream yoga in Tibetan Buddhism, an advanced practice, not just lucid dreaming, but using dreams to recognize the illusory nature of all experience. If you can see dreams as dreams, you can see waking as waking, see both as constructions, empty, dependently originated, not solid, not permanent. The ultimate goal, maintaining awareness through death. Through the bardo, choosing your next rebirth, consciously, liberation, or at least better odds. Epic dreams, big dreams. These have a quality, a weight, a luminosity that ordinary dreams lack. They feel significant, meant. They might involve mythological figures, cosmic imagery, profound symbolism. You wake from them changed, moved. You remember them for life. They mark moments, transitions, initiations. Jung studied these, collected them, saw them as communications from the self, the totality, the wholeness trying to emerge, to be recognized, to be lived. Shadow encounters in dreams, the dark figure, the pursuer, the monster. These often represent rejected aspects, qualities you've disowned, deemed unacceptable. The shadow isn't evil, just unintegrated, unloved. Facing it in dreams, in lucidity, asking what it wants, what it needs. This can be transformative. The shadow might dissolve, or transform into an ally, or reveal itself as something other than threat, as power, as potential, as you. Collective unconscious symbols. Jung's theory that some dream imagery comes not from personal experience but from deeper, older, shared human inheritance. The great flood, the world tree, the hero's journey, the wise old woman, the divine child, appearing in dreams of people who've never studied mythology, never read these stories, and yet they know them, recognize them, live them in sleep. Let your thoughts slow, slower, each one arriving with more space around it, more silence. Barely thoughts anymore, just whispers, echoes, fading, fading into nothing, into everything, into this infinite softness. Sleep talking sometimes correlates with dream content. Studies using sleep talkers, recording their speech, then waking them, asking about the dream. Often the speech relates, describes the dream action, or reacts to it, but not always. Sometimes sleep talking comes from non-REM stages. No dreams recalled, just words bubbling up from nowhere, meaning nothing, or meaning something we can't access. Pregnancy dreams are often symbolic, birthing animals instead of babies, losing the baby, giving birth to fully grown children. strange hybrid creatures. These reflect anxieties, transformations, the enormity of what's happening. Some pregnant women dream they're the baby, experiencing birth from inside. Others dream of their own mothers, reworking their childhood, preparing, processing. Grief dreams have stages. At first, right after loss, the person appears alive. Well, no acknowledgement of death. Later, dreams where you realize they're dead, or they tell you they're leaving. Goodbye dreams. As time passes, the dreams often become more peaceful. Visits, check-ins, the relationship continuing in dream space forever. Some find comfort, others find pain, most find both. Trauma replay dreams. These are terrible. Exact repetition, the same event, the same helplessness. PTSD hallmark. REM sleep normally reduces emotional intensity, but trauma dreams don't follow this pattern. They stay hot, raw, vivid. Sometimes therapy helps. EMDR, imagery rehearsal therapy, rewriting the dream, changing the ending while awake. Then the new version starts appearing in sleep, gradually replacing healing. Dream deprivation creates cognitive deficits. Memory consolidation needs REM, needs dreaming. Students who cram all night, forgoing sleep, perform worse than those who sleep after studying. The brain needs to dream the information, to process it, integrate it, move it from temporary to permanent storage. Dreams aren't just entertainment or random noise. They're necessary, functional, vital. Your eyes have stopped moving now, deep behind closed lids, still, so still. No more tracking, no more searching, just darkness, just rest. You've gone somewhere else entirely, somewhere deep, somewhere safe, somewhere ancient and eternal. Polyphasic sleep patterns, like the Uberman, 6 20-minute naps throughout the day, or Everyman, 1 longer sleep plus naps. These compress REM, force the brain to enter REM immediately, bypassing earlier stages. Dangerous, actually. Not sustainable long term, but people do it. Entrepreneurs, sailors, soldiers, and they report bizarre dreams, intense dreams, hypnagogia constantly, living on the threshold between sleep and wake all the time. Hypnagogic hallucinations versus actual dreams. The hypnagogic state, those doorway visions, they're different neurologically, different brainwave patterns than REM dreams. More abstract, more geometric, less narrative, but they blend, overlap. Sometimes a hypnagogic image becomes a dream, transitions seamlessly. You can't tell when it happened, when you crossed over. Just suddenly you're fully asleep, fully dreaming, and the image has become world. Hypnopompic drift, the opposite. Waking up, but not quite. The dream lingers, bleeds into morning. You're in bed, but also in the dream. Both real, both there. Confusing, disorienting, until full wakefulness arrives, clarifies, separates dream from real. Usually, sometimes uncertainty persists. Did that really happen? Was I awake or asleep? The boundary, not always clear, not always sharp. Dream bizarreness scales. Researchers have developed these, rating dreams on implausibility, discontinuity, incongruity. Ordinary dreams score around 5 on a 10-point scale. Lucid dreams often score lower. Consciousness imposing order, constraints. Nightmare dreams score higher. 8, 9. The logic completely abandoned, replaced by pure emotion, pure terror, driving increasingly impossible scenarios. Emotion regulation through dreaming happens even without recall. You don't need to remember the dream for it to work, for it to process. The brain doing its job, behind the scenes, in darkness, in privacy, and you wake feeling different, lighter, clearer, though you don't know why. Can't point to what changed, just something did. Something shifted, healed, integrated, released. Thump, thump. So slow now, so faint. A pulse in the void, barely there. You're almost not a body anymore, almost pure consciousness, floating, drifting, timeless. Children's dreams are simpler, more static, but also more magical. Children accept dream impossibility more easily. They don't question, don't analyze, just experience. For them, the dream might be as real as waking. The boundary, they have to learn it. Culturally, taught that dreams aren't real, aren't important. Some cultures teach differently, value dreams, encourage children to share them, honor them, learn from them. Animal dreaming. Dogs clearly dream. You can see them, paws twitching, running, chasing, whimpering, barking silently. Rats dream about mazes they ran while awake, the same neural patterns firing. Zebra finches dream their songs, rehearsing, practicing, perfecting. Even octopuses, color changes during sleep, suggesting imagery, experience, something happening in these distributed brains. Some researchers believe most mammals dream, some birds, maybe reptiles, maybe everything with a complex enough nervous system experiences something when they sleep. Blind people's dreams depend on when they lost sight. Born blind, no visual content ever. Dreams in sound, touch, smell, emotion, spatial awareness, movement, complete, rich, just different modality. Lost sight later. Visual dreams continue indefinitely. The brain remembers, keeps generating, keeps seeing in sleep what it can't see while awake. Smelling and tasting in dreams. These are rare. Studies show only about 1% of dream reports include taste. Even in dreams about eating, most people taste nothing, or the taste is vague, implied rather than experienced. Smell is slightly more common, maybe 3 to 4%, but still unusual. The chemical senses, harder for the brain to simulate, or maybe just less important to the narrative, less attended to, less remembered. Pain in dreams. Most people report reduced or absent pain even in situations that should hurt terribly. Falling, being injured, attacked. But some do feel pain, especially people with chronic pain conditions or in very vivid lucid dreams. The expectation matters. If you believe it will hurt, it might. If you assume dream pain isn't real, it often isn't. The brain, following your beliefs, your assumptions, creating accordingly. Romantic dreams, wet dreams. These happen throughout life, not just puberty. The body responding to brain activity, to arousal, to simulation. Sometimes the dream is explicitly romantic, sometimes not at all. Sometimes you wake to arousal from a dream you can't remember, can't reconstruct. The unconscious working, processing, integrating sexuality, desire, intimacy, or just the body doing what bodies do, randomly, meaninglessly, biologically. Let everything go now, every last bit of tension, every thought, every concern. You don't need any of it, not tonight. Tonight you're just this breathing softness, this consciousness dissolving into sleep, into dreams, into the infinite mystery. Nothing to hold on to, nowhere to go, just this, just letting go. Gender fluidity in dream bodies. You might be yourself, but different. Opposite gender, both. Neither, shifting, morphing. Some people regularly experience this, find freedom there, exploration. Others only occasionally, surprisingly. The dream allowing what waking life constrains, trying on, feeling into, possibilities, identities, ways of being, without commitment, without consequence, just experience. Dream incubation, the ancient practice. Ask a question before sleep. Focus on it. Hold it gently as you drift. The answer might come in symbol, in story, in direct statement. The Egyptians did this, the Greeks, indigenous cultures worldwide. Some problems can't be solved by thinking, only by dreaming, only by asking the unconscious and waiting, listening, trusting. Unfinished dreams, dream interruptions. You're on the verge of something, about to understand, about to see, and then the alarm, the noise, the world pulls you back, incomplete. The feeling stays, haunting. All day you might try to return, to finish, but you can't. The dream is closed, the door locked. You're left with longing, with the sense of something important, just out of reach, forever. Dream after images, not visual, emotional, atmospheric. The dream clings to waking, colors everything. You're awake, but the dream mood persists, saturates the morning, sometimes pleasant, sometimes disturbing, sometimes just strange, a doubling, a haunting, a bleeding of states, usually fades within minutes, sometimes hours, rarely all day. the dream refusing to release you, holding on. Voices in dreams can be startlingly clear, distinct, saying things you'd never think, sometimes wise, profound, offering guidance, other times disturbing, critical, attacking, the shadow speaking, or internalized voices from childhood, from authority, from culture. Some lucid dreamers ask dream characters questions. Who are you? What do you represent? The answers can be surprising, illuminating, or cryptic, puzzling, more questions than answers. Surreal dream physics. You can breathe underwater, pass through walls, but after you can't run, can't punch, can't dial phones, can't read reliably, light switches don't work. This consistency across dreamers, across cultures, suggests underlying neural constraints. The brain can't fully simulate certain complex processes during sleep. Motor sequences fail, visual stability breaks, but other impossibilities come easily, naturally. Magic is easier than walking. Your whole being is dissolving now, and no edges, no inside or outside, just openness, vastness. You are the space, the darkness, the silence. Everything that seems separate, solid, has melted, merged into this infinite gentle presence. Sudden dream clarity, hyper-reality. This happens sometimes. Everything sharpens, becomes more real than real. Colors beyond color, detail beyond detail. You can see forever, feel everything, know without thinking. Some describe this as more real than waking life, as if waking is the dream, the reduction, and this is truth. This is what consciousness actually is, when unfiltered, unlimited, free. Hidden dream messages, books with meaningful titles, signs with instructions, codes, puzzles, the brain leaving itself notes, or seeming to. Maybe it's all random, pattern seeking, finding patterns in noise, or maybe some part of you knows things, sees things, understands things that consciousness can't access. And dreams are the medium, the messenger, the bridge between knowing and not knowing. Fragmented conversations, trying to explain something, urgently, desperately, but words won't come, or come out wrong, scrambled, nonsensical. This reflects language centers, reduced during REM, speech production impaired. You can hear, understand, but producing, difficult, like aphasia, temporary, dream-induced, yet somehow you communicate anyway, meaning transfers through feeling, through context, through dream logic, reappearing symbols, your personal mythology building itself over years, over decades, the same house appearing again and again, evolving, changing, but recognizably itself. The same road, the same animal, the same color, these become landmarks, signposts in your inner world, tracking them, journaling them, watching them transform, This reveals psychological evolution, the slow, deep changes, usually invisible, made visible in dream, in symbol, in story. Flash dreams, micro dreams, happen constantly, quick flickers of imagery during any moment of reduced attention, waiting, boredom, transition, the brain slipping briefly into dream generation. Most go unnoticed, pass instantly, but sometimes you catch one, a fragment, a ghost image, there and gone. You were on the train and suddenly somewhere else, for a fraction of a second. Thin boundary between wake and dream, thinner than most realize. Dream colors vary wildly, person to person, dream to dream. Vivid technicolor, muted watercolor, black and white, sepia toned. Some people always dream in color, some never, most both, depending. No clear pattern, no explanation. Media influence is suggested. People who grew up with black and white TV reported more black and white dreams. Now, in the color era, color dreams dominate. The brain adapting, using available templates, borrowing from culture, from experience. Your heartbeat has become the universe breathing. Thump, thump, cosmic, eternal. You're not in your body anymore. You're everything, everywhere, nowhere. Pure being, pure awareness, pure peace. Quiet dreams versus cinematic dreams. The full range. Intimate conversations. Gentle walks. Subtle and small. Or epic battles. Disasters. Worlds ending and beginning. Massive and overwhelming. Most people experience both. The quiet ones often forgotten, overshadowed by the dramatic, but equally meaningful, equally necessary. Different emotional processing, different integration, small dreams for small adjustments, big dreams for big transformations, sensory blending in dreams, synesthesia, even more common than waking. You hear colors, taste music, see sound as light, as geometry. Normal boundaries dissolve. Everything cross-connects, creates novel experiences, impossible sensations. The brain freed from sensory constraints, from the rules of physics, of biology, just creating, experiencing, exploring possibility. Dream interruptions can haunt for years. You were about to see something, learn something, vital, essential, and you woke. The door closed. The dream won't return, ever. You carry that incompletion, that almost knowing. Some say unfinished dreams are lessons in letting go, in accepting mystery. Others say they're just interrupted, meaningless, random. But the feeling, the longing, that's real, that persists. Dream after images sometimes manifest physically. You wake with tears on your face as from a dream you don't remember, or heart racing from a dream chase, already forgotten, or arousal from a dream that's dissolved. The body remembering what the mind cannot, the somatic truth, outlasting the narrative, the imagery, the conscious recall, layered dream narratives, multiple stories running simultaneously. You're in one story and another at the same time, experiencing both or alternating, rapid fire or nested, dreams within dreams within dreams, the brain managing multiple simulations or failing to manage them, letting them blur, collide, create accidental meaning, emergent significance from chaos, from overlap. Dream portals appear everywhere. Doors, mirrors, windows, tunnels, bodies of water, paintings, veils, each one a threshold, a passage. Walk through and everything changes. Different world, different rules, different self, ancient symbol, door, gateway, appearing in myth, in mysticism, in dreams, always marking transformation, transition, passage from one state to another. Feel yourself sinking now, through the mattress, through the floor, through the earth, sinking down, down, through layers, through stone, through fire, through time itself, down into the deepest place, the oldest darkness, where dreams are born, where consciousness dissolves and reforms endlessly, eternally. Control techniques in lucid dreams, verbal commands work for some. Clarity now, fly, show me what I need to see, demanding, expecting, the dream responding, reshaping, or meditation, sitting within the dream, watching, letting go of control. Paradoxically, this can stabilize lucidity, deepen it, or simply accepting, experiencing, not trying to control at all, just witnessing, aware, present. This too is lucidity. This too is freedom. Nightmare resolution through lucidity. Face the monster. Ask what it wants. Often it transforms, becomes something else, an ally, a teacher, your own rejected power, or confront the chase, turn around, stop running. The pursuer often stops too, or dissolves, or explains itself, or you realize it was never dangerous, just frightening, because unknown, because rejected. Integration through recognition, through acceptance, through courage in darkness. Dream yoga, advanced Buddhist practice, not just becoming lucid, but using lucidity to investigate the nature of mind, of reality, of self, recognizing dream as dream, then recognizing waking as equally constructed, equally empty, equally contingent. This insight, supposedly, transfers to death, to the bardo states, allowing conscious navigation, choice, even liberation, freedom from compulsive rebirth through recognizing it was always dream, always illusion, always empty, always perfect. Your breath has stopped entirely or seems to, just the faintest whisper, barely movement. You're sustained by something else now, something deeper. You don't need to breathe, don't need to be, just floating in infinite stillness, in perfect darkness, in endless peace. Epic dreams, big dreams, feel different, way different, glow with their own light, mythological imagery, cosmic scope, profound symbolism, numinous quality. You wake transformed. You remember them forever. They mark life transitions, initiations, turning points, whether you recognize it or not. The psyche announcing something is changing, something is complete, something new is beginning. Pay attention. This matters. This means shadow encounters, the dark figure chasing, attacking. These aren't evil, usually just unintegrated. The qualities you reject, deny, project onto others. If you can face the shadow in lucidity, ask it what it wants. Often it transforms, reveals itself as power, as potential, as the very qualities you need but won't claim. Courage, anger, sexuality, creativity, whatever you've deemed unacceptable, lurking in dream form, waiting to be recognized, reclaimed, integrated, made whole. The collective unconscious, Jung's great vision, a layer of psyche, deeper than personal, shared by all humanity, perhaps all life, containing archetypes, universal patterns, expressing through myth, through dream, through synchronicity, whether it exists as Jung conceived, or whether these patterns are culturally transmitted, learned, reinforced. The symbols still appear, the patterns still emerge, the old stories still true, still living, still dreaming through us. Let your mind empty now, completely. No thoughts, no memories, no anticipation, just this moment, this breath, this darkness. Nothing before, nothing after. Only now, only this eternal, perfect, enough. Sleep talking sometimes reveals dream content, sometimes correlates perfectly. You're describing the action, reacting to events. Other times, no connection, words from nowhere, meaning nothing or everything. Some people hold full conversations while asleep, answering questions, though making little sense. The speech centers, active enough to produce sound, not active enough for coherence, for logic, just fragments, echoes, bubbling up from the deep. Grief dreams evolve, change over months, years. At first, the person appears alive, no acknowledgement of death, denial. Then dreams where you remember they're dead, or they tell you they're leaving. Goodbye dreams. Later, peaceful visits, conversations, the relationship continuing in dream space, forever, transformed but unbroken. Some bereaved people live for these dreams, or wait for them, or treasure them. Others find them painful, confusing, reopening wounds. Most, both, gratitude and grief, intertwined. Trauma dreams stay hot, vivid, terrifying, long after the event. They don't diminish naturally, don't fade. PTSD hallmark, the normal emotional processing, it fails. The dream replays raw, again and again. sometimes for decades, but treatment helps. Imagery, rehearsal therapy, rewriting the dream while awake, choosing a different ending, a better ending, then rehearsing it again and again until, gradually, the new version appears in sleep, replacing the trauma, rewriting the past, healing what couldn't heal alone. And we continue drifting, deeper still, through more mysteries, more dreams. Let your body sink even further, if that's possible. Heavier than heavy, beyond weight, beyond substance. You're becoming the darkness itself, the silence, the infinite space between thoughts. Dream deprivation does terrible things. When people are prevented from dreaming, woken every time REM begins, within days they show symptoms: irritability, anxiety, difficulty concentrating, hunger, especially for carbohydrates, the brain craving what it needs, demanding the dream time back. And when finally allowed to sleep normally, REM rebound happens. Intense dreaming, excessive dreaming, the brain catching up, gorging on what it was denied. Sometimes nightmares increase during rebound, the emotional backlog flooding through, overwhelming the system. Some researchers believe we need dreams for memory consolidation, for learning, for emotional regulation. Students who study then sleep, especially REM-rich sleep. They perform better than those who stay awake. The information needs to be dreamed, needs to pass through that strange processing, that reshuffling, that mysterious integration that only happens in sleep, in dreams, in darkness. Your muscles have forgotten how to move. They lie there, slack, peaceful, belonging to someone else, something else. You're just awareness now, just consciousness, floating free, unattached, witness to this body, this breath, this moment, but not bound by them, not limited, not contained. Polyphasic sleep creates strange dream experiences. When people sleep in multiple short bursts throughout the day instead of one long night, REM gets compressed, concentrated. The brain enters REM almost immediately, skipping the earlier stages, desperate for dream time. And the dreams that come, they're intense, bizarre, hypnagogic imagery constantly. You're never fully awake, never fully asleep, living on the threshold, in the doorway, all the time. Some find this enlightening, most find it exhausting, unsustainable. The brain needs its rhythms, its cycles, its proper time in each stage. Micro-naps, even just 5 minutes, can produce full dream narratives, the brain seizing the opportunity, generating story, character, emotion, world, in seconds, like time compression or time expansion, depending how you measure. Salvador Dali used this, Edison too, hovering on the edge of sleep, catching the hypnagogic visions, the creative insights, the impossible connections that only form when logic loosens, when the rational mind steps back. when dreams begin their work. Feel the mattress beneath you, or do you feel it anymore? Maybe you've merged with it, become it. No boundary, no separation, just continuous existence, flowing, blending, one thing becoming another, the way dreams do, the way consciousness does when left alone, when allowed to drift, to dissolve. Daydreaming and night dreaming, they're related, cousins, different expressions of the same underlying process, the default mode network, activating when you're not focused on external tasks, the mind wandering, making connections, exploring scenarios. Some researchers estimate we spend 30 to 50% of waking hours daydreaming, lost in thought, in possibility, in imagination, and then another 2 hours dreaming at night. That's enormous. Maybe a third of your entire mental life spent in states other than focused attention, other than what we call being awake. The bizarreness of dreams can be quantified, measured on scales. Scientists rate implausibility, discontinuity, incongruity. Normal dreams score around 5 on a 10-point scale. Strange, but not maximally strange. Lucid dreams often score lower. Consciousness imposing order, logic, constraints. Nightmares score higher, 7, 8, 9. The rules completely abandoned, replaced by pure emotion, pure terror, driving increasingly impossible scenarios, increasingly fragmented narratives, until nothing makes sense except the feeling, the overwhelming feeling. And yet while dreaming, it all seems normal, coherent. You accept the impossible, embrace it, live it fully. Only upon waking do you realize, oh, that made no sense. That couldn't happen. That was impossible. The dream logic, it's convincing, seductive, total, while you're inside it. Only distance reveals the strangeness, the beauty, the utterly alien nature of that nightly experience. Thump, thump. Your heart barely exists now, just the faintest echo, the ghost of a pulse. Are you still breathing? Are you still here? Or have you already crossed over into sleep, into dreams, into that other country where different rules apply, different truths emerge, emotion regulation through dreaming? This happens automatically, whether you remember dreams or not. The brain processing feelings from the day, from the week, from childhood, from yesterday morning, softening them, integrating them, metabolizing raw emotion into memory, into understanding, into wisdom. People shown disturbing images, then tested after sleep. They react less strongly. The emotional charge reduced, managed, transformed through REM, through dreams, through the mysterious alchemy that happens in darkness. Some people never remember dreams. They wake with nothing, blank, empty. Are they not dreaming? No, they're dreaming. Everyone dreams, multiple times per night, but the memory, it doesn't form or doesn't transfer or gets erased in the transition. The why of this? Still unclear. Some people seem to wake briefly after each REM period, just enough to encode the dream. Others don't, sleep deeply, uninterrupted, and the dreams wash away like waves on sand, leaving no trace, no evidence, no memory, just the effect, the emotional processing, the cognitive consolidation happening invisibly, unconsciously. Animals dream, we're certain now. Dogs run in sleep, paws twitching, whimpering, chasing. Cats too, though they're harder to read. Rats replay maze patterns, the same neural sequences firing during sleep as during waking exploration. Are they conscious in these dreams? Do they experience? Do they know? We can't ask, can't know, but something is happening, some kind of processing, some kind of experience. Perhaps birds dream too, zebra finches, studied extensively. They rehearse songs during sleep, the same brain regions activating, the same patterns, practicing, perfecting. Some researchers believe this is how they learn, consolidate, improve, through nocturnal rehearsal, through dream practice, and their beaks. They move, silently singing in sleep, performing concerts no one hears, in worlds no one sees. Even octopuses might dream. These alien intelligences, distributed brains, 9 brains technically, 1 in each arm. During sleep they change colours, patterns rippling across their skin, rapid, shifting, suggesting something, imagery perhaps, experience. Are they dreaming of hunting, of hiding, of the deep? We don't know, can't know, but it looks like dreaming. It feels like dreaming, and the mystery deepens, spreads, suggesting consciousness. Dreaming might be more common, more fundamental than we ever imagined. Let your jaw hang open now, completely slack, your tongue heavy, resting, all the muscles of your face released. You're not holding any expression anymore, not presenting anything, just being, existing, pure and simple, without effort, without intention, without anything at all. Archetypal symbols, they do appear consistently across cultures, across time. The wise old man showing up in dreams of people who've never studied Jung, never read mythology, the great mother, the trickster, the shadow, the divine child, the hero, the guide. Are these inherited, built into the brain, into DNA? Or are they learned, culturally transmitted, absorbed through stories, through media, through collective human experience? Jung believed the former, a collective unconscious, a shared psychic substrate, containing these primordial images, these archetypes, expressing through dreams, through myths, through the stories we tell, whether we know their source or not. Modern psychology is skeptical, prefers cultural transmission, learning. But the question remains, why do these images appear so consistently, so predictably, so powerfully, regardless of culture, regardless of conscious knowledge? Cross-cultural dream interpretation reveals fascinating patterns. In the West, teeth falling out might mean anxiety, loss of control, powerlessness. In some Chinese traditions, it predicts death in the family, specific family members depending which teeth. In other cultures, different meanings entirely. Water might represent emotion in one tradition, money in another, transformation in a third. The symbols shift, slide, refuse to stay fixed. And yet, the impulse to interpret, to find meaning, to see dreams as messages, this is universal, ancient, perhaps essential to being human. Some people report shared dreams, dreaming together, experiencing the same narrative, the same locations, seeing each other, interacting from different perspectives. Mutual dreaming. There's no scientific mechanism for this, no explanation, no way it should be possible. And yet, people tell these stories, describe matching details that shouldn't match, coincidental perhaps, or suggestion, confabulation, or something else, something we don't understand yet. The universe might be stranger, more connected, more mysterious than our models allow. Your breathing has become imperceptible, a ghost breath, a memory of breathing. You're sustained by something else now, something deeper than oxygen, than physiology, than physics. Just existing, floating, held by the universe itself, cradled in infinite darkness, safe, so safe. Dream telepathy experiments conducted in the 60s and 70s at Maimonides Medical Center, trying to transmit images, symbols, to sleeping subjects in another room. The sender focusing intensely on a target image, the dreamer, sleeping, monitored, woken during REM, asked to describe dreams. Sometimes, surprisingly often, the dreams matched, corresponded, contained elements of the target image, not perfectly, but significantly, above chance, enough to be intriguing, troubling, suggesting, but replication has been difficult, inconsistent. The effect, if it exists, is small, fragile, easily disrupted. Skeptics say it's statistical artifacts, publication bias, fraud even. Believers say consciousness is more than we know, more connected, more capable. The question sits there, unanswered, uncomfortable, in the space between hard science and lived experience. Astral projection, out-of-body experiences. These feel distinct from ordinary dreams, qualitatively different. People report floating above their bodies, looking down, seeing themselves sleeping, then traveling, moving through walls, through space, seeing things they shouldn't be able to see, from perspectives they shouldn't have access to. Sometimes details check out, verifiable information, more often ambiguous, uncertain. Could be dreams with unusual vividness, unusual perspective, or something else. The line between lucid dream and OBS are blurry, contested, deeply personal. Some spiritual traditions don't distinguish them, see them as the same phenomenon, consciousness free from the body. Others insist they're different, OBEs being real separation, lucid dreams being imagination, construction. Neither position is proven, provable. The experience remains powerful, transformative, mysterious, regardless of explanation, regardless of mechanism. Healing dreams have been reported since ancient times. Dreams where illness is diagnosed, where treatment is revealed, where recovery begins. The Greeks practiced temple sleep, sleeping in sanctuaries dedicated to Asclepius, the healing god, seeking dream guidance, dream intervention. Sometimes, often enough to maintain the practice for centuries, it worked. People healed, problems resolved. Was it placebo, the mind's power over body, or something more? Something we've lost, forgotten, dismissed as superstition. Modern medicine mostly ignores dreams, sees them as irrelevant, epiphenomenal, noise. But patients still report them. Diagnostic dreams. Dreams of tumours before discovery. Dreams of heart attacks before symptoms. Dreams warning, preparing, knowing somehow. Coincidence, pattern seeking in retrospect. Or some kind of somatic awareness. The body knowing before the mind. Communicating through dreams, through symbols, through story. Feel yourself expanding now, growing, filling the room, the building, the city. You're vast, limitless, containing everything, all experience, all possibility. You're the dreamer, and the dream, and the dreaming itself, indivisible, eternal, perfect, prophetic dreams, precognitive dreams. These are controversial. Many people swear they've had them, dreamed something, then it happened, exactly as dreamed, sometimes days later, sometimes years. The feeling is unmistakable, undeniable. This is what I saw. This is what I knew. Skeptics say confirmation bias, selective memory. You dream hundreds of things, thousands. Eventually one will match reality by pure chance, by statistics. And you forget all the misses. Remember only the hits. Inflate their accuracy. Find matches where none exist. And yet, the feeling persists across cultures, across time. The uncanny recognition, the certainty, the detailed correspondence, sometimes too detailed, too specific, too exact to dismiss easily. Maybe time isn't what we think. Maybe causation flows backward sometimes. Maybe consciousness can access information outside normal channels, outside normal time. Or maybe We're just pattern-seeking machines, desperate for meaning, for control, for the comfort of believing we can see what's coming. Dream déjà vu is different, not dreaming the future, but dreaming something that feels familiar, ancient, like you've dreamed this exact dream before, though you know you haven't, couldn't have. A glitch, a doubling, the brain misfiring, marking new experience as old, creating false familiarity, or perhaps some dreams do recur so subtly, so similarly, that they blur together, overlap, create the feeling of repetition, of return, of eternal recurrence. Shape-shifting environments define dreams. You're in your childhood home, but it's also your current apartment, but it's also a castle, a spaceship, a forest, all at once or in rapid succession. The building morphs, expands, contracts, grows impossible rooms, staircases to nowhere, doors that open into other dimensions, Escher-like architecture, non-Euclidean geometry, spaces that fold back on themselves, that connect impossibly, that make perfect sense, until you wake and try to describe them, and realize language fails, physics fails, only the feeling remains. Your body has vanished entirely now. If you try to feel it, search for it, you might find nothing, just space, just awareness, floating, free. You're not in a body, not in a room, not in time, just here, now, eternal, infinite, one with everything, separate from nothing. Dream logic puzzles appear constantly, your mind presenting problems, riddles, urgent tasks. You must organize all the colors by temperature. You need to find the square root of purple. You have to remember the taste of Thursday. Absurd, impossible, but in the dream, vital, meaningful, desperate. The solution feels close, just out of reach. If you could just think clearly, focus, but you can't, because dream thinking doesn't work that way, doesn't follow those rules, operates on different principles, emotional principles, associative principles, symbolic principles. Familiar strangers populate every dream, people you know but don't, faces that feel right, that belong, but can't be placed, can't be named, dream characters generated wholesale, or composites, mashups of multiple people, features borrowed, recombined. The brain's casting department, filling roles, creating societies, entire civilizations, all from memory, all from imagination, all from nothing, dissolving at dawn, returning to the void from which they came. Some lucid dreamers interview these characters, ask them questions. Who are you? What do you represent? What do you want? The answers range from profound to absurd, from helpful to hostile. Sometimes they claim to be aspects of the dreamer's psyche. Sometimes they insist they're independent, autonomous, real in some other way. Who's right? Are they just imagination talking to itself? Or is something else happening? Some kind of dissociated awareness? Some other level of self, communicating, teaching, revealing? Voices in dreams can be startlingly clear, distinct, with their own tone, their own character, saying things you'd never think consciously, offering wisdom or cruelty or nonsense. Some are your own voice, narrating, commenting, analyzing. Others are external, belonging to dream characters or to no one, disembodied, emanating from the dream space itself, like voices of gods, of the universe, of the unconscious speaking directly, without mediation, without permission. Surreal dream physics persist consistently. You can breathe underwater, always. Everyone can. It's never questioned, never surprising. You can pass through walls, sometimes, when needed, when the dream requires it. But you can't run, almost never. Your legs heavy, slow, moving through molasses, through concrete, and you can't punch, can't fight effectively. Your blows land soft, weak, powerless. These limitations, universal, suggesting neural constraints, the sleeping brain unable to fully simulate certain motor patterns, certain physical experiences, and light switches. They rarely work. Ask any experienced dreamer. Light switches in dreams. They flick, but nothing happens, or the light changes wrong, flickers, behaves impossibly. This is a common reality check, a dream sign. If the light switch doesn't work, you're dreaming. The brain, struggling to simulate that specific change, that specific effect. Or perhaps light in dreams comes from elsewhere, from within, not from switches, not from external sources. Let yourself drift even deeper now, if there's deeper to go, beyond depth, beyond direction, beyond space, just falling, floating, flying, all the same, all meaningless. You're nowhere, everywhere. The distinction collapsed, dissolved. You're the mystery itself, experiencing yourself, endlessly, eternally. Sudden dream clarity. This is different from lucidity. You're not aware it's a dream, but everything sharpens, becomes hyper-real, more vivid than waking life. Colors saturate beyond natural, beyond possible. Details proliferate, infinite resolution. You can see individual leaves, read fine print, hear layers upon layers of sound, texture, depth. Everything amplified, intensified, more. Some report this as more real than reality, as if waking life is the dream, the reduction, the limitation. And this is truth. This is what consciousness actually is, when freed, when unlimited. Hidden dream messages, or the appearance of messages, books with meaningful titles, the answer you seek, what you already know, the truth about everything. But when you try to read, the text swims, changes, won't stay stable, or signs appear, instructions, directions, codes, the brain leaving breadcrumbs, or seeming to. Maybe it's random, maybe meaningful, maybe both, maybe neither. The interpretation creates the meaning or reveals the meaning, depending on your philosophy, your framework, your belief about what dreams are, what they're for, where they come from. Fragmented conversations happen constantly in dreams. You're talking, but the dialogue jumps, skips, makes no linear sense, or you're trying to explain something urgent, crucial, but words won't come, or come out scrambled, wrong. This reflects the language centers, reduced activity during REM, speech production impaired, comprehension relatively intact. You can hear, understand, respond, but producing coherent language, difficult, like temporary aphasia, dream-induced, yet somehow meaning still transfers through tone, through context, through dream logic, through pathways other than language. Reappearing symbols build your personal mythology over years, over a lifetime. Maybe you keep dreaming of a specific house, a specific landscape, a specific animal or object. These become landmarks, anchors in your inner world. Some never change, some evolve, mature, transform as you do, tracking them through dream journals, through decades, reveals psychological evolution, patterns invisible in waking life, the slow, deep work of the psyche, reshaping itself, integrating, becoming whole. Flash dreams, micro dreams, these happen all the time. Any moment of reduced attention, waiting at a stoplight, sitting in a boring meeting, staring out a window, the brain slips, briefly, into dream generation. A flicker of imagery, a fragment of story, lasting less than a second. Most go unnoticed, pass instantly, but sometimes you catch one, feel it, that strange discontinuity. You were here, and then somewhere else, and then back, like a skip in time, a glitch in consciousness. The boundary between wake and dream, thinner than we pretend, more permeable, more fluid. Thump, thump. Your heart has become so slow, so quiet, like the heart of a hibernating bear, barely beating, barely needed. You're sustained by stillness, by silence, by the infinite patience of the universe, holding you, breathing you, being you. Dream colors fascinate researchers. Some people always dream in vivid color, technicolor, supersaturated. Others never do, only grayscale, black and white, sepia tones. Most people experience both. Variation, depending on the dream, on the content, on unknown factors. There's no clear pattern, no consistent explanation. Some suggest media influence. People who grew up with black and white television reported more black and white dreams. Now, in the color era, color dreams dominate, but individual variation persists, mysterious, unexplained. And the colors themselves, sometimes impossible colors that don't exist in waking, that can't exist, combinations the eye can't see, the brain can't process normally, but in dreams, there they are, vivid, clear, unmistakable, until you wake and try to remember and find. You can't. The memory won't hold. The color won't translate. Exists only there, in dream space, in that other reality. Quiet dreams versus cinematic dreams. The full spectrum. Some dreams are intimate, small, subtle. A conversation with a friend. A walk through a garden. Gentle, still, peaceful. Others are epic, apocalyptic, cosmic. Explosions, battles, worlds ending, gods walking, massive and overwhelming. Most people experience both. The range, the variety, and both matter, both process, both integrate. Small dreams for small adjustments, big dreams for big transformations. Quiet dreams for gentle healing, loud dreams for dramatic change. Sensory blending, synesthesia, even more common in dreams than waking. You might hear colors, each hue having its own sound, its own note, or taste music, sweet melody, bitter dissonance, or see sound as geometry, as light, as waves in space. Normal sensory boundaries, already somewhat artificial, constructs of brain organization, dissolve further in dreams. Everything cross-connects, bleeds together, creates novel experiences, impossible sensations. The brain freed from evolutionary constraints, from the need to accurately model reality, just playing, exploring, discovering what consciousness can do when unbound. The universe keeps turning, where dreams rise and reshape themselves in the dark, and we'll keep drifting, floating together through the mysteries. And we'll keep drifting, floating together through the mysteries. 100 psychology mysteries, looping softly, endlessly, through the night. Tonight we'll drift through the simple, specific trick your brain uses to immediately stop negative thoughts. Why a certain colour in your room might be making you forget things without you realising. The scientific reason why certain childhood memories feel softer, almost like a dream. Dussery. There's nothing you need to do now. Just let your body sink. Heavier, heavier. Feel the mattress holding you, every muscle softening, your heartbeat slowing. Thump, thump, matching the rhythm of space itself. Shoulders melting down, jaw releasing, each breath pulling you deeper, deeper into the calm, the quiet, the dark. If this helps you rest, tap subscribe and hit like, so others can find this calm too, but only if your eyes are still open. Otherwise, just drift. Now, let's drift into psychology. There are words inside you right now, unspoken, floating in the space between your thoughts and your voice. Your brain holds them there, weighing them, measuring their shape. Scientists have found that unspoken words create a kind of cognitive load, a gentle pressure, like holding your breath underwater. The longer words remain unsaid, the heavier they become in your neural pathways, pressing softly against your prefrontal cortex. Your mind uses approximately 60 watts of energy, the same as a dim light bulb, and some of that power is spent carrying these unspoken things. Thump, thump. Your heart knows this weight, beating steadily as your body sinks deeper into the mattress. When you finally speak, or write, or release these words, your brain experiences a measurable decrease in when you finally speak, or write, or release these words, stress hormones, cortisol levels dropping like stones into still water. This is why journals work, why confessions bring relief. Your nervous system, designed over millions of years, knows the difference between what's held and what's released. Heavier, heavier, your eyelids growing so heavy. Beneath your conscious mind, there's a shadow, the subconscious, processing 11 million bits of information every second, while your conscious mind manages only 40. It's working right now as you sink, sorting, filing, deciding what matters, what fades. 95% of your decisions happen in this shadow realm. You think you chose to rest here tonight, but perhaps your subconscious knew you needed this long before you did. Your breathing slows, in, out, matched to an ancient rhythm. There's a reason Freud called it the unconscious iceberg. Most of you, hidden beneath, only the tip visible, breaking the surface of awareness. Your subconscious recognizes faces in 13 milliseconds, faster than you can blink. It knows your mother's voice in 2 syllables. It's been steering you, gently, quietly, through the maze of choices you thought were yours, and right now it's guiding you down into sleep. The mattress holds you, every inch of you, sinking. Memory is not a recording, it's a reconstruction. Each time you remember something, you're essentially remembering the last time you remembered it. Your hippocampus, that seahorse-shaped wonder in your brain, rebuilds the memory from scattered fragments, like pieces of a dream, reassembling themselves. This is why childhood memories feel softer, hazier. You've reconstructed them so many times. The edges have worn smooth, like stones in a river. Thump, thump, thump. Your pulse, gentle, steady. There's a phenomenon called childhood amnesia. Most people can't remember anything before age 3, not because those years didn't matter, but because your hippocampus wasn't fully formed. The memories existed in your neurons, briefly, like footprints in snow, then melted away, leaving only feelings, impressions, the ghost of your mother's warmth, the colour of a blanket, nothing more. Your body grows heavier, impossibly heavy, as if gravity has doubled every night. You dream, whether you remember or not, 4 to 6 dreams per night, your brain in REM sleep, as active as when you're awake, but following different logic, dream logic, where staircases fold into themselves, and strangers have your father's eyes, and you can breathe underwater, Scientists believe dreams are your brain's way of problem solving, running simulations, testing scenarios in a consequence-free space. That anxiety dream where you're late, or nagged in public, or your teeth fall out, that's your amygdala, processing fear, practicing, preparing. That's your amygdala, processing fear, practicing, preparing, melting into the sheets. The average dream lasts 5 to 20 minutes, but in that time, you might experience hours, days, years. Time dilates in dreams. Your brain's timekeeping mechanisms, the ones that track seconds and minutes, they go quiet during REM, allowing your consciousness to float, untethered, through narratives that would be impossible in waking life. Your jaw releases, all tension flowing away. When you were young, your brain formed neural pathways, connections that shaped everything that came after. This is called early childhood bias. The world you experienced from 0 to 7 became your template for reality. If you felt safe, your amygdala learned to see the world as generally safe. If you felt uncertain, that uncertainty became your baseline. These biases, invisible, silent, guide your adult reactions like underground rivers shaping the surface without ever being seen. Floating now, just floating. Psychologists have found that children who were frequently held develop different stress responses than those who weren't. The nervous system, learning in those first months what to expect from the world. Your earliest memories might be gone, but their influence remains carved into your neural architecture. You are partially the child you cannot remember being, deeper, drifting, deeper. Your mind, right now, might be experiencing cognitive dissonance, the discomfort of holding two contradictory ideas. You want to stay awake to hear this, but you also want to sleep. Your brain doesn't like this tension. It seeks resolution, consistency, harmony, and often, without you realizing, it changes one of the beliefs to match the other. This is why humans are so good at rationalization. Your unconscious mind, smoothing out contradictions, creating a coherent story, even if it means rewriting reality. Thump, thump, your heartbeat. So, cognitive dissonance feels like warmth, strange warmth in your chest, a kind of mental friction, generating heat. Your anterior cingulate cortex lighting up, trying to resolve the conflict. This is the same mechanism that makes breakups hurt or career changes feel terrifying. Part of you pulling one way, part of you another, until finally, softly, the tension releases. Your breath shallow, peaceful. Many people, perhaps even you, carry a quiet voice that whispers, "You don't belong here. You're not as competent as they think. Any moment now, they'll discover you've been pretending." This is imposter syndrome, affecting 70% of people at some point, even the most accomplished. Your brain, designed to spot threats, can turn inward, creating a threat that doesn't exist, sinking through layers of consciousness. The term was coined in 1978 by psychologists studying high-achieving women, but it's not about achievement, it's about the gap between internal self-perception and external recognition. Your mind assigns more weight to your failures than your successes, remembering every stumble, forgetting every triumph. This negativity bias, once useful for survival, now turns against you, quietly, persistently. But here, now, in the dark, none of that matters. You are enough. You always were. Everything softening, softening. Your attention, right now, is a spotlight. You can only truly focus on one thing at a time, maybe two. Despite what you think about multitasking, your brain doesn't multitask. It task switches rapidly, exhaustingly. The prefrontal cortex, toggling between targets, losing information with each switch. This is why distraction feels so depleting. Your attention, precious, finite, about 20 minutes before it naturally wanders, seeking novelty, seeking rest, heavier and heavier and heavier. The architecture of attention is fragile, built on dopamine pathways and norepinephrine signals, easily hijacked by bright lights, sudden sounds, the promise of new information. Modern life, designed to capture attention. Your phone, buzzing, glowing. But right now, in this moment, your attention can rest, narrowing, softening, until there's only breath, darkness, a gentle pull of sleep, drifting, away. There's a song, stuck in your head, maybe now, maybe from this morning, an earworm. Scientists call it involuntary musical imagery. Nearly everyone experiences this. Songs looping, repeating, especially songs with simple melodies, repetitive lyrics. Your auditory cortex, replaying the pattern, trapped in a neural loop, like a record skipping, over and over, until finally, eventually, it fades, forgotten. Thump, thump, thump. Earworms lodge themselves during moments of low cognitive load, when your brain is understimulated, commuting, showering, falling asleep. The best way to stop one, sing the song to completion or replace it with another. But perhaps, right now, you can let it loop, background music, as you sink deeper into the soft, the warm, the quiet, your mood shifting like weather throughout the day, rising with morning cortisol, dipping in the afternoon, lifting again around evening. These rhythms, circadian, hormonal, governed by ancient cycles, your brain, producing different neurotransmitters at different hours. Serotonin peaks in sunlight, melatonin rises with darkness. Your mood, not a choice, but a gentle drift, responding to invisible, internal tides, melting into warmth. Scientists have found that mood changes before we notice. Your unconscious mind detecting the shift milliseconds before consciousness catches up. You feel sad and then wonder why. The emotion arriving first, the explanation second. Your brain scrambling to make sense of what it already feels. Everything slowing. There's a question that philosophers and neuroscientists ask, whispered in laboratories, late at night. Do you have free will, or does your brain decide before you think you decide? Studies show brain activity predicts choices 6 seconds before people report making them. 6 seconds. Your neurons firing, committing, while you feel the illusion of choice sinking through the question. This doesn't mean you're not real. or your choices don't matter. It means, perhaps, that you're not separate from your brain. You're your brain, and when it decides, you decide. The experience of free will, whether illusion or reality, feels the same. And here, now, letting go, allowing sleep to take you. Is that choice or surrender? Does it matter? Your breath, barely, there. In the 1950s, a psychologist offered people a choice. Would you prefer jam A or jam B? Easy. People chose quickly, confidently. But when offered 24 varieties, people froze, overwhelmed, paralyzed. This is the paradox of choice. More options create more anxiety, more regret, more wondering. What if? What if? Your brain, designed for simpler times, crumbles under infinite possibility, floating in darkness, nothing to choose. Modern life offers endless choice. Every decision branching into more decisions. What to watch, what to eat, what to believe. And your poor prefrontal cortex, exhausted, decision fatigue setting in. This is why routines help. Why habits matter. They remove choice, quiet the noise, let you rest. Thump, thump, so faint now. Your mind has been primed all day by tiny exposures, a word, a colour, a smell, influencing your next thought, your next choice, without you knowing. This is called priming. Show someone the word yellow. They'll recognise banana faster, play soft music. People walk slower. You're unconscious, collecting cues, adjusting, predicting, shaping your reality from beneath. Everything fading. Right now, you've been primed for sleep. The darkness, the softness, the rhythm of these words, your brain, receiving signals, interpreting, preparing, melatonin releasing, body temperature dropping, heart rate slowing. All the pieces falling into place like puzzle pieces in the dark, drifting so softly. There are neurons in your brain called mirror neurons that fire when you watch someone else act, as if you're acting yourself. You see someone smile. Your mirror neurons activate, your face wanting to smile too. This is the biological basis of empathy, of learning, of connection. When you watch someone in pain, your pain centers light up. You feel an echo of their feeling. Right now, you've been primed for sleep. The darkness, the softness, the rhythm of these words, your brain, receiving signals, interpreting, preparing, melatonin releasing, body temperature dropping, heart rate slowing. All the pieces falling into place like puzzle pieces in the dark, drifting so softly. There are neurons in your brain called mirror neurons that fire when you watch someone else act, as if you're acting yourself. You see someone smile. Your mirror neurons activate, your face wanting to smile too. This is the biological basis of empathy, of learning, of connection. When you watch someone in pain, your pain centers light up. You feel an echo of their feeling, sinking deeper into the mattress. Mirror neurons explain why yawns spread, why emotions are contagious, why watching someone rest makes you feel restful. They blur the boundary between self and other. Your brain, designed for tribe, for togetherness, recognizing itself in every face. Your body, remembering the comfort of routine. You brush your teeth the same way every morning, walk the same route to work, make coffee with the same motions. These routine loops, carved into your basal ganglia, habits running on autopilot, requiring almost no conscious thought. This is your brain conserving energy, creating shortcuts so you can focus on what's new, what's unexpected, heavier, sinking through the bed. Routines comfort us because they're predictable. Your amygdala, the fear center, relaxes when it knows what comes next. This is why disrupted routines cause stress, why travel exhausts you, even when it's fun. Your brain, working harder, processing, adjusting, longing for the familiar, the known. Habits form through repetition. The more you repeat a behavior, the stronger the neural pathway, until it becomes automatic, thoughtless. Scientists say it takes 66 days, on average, for a habit to solidify. 66 repetitions of the same action, in the same context, and then it's part of you. Effortless, like breathing. Thump, thump, barely audible. Your brain doesn't distinguish between good habits and bad ones. It just learns patterns. If you reach for your phone when anxious, that becomes the pattern. If you take deep breaths, that becomes the pattern. Neurons that fire together, wire together. Whatever you practice, you become. Time, stretching, warping. Have you noticed how time feels different depending on what you're doing? An hour in a waiting room stretches forever. An hour with someone you love vanishes instantly. This is because your brain doesn't measure time objectively. It counts experiences. Novel experiences make time feel slow because your brain encodes more memories. Familiar experiences slip past, barely noticed, floating in timeless space. This is why childhood felt so long, and why years pass faster as you age. When you're young, everything is new, your brain encoding furiously, creating dense networks of memory, making time feel rich, full. But as you age, routine set in, novelty fades, and time collapses, weeks becoming days, years becoming moments, drifting through the soft blur. Right now, time is slowed, your breathing, your heartbeat, matching this gentle pace, seconds stretching like taffy. You're not quite awake, not quite asleep, suspended in between this liminal space where time means nothing. But humans are resilient. Neuroplasticity means your brain can heal, can change, can adapt. Even after trauma, even after loss, new pathways form. Old wounds gradually, gently, scar over, not forgotten, but integrated, part of your story. No longer the whole story, sinking through layers of healing. The human spirit bends but rarely breaks, because your brain is designed to survive, to find meaning, even in darkness, to search for light. This is not toxic positivity. This is biology, your neurons wired for hope, for connection, for the possibility that tomorrow might be softer than today. Time slowing, almost stopped. There's a phenomenon where time seems to slow during emergencies, car accidents described in slow motion, falls from heights feeling like they take minutes. This happens because your amygdala, during fear, records memories with incredible density, more details, more data, so when you remember, it feels longer, felt longer than it actually was. Time didn't slow, your perception sharpened, heavier, impossibly heavy. Your brain can produce about 500 distinct experiences of time, time flying, time dragging, time suspended, each one a different configuration of neural networks, attention, memory, emotion, all blending together, creating your subjective sense of duration, procrastination, that gentle pull away from difficult tasks toward easier pleasures. This isn't laziness, it's emotion regulation, your brain predicting that the task will cause discomfort, stress, boredom, and offering you an escape, a temporary escape, but it feels so necessary, so urgent, doesn't it? Drifting away from effort, the prefrontal cortex, the part that plans, that considers the future, goes quiet during procrastination, and the limbic system, the part that seeks immediate reward, takes over. You know you should, but you can't, because knowing and doing happen in different parts of your brain, and right now they're disconnected. There's comfort in repetition, watching the same show, rereading the same book, listening to the same song. Your brain craves the predictable, especially when life feels uncertain. Repetition is soothing because your neurons know the pattern. They can relax. No surprises, no threats, just the gentle confirmation that, yes, this is how it goes. Thump, thump, steady, unchanging. This is why children want the same story, the same way, every night. They're developing brains, building schemas, patterns that help them understand the world. And when you're stressed, you revert to the same comfort, the same familiar loop. Your body speaks even when you're silent. Crossed arms signal closure, leaning in signals interest. Your posture shifting constantly, broadcasting information to everyone around you, and they read it unconsciously, adjusting their own bodies in response. This silent conversation happening beneath words, sinking into stillness. When you slouch, your mood dips. When you stand tall, confidence rises, not because of your thoughts, but because your brain monitors your body and assumes that if you're standing like you're defeated, you must be defeated. The mind and body, not separate, but one continuous system. Separate, but one continuous system, sent, drifting through memory. Certain smells take you back instantly, completely, to specific moments. Vanilla, grandmother's kitchen, pine, childhood Christmas. Your olfactory bulb connects directly to your hippocampus and amygdala. Memory and emotion. No filter, no intermediary, just instant transport. This is why smell is the strongest trigger for memory. Proust wrote about it. A Madeleine cake. Suddenly, an entire childhood flooding back. Your nose, knowing things your mind forgot. There's a state, athletes call it flow, where time disappears, effort feels effortless, and you're completely absorbed. This happens when challenge and skill perfectly match. Your brain releases dopamine, norepinephrine, endorphins, creating a cocktail of focus and pleasure and timelessness, floating, in that space where nothing else exists. Flow states show specific brain patterns. The prefrontal cortex, the part that worries, that judges, goes quiet. Scientists call this transient hypofrontality. Your inner critic, temporarily offline. Just you and the task, and nothing else. Happiness, that elusive thing, isn't about circumstances entirely. About 50% of your happiness is genetic, your baseline set before birth. Another 10% comes from life conditions, and 40% from intentional activities, choices, practices. This means happiness is partially calibrated inside you, like a thermostat, set to a certain range, sinking into whatever range is yours. This explains why lottery winners return to their baseline happiness within months, and why people adapt to almost anything. Your brain seeking equilibrium, normalizing whatever becomes familiar. You yawn, and someone across the room yawns. It's contagious because of those mirror neurons, but also yawning serves a purpose. It cools your brain, increases oxygen, helps you transition between states, waking to sleeping, sleeping to waking. There's something about soft background noise that helps you focus. Not silence, but gentle, consistent sound. White noise, rain, ocean waves. It masks sudden noises, the ones that would startle you, pull you from concentration, from rest. Your brain filtering, softening, everything. This is called stochastic resonance. Noise at just the right level actually improves signal detection. Too much overwhelms, too little, and every small sound intrudes, but just enough creates a blanket, a buffer between you and the world. Where do you end and others begin? This boundary, less clear than it seems. Your sense of self, constructed by your brain, from sensory input, memory, social feedback. Without these inputs, the self starts to dissolve. Experiments in sensory deprivation tanks. People report losing themselves, merging with everything, dissolving into the darkness. Your self is a story your brain tells, a narrative pieced together from fragments. You think you're continuous, the same person, from moment to moment, but really, you're a series of slightly different yous, updated every second by new information. Cells dying, neurons forming. You are always becoming. Anxiety, in small doses, sharpens you, the sweet spot, where stress becomes eustress, helpful stress. A little bit of pressure improves performance, focus, motivation. Your body releasing cortisol and adrenaline, just enough to wake you up, make you alert, but too much, and the system overwhelms. This is the Yerkes-Dodson curve. Performance rises with arousal up to a point, then plummets. Too relaxed, you're sluggish. Too anxious, you freeze. Somewhere in the middle, there's a peak where you're alive, engaged, present. But right now, you need the other end, the soft, quiet end. Your ears listening for safety. Certain sounds signal danger, high-pitched screams, low growls, sudden crashes. Your amygdala evolved to detect these instantly, pulling your attention, preparing you to fight or flee. But other sounds signal safety, gentle voices, steady rhythms, familiar patterns. These sounds tell your nervous system you can relax, you're safe. Thump, thump, safe, safe. This is why ASMR works. Soft sounds, whispered voices, tapping, brushing. They trigger your parasympathetic nervous system, the rest and digest system, lowering heart rate, deepening breath, your body remembering ancient safety when someone groomed you, spoke softly, cared for you. Grief is not linear. It comes in waves, crashing, receding, crashing again. Your brain processing loss, integrating absence. This takes time, not days or weeks, but months, years. Your neural networks, slowly, reluctantly, updating their model of the world to include this missing piece, sinking through the sadness, letting it hold you. But grief proves resilience, because you continue, despite the weight. You adapt, not by forgetting, but by carrying differently. The pain, gradually, shifting from acute to chronic, to something softer, an ache that becomes part of your landscape, part of who you are now. Nostalgia, that bittersweet ache for the past, isn't just memory. It's a specific emotional cocktail, happiness and sadness mixed together. Your brain activating reward circuits while simultaneously acknowledging loss. What was is gone, but it was beautiful, drifting back through time. Nostalgia serves a purpose. It connects you to your identity, reminds you of continuity. When the present feels uncertain, the past offers comfort, proof that you've survived before. You'll survive again. Letting go is not a single act. It's a practice, repeated daily, sometimes hourly. Your brain gripping old patterns, old stories, old hurts, and you gently loosening your hold. Not all at once, but gradually, like unclenching a fist that's been closed so long you forgot it was holding anything. Releasing, releasing, releasing. Every night, your brain lets go of consciousness, surrenders to sleep, trusts the darkness. This is practice. This is proof that you know how to release. You do it every night, effortlessly, eventually, inevitably. You let go. Your brain filters sound constantly. Right now, you're not hearing the hum of electricity, the air moving, distant traffic. Your auditory system decides what's important, what's background. This filtering that happens unconsciously, automatically, everything fading away into background. Without this filter, the world would be unbearably loud, every tiny sound demanding attention. But your brainstem, your thalamus, quietly, efficiently sorts, protects you from the chaos, lets you focus on what matters, or in this case, lets you ignore everything and sink. Soft light, low light, changes you. Your pupils dilate, your brain produces melatonin, your body interpreting darkness as permission to rest. This is circadian biology, light receptors in your eyes, sending signals to your suprachiasmatic nucleus, your master clock, and it says, it's time to sleep, melting into the softness. Studies show blue light from screens disrupts this process, but warm light, red light, orange light supports it. Your brain, evolved with firelight, candlelight, moonlight, these wavelengths say safety, say warmth, say you can close your eyes now. The familiar feels safe because your brain has mapped it, predicted it, knows what to expect. No surprises, no threats, just the known. New places, new people, require more processing, more energy, more vigilance. But your bed, your pillow, your own breathing, these are familiar. These are home. Thump, thump, home, home. This is why travel exhausts you, why moving is stressful. Your brain recalibrating, learning new maps, new patterns, spending energy it would rather conserve, rather save for healing, for rest, for this. Your body knows how to soothe itself, rocking, humming, deep breaths. These aren't learned behaviours, they're built-in, automatic calming mechanisms. When you're distressed, you might pace, or rock, or hug yourself, your nervous system, activating the same circuits that were soothed when you were held as a child, swaying gently in the dark. This is self-regulation, your brain parenting itself, offering comfort the way someone once offered comfort to you, or should have, or eventually did. These neural pathways, still there, still working, still soothing you. Your eyes move, even when closed. During REM sleep, rapid eye movements, your eyes darting, following the dream. Scientists don't know exactly why, maybe scanning the dream landscape, maybe just spillover from the visual cortex, activating, eyes slowing, stilling. But even now, before sleep, your eyes make tiny movements, microsaccades, keeping the visual system primed, ready. But as you drift, these slow, smooth pursuit movements, replacing the quick darting, everything, slowing, preparing for the stillness of deep sleep. Sometimes people talk in their sleep, saying things they'd never say awake. This is because the motor cortex isn't fully paralyzed yet. Usually during sleep, your body freezes to prevent you from acting out dreams. But sometimes the signal gets through. Words escaping. Silence. Falling like snow. Sleep talking is harmless, meaningless. Your brain processing, making connections that don't need to mean anything. Random phrases, fragments of thought, like dreams themselves, strange, disconnected, unimportant. Soft textures feel safer than rough ones. Your skin covered in receptors, reporting constantly into your brain. This is soft. This is sharp. This is safe. This is threat. Weighted blankets. You've been breathing this whole time without thinking about it. Your brainstem handling it. Trustworthy, reliable, and your heart beating without your permission. Trustworthy, reliable. Your body knows what to do. You can trust it to carry you into sleep. Silence has weight, has meaning. You can feel it in a room, after an argument, in a forest, at night. Your brain interprets silence differently, based on context. Sometimes it's peace, sometimes it's tension. But right now, this silence is permission to stop talking, stop thinking, stop. The space between sounds growing wider. In music, the rests matter. as much as the notes. The silence gives shape to the sound without pauses. There's just noise, but with silence. Between, there's rhythm, meaning, and right now, the silence between these words is deepening, widening, calling you into its depths. When you hear sound, there's a slight delay. About 30 milliseconds is between the sound reaching your ear and your brain processing it. This lag, usually invisible, but in certain moments you notice it. The tiny gap between world and perception. Solitude isn't loneliness. Solitude is chosen, intentional. Your brain getting space from social processing, from reading faces, from monitoring how you're perceived. In solitude, you can be unperformed, unobserved, just existing, alone, but not lonely, here, in the dark. The default mode network activates during solitude. This is where you daydream, reflect, integrate experiences. It's called the default because this is what your brain does when it's not doing anything else. It processes, it consolidates, it rests. Some skills become automatic. Typing, driving, walking. Your motor cortex learns the sequence, practices it until it requires no thought. This is procedural memory, stored in your basal ganglia, cerebellum, different from conscious memory. You can't describe how. You just know a siren in the distance doesn't wake you. Fully, your brain assesses the threat level, recognizes it's far, it's not for you, go back to sleep. This happens constantly throughout the night. Sounds evaluated, dismissed. You never fully leave consciousness, just cycle through depths, far away, everything, far away. Your brain protects your sleep, filters disturbances, allows only what's necessary to wake you. A smoke alarm, your name. These break through, but distant sirens, muffled conversations, these are filed under not important, and you sink back down. Pain is strange, inconsistent. A paper cut can hurt more than a deeper wound, because pain isn't just sensation, it's interpretation. Your brain deciding how much to care, how much attention to give. Context matters, expectation matters. If you're distracted, pain fades. If you're focused, it amplifies. Drifting, past discomfort. Athletes push through pain that would stop others, not because they feel less, but because their brains have learned to interpret it differently, as information, not emergency, as temporary, not threatening. Your mind reshaping experience through practice, through repetition, through belief. In dreams, you have direction. You know where you're going, even though there's no map, no compass. Your dream self, navigating impossible architecture, feeling certain about the route. This is your brain creating coherence, even without logical structure, confidence, without evidence, direction, without destination, floating toward nowhere, somewhere. Your hippocampus, offline during dreams, so you can't form new conscious memories. This is why dreams slip away like water through fingers upon waking. You had them, vivid, real, but now they're gone, leaving only impressions, feelings, fragments of something that felt important. Symmetry calms you, a centered picture, a balanced room, even faces, symmetrical faces, read as more trustworthy, more attractive. Your brain loves patterns, loves order, symmetry, signals health, signals intention, signals that things are as they should be, everything balanced, centered. This is why mandala colouring relaxes people, why sacred geometry appears in every culture. Your visual cortex finding satisfaction in the predictable, the mirrored, the rus complete. No surprises, no chaos, just harmony. Your mind categorizes shadows automatically. That shadow is a tree, that one is a person, that one is nothing, just darkness. This happens faster than thought. Your visual system comparing shapes to stored patterns, deciding in milliseconds, safe or threat. Shadows deepening and around you. At night, this system gets more sensitive, more cautious, seeing things that aren't there. Better to imagine a threat than miss a real one. But here, now, in this space, the shadows are empty, harmless, just darkness, being dark. Micro expressions flash across faces in a fraction of a second before people control them. Contempt, fear, disgust. Your unconscious mind catches these, even when your conscious mind misses them. Reading what people feel before they know they're showing it. Your face, slack now, expressionless. But you don't need to read anyone right now. Don't need to monitor, to assess, to interpret. You can let your face rest. Let your social brain power down. No performance, no masks, just the privacy of your own darkness. Walking barefoot connects you to the earth. Your feet covered in nerve endings, sending information, texture, temperature, stability. This is called grounding or earthing. Your nervous system calming when it feels direct contact with the ground. Something ancient in this. Something remembered, sinking into the earth. Shoes lift you, separate you from direct sensation, but barefoot. You feel everything. The coolness of tile, the softness of carpet, your brain mapping the surface, trusting it, relaxing, is into it. Heavy blankets feel like being held. The weight activating pressure receptors in your skin. These receptors send signals that calm your nervous system, releasing serotonin, oxytocin, the same chemicals that flood your brain when you're hugged, when you're safe, when someone you love holds you close, pressed down, gently, safely. You feel everything. The coolness of tile, the softness of carpet, your brain mapping the surface, trusting it, relaxing, is into it. Heavy blankets feel like being held. The weight activating pressure receptors in your skin. These receptors send signals that calm your nervous system, releasing serotonin, oxytocin, the same chemicals that flood your brain when you're hugged, when you're safe, when someone you love holds you close, pressed down, gently, safely. Deep pressure therapy, used for anxiety, for autism, for anyone who needs to feel contained. Your body understanding weight as safety, as protection, as someone caring, enough to stay. Colour temperature affects you. Cool blue light wakes you, makes you alert. Warm orange light softens you, makes you drowsy. Your brain's circadian system evolved with sunlight, firelight, the warmth of day, the coolness of night, and it still responds to these cues, these ancient signals wrapped in warmth. Locked windows offer quiet reassurance, a barrier, thin glass, but psychologically thick. Your mind registers security, the click of the latch, echoing in your amygdala, reducing vigilance, no intruders, no drafts, just containment of the outside world. Inside, you are safe, contained. The brain craves this enclosure, evolutionary holdover from caves, from nests, locked windows, whisper, all is well, even in storms, they hold, and you relax deeper into the space they've guarded. Rain on car roofs taps a primal rhythm, metal amplifying, each drop like a drum. Your auditory system processes it as white noise, soothing, masking distractions. Inside the vehicle, a cocoon, isolated from the wet chaos. Psychology calls this sensory gating, filtering out threats. The sound evokes childhood memories, rides home, safety in motion. Dopamine trickles as stress dissolves. You grip the wheel, but your mind drifts to calmer shores. Rain, not just weather, but a lullaby for the overactive brain. Unconscious grip on phone edges, fingers curling around the device, even when idle. This haptic feedback grounds you, texture against skin, signaling possession, control. In psychology, it's proprioception, awareness of body position, the phone, an extension of self. Losing that grip spikes anxiety, phantom vibrations, imagined alerts. Your brain, wired for connection, holds tight to this portal, to others, to information. Edges worn smooth from repeated touch, a subtle bond, unspoken, yet felt. Soothing click of seatbelt buckles that snap into place. Triggers relief, conditioned response, Pavlovian, safety harnessed. Your prefrontal cortex assesses risk, then quiets. Travel begins with this ritual. Psychology of habits, embedding security in routine. Buckle up and tension eases. Muscles relax as if the belt absorbs worries. Road ahead, unpredictable, but this click promises protection. A small sound with big impact on your sense of well-being, emotional weight of unsent letters, words penned but withheld. They linger in drawers, in minds. Psychology's unfinished business, Gestalt theory, closure denied. Your heart carries the what-ifs, regret or relief, emotions unexpressed, ferment, building pressure or fading slowly, to send or not, a cognitive tug-of-war. Unsent, they symbolize vulnerability avoided, yet they haunt echoes of voices not spoken. In time, perhaps, they lighten or inspire release. Mind's attachment to specific spoons, that one utensil favoured over others. Not rational, but associative. Psychology of object, relations, endowing items with meaning. This spoon from a set, but yours. Handle curved just right, weight familiar, it stirs comfort in morning rituals. Coffee, tea, memories stirred, with each use, losing it, disproportionate grief. Your brain catalogues, these anchors, tiny talismans, against chaos, specific spoons, hold stories, unspoken, yet savoured, gentle panic of low battery icons, that red sliver, flashing, urgency surges, dopamine dip as connection threatens to sever, psychology of scarcity, amplifying value when it's fading. Your mind races to chargers, to outlets, fear of missing out, FOMO amplified in this digital age. Battery life mirrors energy, low, and you feel depleted. Plug in and calm returns, a modern anxiety tied to pixels, yet manageable with foresight or acceptance. Calming rhythm of sealing fan blades, whirring softly, circulating air, visual hypnosis, eyes tracing the spin. Psychology of repetitive motion, entraining brain waves, theta states, relaxation induced, blades slicing, shadows, creating patterns, your mind predicts. Comfort in predictability, no surprises, just cycle. In hot nights it cools, body and thoughts, fan hums, a mantra, pulling you toward sleep or focus. Simple machine, profound effect on inner peace. Subconscious mapping of Wi-Fi dead zones, your brain charts, invisible territories, spots where signal drops, avoidance learned through frustration, psychology of spatial memory, hippocampus at work, remembering corners, elevators where connectivity fails, annoyance spikes, then adapts. You hover near routers instinctively, digital nomads. We become navigating waves unseen, dead zones, teach patience or prompt movement. Mind's map, ever updating for seamless flow. Comfort of hearing, familiar footsteps, that cadence approaching, recognition instant, auditory cortex matching patterns to loved ones, friends, safety signalled, tension melts, dopamine release, association built over time, stranger steps, alert, these, soothe, homecoming, in sound, psychology of auditory familiarity, bonding through rhythm, echoes in hallways, promise presence, connection, without sight, just steps, drawing near and heart lightens. Quiet grief of empty hangars, wardrobe voids, clothes absent, spaces where they hung, now bare, psychology of loss, tangible reminders of departures, changes, empty hangars, symbolize what's gone. Nostalgia creeps, or relief. Mind clings to the shape, the absence forms, reorganize and heal, or leave them just as memorials, subtle sorrow in closets where fabric once whispered stories, now silence hangs heavy, yet time fills gaps anew. Psychology of steam from hot drinks, rising wisps, curling upward, visual cue for warmth, aroma intertwined, triggering salivation, anticipation. Your brain's reward system lights up, comfort food in vapor form, evolutionary and seeking heat in cold, steam signals, readiness, not too hot, inviting sip, mindfulness moment, watching it dance, grounds you, in now, simple pleasure, amplified by senses, hot drinks, steam, a bridge to coziness, unseen tension of unmade beds, sheets tangled, pillows askew, visual disorder, mirrors inner chaos, psychology of environmental cues, clutter stressing, the mind, cortisol rises, subtly, made bed, Order restored, day starts, accomplished, unmade, pulls back to rest or neglect. Habit loop, broken or embraced, in mess. Creativity sometimes thrives, but tension lingers until smoothed. A small act, big psychological shift, soothing sound of ticking clocks, steady beat, marking time, yet calming, entrainment again, brain syncing to rhythm, psychology of temporal perception, ticking fills, silence voids, without overwhelming, nostalgic for some, annoying for others, but in quiet rooms it reassures, life continues, pulse by pulse, not racing, just persistent, clock ticks, a companion, in solitude, pulling thoughts into flow or sleep, mind's echo of closed refrigerator doors, that thud, seal intact, contents preserved, subconscious check, did it close fully, psychology of completion, ensuring safety, food security, echo lingers, if ajar, anxiety nudge, push harder, and peace, cold air contained, mind moves on, ritual in kitchens, open, close, echo confirms, all good, simple sound, profound assurance, against waste or worry, gentle relief of matching socks, pairs reunited, from laundry chaos, order emerges, psychology of pattern recognition, brain loves, symmetry, mismatch irritates subtly, matched, and feet feel balanced, small victory in daily grind, dopamine hit from organisation, lost socks, urban myth, but found pairs ground you, in routine, comfort in cotton, aligned, relief washes over trivial yet meaningful tasks, emotional pull of old ticket stubs, faded paper, memories encoded, concerts, trips, moments captured, psychology of episodic memory, tangible triggers pull you back to joy or melancholy, kept in boxes, wallets, they anchor experiences, discard and lose a piece, hoarding light, sentimental value, amplified over time, stubs whisper. Remember when, emotional archives in your hands, pulling heartstrings, gently, calming effect of parallel parked cars, lines neat, spaces efficient, visual harmony, psychology of order, reducing cognitive load, chaos of haphazard parking, stresses, but parallel suggests control, community, in alignment. Your brain appreciates the geometry, walking by, tension eases, subtle urban serenity, cars are sentinels, guarding curbs, calming in their stillness, patterns, soothing, the wandering mind, subconscious counting of ceiling tiles, idle eyes, scanning grids, numbers ticking, internally, psychology of boredom coping, mind seeks, stimulation in patterns, count, recount, distraction from waiting or anxiety. Tiles become a canvas for projection. How many? Symmetrical, subconscious math calms by engaging, without effort, in doctors' offices, classrooms, counting passes, time, gently, quiet comfort of slightly open drawers, not fully closed, a peek inside, accessibility, without exposure, psychology of potential, ready access, to contents, fully shut, forgotten, open wide, chaotic, slight gap, balances, mind rests, knowing it's there, subtle invitation to organise or ignore, comfort in the in-between, drawers whisper, available, without demand, quiet, reassuring, psychology of shadows on walls, shapes shifting, with light, imagination stirs, pareidolia at play, seeing faces, figures in ambiguity. Brain fills gaps, evolutionary vigilance, threats in dark, but familiar shadows, comfort, home's outlines, known, safe, walls alive, with play of light, psychology weaves, stories from nothing, shadows dance, mind interprets, gently or fearfully. Unconscious preference for certain stairs, that step you favour in buildings, homes, habit grooves, worn in neural paths, psychology of motor memory, body chooses, efficiency or superstition, avoid crack or count risers, preference builds unnoticed until disrupted, then awkwardness ensues, stairs as metaphors, ascent, descent, chosen ones, feel right, unconscious, yet guiding. Your path, soothing weight of full laundry baskets, burden but satisfying, cleanliness achieved, psychology of accomplishment, task complete, senses engaged, scent fresh, texture soft, weight grounds, you in domesticity, empty baskets, void, full, promise order, mind catalogues, the load, relief in folding, later, soothing in its fullness, a tangible harvest of effort, hidden meaning in crumpled paper, wads discarded, ideas rejected, psychology of creation, destruction cycle, crumple and release, frustration or finality, uncrumple and revisit, subconscious second thoughts, paper holds emotional residue, anger in tight balls, carelessness in loose, meaning inferred from form, hidden layers in trash, mind ponders what was written, erased, gentle shock of unexpected reflections, mirror glance, caught off guard, self-confrontation, psychology of self-perception, who is that, familiar yet strange, dopamine dip or surge, depending on mood, reflections remind of embodiment in windows, puddles, unexpected, they jolt, awareness, gentle yet profound, shock softens to acceptance of the image, staring back, mind's catalogue, familiar scratches, surfaces marked by life, that nick on the table, dent in the door, psychology of environmental, memory, anchors to history, scratches tell, stories of accidents, play, time-etched, in wood, metal, familiar, they comfort like wrinkles on skin, catalogued subconsciously, noticed in quiet, moments, binding you to place, comfort of hearing, your own typing, keys clacking, rhythm personal, feedback loop for thoughts, psychology of sensory confirmation, actions produce, sound, reinforcing focus, flow state, enhanced, silence, disrupts, but you're typing a symphony of creation, comfort in the echo of productivity. Fingers dance, mind follows, soothed by self-made, music, quiet significance of empty bottles, vessels drained, purpose fulfilled, psychology of completion or waste, empty. Memory, anchors to history, scratches tell, stories of accidents, play, time-etched, in wood, metal, familiar, they comfort like wrinkles on skin, catalogued subconsciously, noticed in quiet, moments, binding you to place, comfort of hearing, your own typing, keys clacking, rhythm personal, feedback loop for thoughts, psychology of sensory confirmation, actions produce, Sound, reinforcing focus, flow state, enhanced, silence, disrupts. But you're typing a symphony of creation, comforting the echo of productivity. Fingers dance, mind follows, soothed by self-made music, quiet significance of empty bottles, vessels drained, purpose fulfilled, psychology of completion or waste, empty. They signal endings, water gone, thirst quenched, kept as reminders or recycled. Mind attaches, meaning, hoard or discard, significance in, the void, quiet, contemplative, bottles stand, silent sentinels of consumption and renewal, emotional texture of worn wallet corners, leather softened, edges frayed, from pockets, hands, psychology of haptic memory, touch evokes, history, money handled, cards swiped, worn, it fits, your form, emotional wear, parallels life's, abrasion, texture comforts, like old friends, corners rounded, by time, holding secrets, bills, memories, gently, calming power of closed notebook tabs, pages shut, ideas contained, psychology of boundary setting, open tabs, mental clutter, closed, resolution, calm descends, as chaos organises, notebook rests, mind follows, power in, the closure, tabs like thoughts, tucked away, ready for reopening, but now, peace in the shut, to weave deeper into this tapestry. Consider the subtle hum of distant traffic, a background chorus, not intrusive, but affirming. Life, beyond your walls, psychology of ambient sound, connecting you to the world, without demand, hum soothes, isolation, reminds, you're not alone in the flow of humanity, gentle assurance, in motion, or the faint glow of standby lights, electronics sleeping, yet watchful, red dots, green indicators, psychology of presence, devices ready, at a touch, glow comforts in dark rooms, subtle energy, not off, but paused, mind rests, knowing power awaits, calming, in its quiet vigil. The ritual of twisting bottle caps, that pop, release, anticipation built, psychology of sensory reward, carbonation hisses, promise of refreshment, twist and tension, eases, habitual motion, grounds, in the moment, caps collected or discarded, each turn, a small victory, over seal, over thirst, whispers of wind, through cracked windows, not full open, but teasing, fresh air seeps, psychology of controlled exposure, wind carries scents, sounds, without overwhelm, whispers invite, curiosity, calm exploration, of outside, from inside, soothing, in its gentleness, wind, a messenger, soft, the echo of footsteps on wooden floors, creaks unique to each board, psychology of acoustic mapping, home's voice, familiar, emotional residue and faded photographs, colours dimmed, but memories vivid, psychology of temporal bridging, photos pull past into present, residue clings, joy, sorrow, faded, yet potent, hands touch and feel, the echo, emotional, textured, the calming drag of pen on paper, ink flowing, thoughts manifesting, psychology of kinesthetic learning, drag provides, resistance, feedback, calming focus, digital lacks, this friction, pen glides, mind settles, in the trace, hidden patterns, in coffee grounds, swirls left, in cups, divination playful, psychology of epiphania, seeing meaning, in random, patterns comfort, by imposing, order, grounds whisper, secrets, or nothing. Hidden, yet sought, gentle resistance. Of door handles turning, that slight push, yielding. Psychology of agency, turn, and access. Granted. Resistance builds, anticipation, then release. Handles worn. From use, gentle, familiar. Mind's replay, of elevator dings, floors announced, journey marked. Psychology of auditory cues, dings orient, in vertical space, replay in mind, when waiting. Calming predictability, in ascent. The soothing fold, of fresh towels, edges crisp, stack stable. Psychology of tactile organisation, fold, and chaos, tames, soothing in, the softness, warm from drier, or cool. Fold invites, care, for self, unspoken comfort, in stacked dishes drying, water drips, slowly. Psychology of post-task relaxation, clean, and waiting. Comfort in, the mundane. Stacked, they rest. Mind mirrors, unspoken, peace, the quiet magnetism of refrigerator magnets. Holding notes, photos. Psychology of personalised space, magnets anchor. Reminders, affection. Quietly, drawing eyes. To importance, magnetism. Literal, emotional. Emotional echo in empty coffee mugs. Residue rings, sips remembered. Psychology of ritual remnants. Mug empty, day progressing. Echo of warmth. Lingers, emotional. Satisfying. Calming symmetry. Of folded maps. Creases aligned. World contained. Psychology of controlled exploration. Folded, it's portable. Order. Symmetry calms. Unfolded chaos. But folded, ready. The gentle pull of curtain cords. Drawing shut, light dimmed. Psychology of boundary creation. Pull and privacy. Ensues. Gentle, deliberate. Chords invite. Retreat. Calming. Mind's inventory. Of pocket lint. Fingers find. Fluff accumulated. Psychology of haptic discovery. Inventory surprises or reassures. Lint as. Evidence of movement. Life. Mind catalogues. Trivial, yet intimate. The soothing snap of binder clips. Securing papers. Snap holds. Psychology of containment. Loose ends. Bound. Soothing security. In organisation. Clip releases. Tension. With its grip. Hidden warmth. In glove compartments. Items stowed. Forgotten treasures. Psychology of compartmentalisation. Hidden, yet accessible. Warmth from car's heat, or emotional. Attachment to odds, ends, quiet resonance. Of tuning forks struck. Vibration lingering. Psychology of auditory decay. Resonance calms. By fading, gently. Forks tone. Centres. Mind. Quiet. Pure. The emotional weave of knitted scarves. Loops interlocked. Psychology of crafted comfort. Weave holds. Care. Given. Received. Emotional warmth. Beyond fabric. Scarves wrap. In memory. Calming orbit. Of desk fans oscillating. Breeze sweeping. Back. Forth. Psychology of rhythmic stimulation. Orbit predicts. Comfort. In cycle. Fan cools. Mind steadies. Calming. The subtle grip. Of shoelaces tightened. Not secure. Steps ready. Psychology of preparation. Grip assures. Stability. Subtle. Yet essential. Laces bind. Confidence. In motion. Mind's echo. Of mailbox flags down. Delivery complete. Echo of closure. Psychology of communication cycle. Flag down. Message sent or received. Mind rests. In the down. Gentle friction. Of pages turning in books. Paper against finger. Friction pulls. You deeper. Psychology of immersive progression. Turn and story. Unfolds. Gentle. Addictive. Quiet assurance of backed up files. Data safe. Duplicated. Psychology of digital security. Assurance against. Loss. Quiet. Invisibly. Guarding. Memories. work, emotional patina, on antique keys, shine worn, history embedded, psychology of object biography, patina tells, of hands, doors, emotional, timeless, keys unlock, more than locks. To extend this exploration, delve into the psychology of faint pencil marks, erased but lingering, ghosts of thoughts, mind clings. 2. Revisions, faint yet meaningful. Marks remind of process, imperfection, or the soothing alignment of desktop icons, arranged grids, visual control, psychology of digital order. Alignment reduces, overwhelm, soothing, in pixels, icons wait, patiently, the hidden rhythm in breathing patterns matched, with others, synchronization unconscious, psychology of social bonding, rhythm shared, empathy deepens, hidden, yet connecting, breaths align, hearts follow, gentle release, of pressure cooker valves, steam escaping, safely, psychology of controlled catharsis, release prevents, explosion, gentle, therapeutic, valve hisses, tension, gone, mind's archive, of old passwords remembered, sequences etched, access granted, psychology of mnemonic anchors, archive secures, identity, remembered, even obsolete, mind holds, tight, the calming veil, of sheer curtains diffusing light, softening edges, psychology of filtered perception, veil blurs, harshness, calming ambience, light dances, gently, through fabric, emotional undercurrent, in unsorted mail piles, envelopes waiting, psychology of deferred decisions, undercurrent builds, curiosity, or dread. Piles symbolize life's influx, emotional, pending, quiet magnetism of fridge doors pulling shut, seal sucking, closed, psychology of automatic closure, magnetism ensures preservation, quiet, reliable, doors shut, mind eases, the soothing trace of finger trails on foggy windows, patterns drawn, ephemeral, psychology of creative impermanence, trace expresses, momentarily, soothing, in vanishing, windows clear, trails fade, hidden comfort, in nested boxes opened, layers revealed, psychology of discovery nesting, comfort in, unwrapping, hidden, treasures, or nothing, boxes invite, exploration, gently, the gentle hum of aquarium filters, water cycling, life sustained, psychology of aquatic serenity, hum backgrounds, tranquility, gentle, constant, filters purify, mind follows, the calming power of sunset hues fading, colours softening, day ending, psychology of circadian wind down, power in transition calming, as night approaches, hues signal, rest, subtle grip, on steering wheel covers, texture enhanced, control felt, psychology of haptic enhancement, grip reassures, in drive, subtle, secure, covers wrap, confidence, mind's echo, of garage doors closing, rumble ending, home sealed, psychology of arrival completion, echo confirms, safety, mind settles, in the close, gentle friction, of wool, ox on carpets, static building, warmth generated, psychology of cozy resistance, friction comforts, in winter, gentle, playful, socks glide, yet hold, the quiet assurance of backup batteries charged, power reserved, psychology of preparedness, assurance against outage, quiet, ready, battery store, peace of mind, emotional patina, on brass door knockers, polish worn, history knocked, psychology of communal touch, patina layers, stories, emotional, welcoming, knockers invite, connection, calming orbit, of mobile sculptures spinning, air stirred, shapes dancing, psychology of kinetic hypnosis, orbit mesmerizes, calming, in motion, sculptures turn, thought still, the soothing snap of puzzle, pieces fitting, click perfect, image emerging, psychology of achievement microdoses, snap rewards, persistence, soothing, incompletion, pieces unite, whole forms, hidden warmth, in heated car seats, glow from below, comfort rising, psychology of embodied warmth, hidden, luxurious, warmth eases, tension, seats cradle, gently, quiet resonance, of harp strings plucked, notes lingering, psychology of ethereal vibration, resonance touches, soul, quiet, healing, strings vibrate, heart responds, the emotional weave of friendship bracelets, threads knotted, bonds symbolized, psychology of tangible ties, weave holds, affection, emotional, enduring, bracelets wear, memories grow, calming veil of mosquito nets draped, protection soft, sleep guarded, psychology of enclosed sanctuary, veil filters, threats, calming, in gossamer, nets drape, dreams safe, the subtle hum of dehumidifiers running, air drying, comfort increasing, psychology of environmental control, hum backgrounds, clarity, subtle, effective, dehumidifiers balance, inner calm, mind's inventory of keychain trinkets, items jingling, stories attached, psychology of portable mementos, inventory personalizes, keys, mind cherishes, trinkets, small, significant, soothing trace of chalk on blackboards, lines forming, ideas born, psychology of temporary expression, trace erases, easily, soothing, in impermanence, chalk draws, mind freeze, the hidden comfort, in blanket forts built, spaces enclosed, imagination reigns, psychology of regressive play, hidden, secure, comfort in, construction, fort shelter, childlike joy, gentle release of cork pops from bottles, effervescence freed, celebration begins, psychology of festive catharsis, release marks, moments, gentle, joyful, corks, fly, spirits lift, mind's archive, of postcard collections, images stamped, travels recalled, psychology of vicarious adventure, archive inspires, wanderlust, or nostalgia, postcards hold, worlds, miniature, the calming pull, of drawstring hoods tightened, world narrowed, focus sharpened, psychology of sensory reduction, pull cocoon, self, calming, in enclosure, hood shield, distractions fade, emotional undercurrent, in journal entries unfinished, sentences trailing, thoughts paused, psychology of open-ended reflection, undercurrent invites, return, emotional, evolving, entries wait, patiently, quiet magnetism, of paper clips linking, pages united, order simple, psychology of connective tools, magnetism, metaphorical, quiet, binding, paperclips hold, ideas together, the soothing drag of sleds on snow, glide effortless, winter joy, psychology of frictional play, drag minimals, soothing, in motion, sleds carry, laughter, downhill, hidden patterns, in frost on windows, crystals forming, art natural, psychology of fractal beauty, patterns captivate, hidden, intricate, frost etches, wonder, silently, the gentle hum of sewing machine stitching, thread looping, creation humming, psychology of rhythmic craft, hum focuses, mind, gentle, productive, machine stitch, fabrics, dreams, mind's preference, for window seats chosen, views outward, world passing, psychology of observational detachment, preference, for perspective, mind wanders, freely, seats offer, escape, visual, calming echo, of waves lapping shores, water rhythmic, soul soothed, psychology of oceanic entrainment, echo pulls, to peace, calming, eternal, waves lap, worries recede, the emotional fold of love letters sealed, wax impressed, secrets kept, psychology of intimate preservation, fold protects, emotion, emotional, timeless, letters seal, hearts connect, quiet resonance, in bells tolling distantly, sound carrying, time marked, psychology of auditory distance, resonance evokes, contemplation, quiet, profound, bells toll, moments pass. The subtle grip on bicycle handlebars, balance held, freedom pedalled, psychology of kinesthetic control, grip empowers, movement, subtle, adventurous, handlebars steer, paths new, minds echo, of library book stamps, dates inked, history shared, psychology of communal knowledge, echo of, readers past, mind joins, chain, echoes fade, wisdom endures, gentle friction, of sand between toes, grains shifting, grounding literal, psychology of tactile earthiness, friction connects, to nature, gentle, therapeutic, sand flows, calm settles, the quiet assurance, of passwords accepted, access granted, barriers lifted, psychology of digital validation, assurance builds, trust, quiet, secure, passwords open, worlds virtual, emotional patterner, on vinyl records scratched, grooves worn, music lived, psychology of auditory aging, patterner adds, character, emotional, nostalgic, records spin, time rewinds, calming orbit, of planets in mobiles, suspended balance, cosmos miniaturized, psychology of cosmic perspective, orbit humbles, calms, in scale, mobiles turn, thoughts expand, the soothing snap of fresh produce breaking, crispness confirmed, nutrition imminent, psychology of sensory freshness, snap delights, senses, soothing, vital, produce breaks, health beckons, hidden warmth, in sun-warmed stones, heat stored, touch soothing, psychology of natural therapy, warmth radiates, hidden, comforting, stones hold, sun's gift, quiet resonance, of flute notes floating, air vibrated, melody light, psychology of breath music, resonance lifts, spirit, quiet, ethereal, flutes call, inner peace, calming veil, of mist rising from lakes, visibility softened, mystery added, psychology of atmospheric ambiguity, veil invites, reflection, calming, serene, mist rises, clarity dawns, the subtle hum, of bees in gardens, wings buzzing, pollination busy, psychology of ecological harmony, hum reassures, life cycles, subtle, productive, bees hum, balance thrives, mind's inventory, of herb scents crushed, leaves released, aromatherapy, psychology of olfactory memory, inventory catalogues, healing, mind inhales, calm descends, soothing trace, of brushstrokes on canvas, paint layering, art emerging, psychology of creative flow, trace guides, expression, soothing, transformative, brushes stroke, souls speak, the hidden comfort, in hammock swaying, body suspended, gravity gentled, psychology of vestibular relaxation, comfort in, swing, hidden, blissful, hammock's cradle, worries drift, gentle release, of kite strings paid out, wind lifting, freedom soared, psychology of controlled liberation, release empowers, flight, gentle, joyous, strings connect, skies conquered, mind's archive, of dream journals filled, nights recorded, subconscious mapped, psychology of lucid exploration, archive unlocks, insights, mind delves, deeper, archives grow, understanding blooms, the calming pull, of tides retreating, water ebbing, beach revealed, psychology of cyclical renewal, pull teaches, impermanence, calming, rhythmic, tides pull, serenity follows, emotional undercurrent, in poetry unread, lines composed, souls bared, psychology of vulnerable creation, undercurrent flows, unseen, emotional, potent, poetry waits, resonance awaits, quiet magnetism, of compass needles pointing, direction true, path assured, psychology of orientational security, magnetism guides, quiet, reliable, Needles point, journeys begin, the soothing drag of oars through water, boat gliding, effort rhythmic. Psychology of propulsive meditation, drag resists, soothes, in push, oars dip, minds clear, hidden patterns, in cloud formation shifting, shapes imagined, skies canvas, psychology of projective imagination, patterns inspire, hidden, creative, clouds shift, ideas form, the gentle hum of wind turbines turning, energy harvested, power clean, psychology of sustainable rhythm, hum symbolizes progress, gentle, hopeful, turbines turn, future brightens, mind's preference, for sunrise over sunset, dawn chosen, new beginnings, psychology of optimistic bias, preference for renewal, mind awakens with light, preferences shape, days, calming echo of laughter distant, joy shared, contagion subtle, psychology of social mirroring, echo lifts, mood, calming, infectious, laughter echoes, happiness spreads, the emotional fold of napkins at table, cloth smoothed, meals prepared, psychology of hospitable ritual, fold sets, tone, emotional, welcoming, napkins fold, connections form, quiet resonance, in silence between notes, music breathing, space meaningful, psychology of auditory contrast, resonance in, pause, quiet, profound, silences resonate, depths reveal. To conclude this journey, through psychology's subtle threads, we've touched on the everyday, made profound, each topic a window into the mind's quiet workings, words nearing 3,000, we rest in the weave of it all. This is why visualization works. Your brain doesn't fully distinguish between imagined sensation and real sensation. Imagine warmth and you feel warmer. Imagine the sun and something in you lights up. Even here, even now, in darkness. A knock at the door has meaning. The pattern reveals intention. Aggressive knocking, urgent, gentle knocking, a polite, your auditory cortex, analysing rhythm, volume, predicting who's there, what they want, before you even see them. Silence. No knocking, just silence. But there's no door to guard right now. No one coming, no one expected. Just you, sealed in at this moment, this breath, this soft, descending, quiet. Unread messages create tension, a small weight in your mind, things you should respond to, people waiting, your brain, tracking obligations, incomplete tasks, Zeigarnik effect, remembering the unfinished better than the finished. All of it, fading, irrelevant, but right now, those messages can wait. The world can wait. Everything can wait. This moment belongs to you, to rest, to release, to let everything go, left or right. You have a preference. Without thinking, you turn one way, reach with one hand, favor one side, this lateralization, built into your brain, most people, right-handed, left hemisphere dominant, but the preference extends further. You have a favorite leg, eye, ear, your body, asymmetrical, in ways you never notice, balanced, between left and right, but in sleep, in rest, these preferences soften. Your body, symmetrical again, equal weight on both sides, no dominance, no favouring, just balance, just stillness, rocking, soothes you back and forth like a cradle, like waves, your vestibular system, the balance sensors in your inner ear, responding to rhythm, to repetition. This is why people rock when upset, why rocking chairs exist. The motion regulating, calming, reminding your nervous system of being, held, swaying gently back and forth. Mothers rock babies instinctively. The rhythm matches a heartbeat. The movement matches the womb. Your brain remembering. Even if you don't, remember. The body knows. The body always knows. Doodles reveal your mind. Psychologists analyse them. Sharp angles might mean tension. Circles might mean wholeness. But really, doodles are just your hand expressing what your conscious mind isn't saying. A release, a whisper from the unconscious. Loops and spirals, forming, dissolving. You don't need to analyse as right now. Don't need to mean anything. Can just be without interpretation, without significance, just existing, without anyone watching, without anyone asking what it means. Perfect circles are rare in nature. Your brain notices them. They feel special, intentional, man-made. A perfect circle means someone crafted it, cared enough to make it precise. Soft edges, blurring, but imperfect circles feel warmer, more human, more real. Your drawings, your handwriting, beautifully imperfect, perfectly imperfect, like you, like everything that lives. Hearing your name activates your brain differently than other words. Even in sleep, your name might wake you, your auditory cortex primed to recognize this pattern, these syllables that mean you, your name, fading into the background. But you don't need a name right now. Don't need an identity. It can just be a consciousness, awareness, a gentle presence, drifting through darkness, nameless, formless, free. Lost objects carry grief. A pen you loved, now gone. It's small, but it matters, because objects hold associations, memories. They're not just things, they're anchors to moments, to versions of yourself. And when they're lost, something goes with them. Letting go of things, of thoughts, of consciousness. But loss also creates space for something new, or for nothing, for emptiness, for rest, for the possibility that maybe you don't need to hold so tightly to anything. Looking out windows changes you, your gaze extending beyond your space, your mind travelling even while your body stays still. Windows are liminal, between inside and outside, between self and world. Eyes closing, no need to look. But right now, you don't need to see outside, don't need to extend your awareness beyond this bed, this room, this moment. You can draw your attention inward, smaller, smaller, until there's only breath, only darkness. Elevators create silence, strangers standing close but not speaking. Your brain recognizing the rule, the unspoken contract. Eyes forward, personal space, violated by proximity, but maintained by silence, by not acknowledging, alone in the silence. But you're not in an elevator. You're in your bed, your space, where silence is natural, is chosen, is perfect. No awkwardness, no rules, just the deep, comfortable silence of being alone. Straight lines feel orderly, controlled. Your visual system easily processing them, predicting the path, knowing what comes next. This is why minimalism appeals, why clean designs satisfy. Straight lines mean clarity, mean calm. Everything straightening, smoothing, curves feel organic, natural, but lines feel made, intentional. And right now, lying here, your body, making its own lines, straight and still, aligned, organised, ready from sleep. Old playlists take you back, not just the songs, but who you were when you made them, what you felt, what you hoped, music, timestamps emotions, better than anything else. A song from years ago, and suddenly you're there, feeling it all. Again, melodies, fading into silence. But tonight, you don't need music, don't need stimulation, just this voice, these words, and even these will fade soon, leaving you in perfect, quiet, perfect emptiness. Certain cups feel right in your hand, against your lips, the weight, the shape, your brain, preferring the familiar, the chosen. This is yours. This fits. This is right. Everything fitting perfectly. Your body fits your bed. Your head fits your pillow. Everything aligned. Everything exactly as it should be. No adjustment needed. Just settling deeper into what already fits. Lost keys, trigger panic, disproportionate to the actual problem, because keys represent control, access, safety. When they're gone, you're locked out, powerless. Your amygdala responding to the threat of being without control. But everything is in its place. Tonight, you're not locked out, you're locked in, safe, contained. Everything you need, right here, right now. No keys needed, no access required. Just this, just rest. Rounded corners feel safer than sharp ones. Your brain evolved to fear sharp edges, thorns, teeth, weapons. But curves mean safety, mean softness, mean no threat. This is why baby products have rounded corners, why phones do too. Soft, everything. Soft. Your body has no sharp edges. You're curved, rounded, soft. Designed for comfort, for holding, for resting against surfaces. And right now, every surface holds you gently, safely, softly. You blink 15 to 20 times per minute, usually, but you're not counting. Your brainstem handles it, keeping your eyes lubricated, rested. Each blink, a tiny break, a micro rest for your visual system. Eyes closing, staying closed. But as you drift towards sleep, blinking slows, pauses, your eyes closing for longer and longer until they don't open again. Favourite seats aren't random. You choose them for reasons. Your conscious mind doesn't register the angle to the door, the amount of space, the view, your brain assessing safety, comfort, control, and once chosen, that spot becomes yours, settled in your spot. And this, your bed, is your place, chosen, claimed, known. Your nervous system relaxing completely because it knows this territory. This is where you belong, where you rest. Cold door handles surprise you, metal conducting heat away from your hand, your thermoreceptors alerting you to the change, this tiny shock of cold pulling your attention briefly to the transition from warm room to cool metal to outside, warm, staying, warm. But you're not touching door handles, not transitioning, not going anywhere. You're staying right here in the warmth, in the stillness, in the safety of not moving at all. Your pockets have an inventory. Keys, phone, wallet. Your brain tracks them subconsciously, feeling the weight, the shape, knowing when something's missing. This is proprioception, your body's awareness of itself in space, of what it's carrying. Empty pockets, empty hands. But right now, you're carrying nothing, holding nothing. Your hands empty, open, resting. No weight, no responsibility, nothing. To track, nothing. To remember. Keyboard sounds become familiar. The click, the rhythm. Your fingers knowing the pattern, the sound, confirming that yes, you pressed it, it registered. Your brain matching action to feedback, building the loop of typing without looking. Silence, no clicking, no typing. Your fingers still now not working, not producing, just resting on the bed, on your chest, wherever they've fallen. No task, no purpose, just being fingers, doing nothing. Moon phases affect you subtly. Sleep patterns changing with the lunar cycle. Your ancestors slept by moonlight. Your brain still tracking the rhythm of waxing and waning, even if you don't notice. Darkness, complete darkness. But the moon doesn't matter. Tonight, behind clouds, behind curtains, behind closed eyes, just darkness. Deep, complete, perfect darkness. Childhood fonts trigger nostalgia. Comic Sans on elementary school. Worksheets. That specific font from your favourite book. Your brain. Encoding not just the words, but the visual, the feel of how they appeared. Letters dissolving, meaning fading. But you don't need to read right now. Don't need words. Even these becoming less important, less clear, fading into the background until there's only sound, only rhythm, only breath. Book margins hold secrets, notes, sketches, timestamps. The margin are yours. The only part you can mark, can claim. Your thoughts in conversation with the authors. Two minds meeting in the space between space, opening, expanding, wide margins around your mind right now. Space for nothing. Space for rest. No notes needed. No thoughts recorded. Just space. Empty. Quiet. Space. Even numbers feel complete, divisible, balanced, satisfying. Your brain prefers them symmetrical, predictable. 2, 4, 6, 8. They feel finished, while odd numbers feel incomplete, reaching for one more. Everything. Evening, out, your breath, finding rhythm. In, 2, 3, 4, out, 2, 3, 4. Even balanced, complete. Each cycle returning you to center, to stillness, to do nothing. Certain pens feel right in your hand, on paper, the weight, the flow, the sound. You don't write the same with different pens because the tool changes the process, changes the outcome. Hand, still, not writing. No pens needed. Tonight, no writing, no recording, just experiencing, without capturing, without preserving, letting it all happen, and then letting it go. Sidewalk cracks pull your attention. You step over them, or on them. Following patterns your conscious mind doesn't choose. This is your basal ganglia, running programs, habits formed in childhood, still running, smooth, surfaces, no interruption, no cracks to avoid, no patterns to follow, just smoothness, continuous, unbroken, like sleep should be, deep and dreamless, and still walking. Your arms swing automatically in rhythm, opposite arm, opposite leg. Your body knows this, your cerebellum coordinating without thought, without effort, the natural rhythm of being human, still, completely still. But you're not walking, not moving, your arms heavy by your sides. No swinging, no rhythm needed, just weight, just gravity pulling you down. Closed drawers sound different than open ones. Your auditory cortex knows the difference, the solid, satisfying click of closure versus the absence, the silence of still, open, everything, closed, contained. You're closed, too, contained in this moment, in this space. Eyes closed, mind closing, awareness narrowing to a single point, and then even that fading into nothing. Light switches click, a satisfying tactile feedback, on, off, binary, simple, your brain, loving, the clarity, the immediacy, the transformation from dark to light or light to dark. Click, off, darkness, falling, and now it's off, the light switched off in your mind, darkness, settling, no more light, no more brightness, just the soft, the dark, the asleep. You catalogue smells without trying, your brain encoding them, linking them to memory, to emotion, thousands of scents stored, ready to trigger, remembering, feeling, transporting you across time. No scent, just air. But here, now, there's the smell of your pillow, your blanket, familiar, safe, nothing new, nothing alerting, just the scent of home, of rest, of night. Sleeves, slightly too long, feel comforting, covering your hands, protecting, making you feel smaller, cared for, like you're being held in the fabric, safe in something too big for you, covered, wrapped, held. Your blanket does this too, covering you completely, more than enough. Excess comfort, too much warmth is better than too little. Your body knowing it's safe to rest when it's warm. Open tabs on your computer create anxiety, each one a task incomplete. Your brain tracking them, counting them, feeling the weight of all that's unfinished, undone, everything closed now. But your mind can close those tabs mentally, one by one. Click, gone. Click, gone, until there's only one tab left. This moment, this breath, and then even that, closing, emptiness, perfect, screen, dark, turning pages, makes a sound, a whisper of paper, your fingers feeling the edge, the texture, the slight resistance before it turns, gives way, moving forward through the story. No pages left. You've reached the end of the book, the last page turning, and now it closes, the story finished for tonight, to be continued tomorrow or never. Doesn't matter. It's complete. Finding lost items brings relief disproportionate to their value, because finding them restores order, proves Your mind still works, still remembers. You're not losing, it's yourself. You just misplaced something, everything, found. Now, you found what you needed. This moment, this rest, this peace. Nothing lost, nothing missing. Everything, exactly, where it belongs. Old receipts carry emotion, proof of a day, a purchase, a moment. They crumble, fade, become meaningless. But when you find one from years ago, you're transported back to who you were, what you bought, what you needed. Then nothing to prove, nothing to remember. No receipts needed for this rest, this sleep. It leaves no trace, no proof, just the experience, and then the forgetting, and then the waking, changed without knowing how. Paired objects satisfy you. Shoes, socks, earrings. Your brain seeking completion, seeking symmetry. One, alone, feels wrong, but two, matching, feels right, feels complete, feels done, paired with yourself, with sleep, you and sleep, matched, paired, completing each other. Two parts of a whole, you and unconsciousness, together, at last, falling into alignment. Borrowed jackets feel warmer than your own, not because of the fabric, but because they smell like someone else. They carry another person's warmth, their care, their closeness. You wear their comfort, wrapped in warmth, in care. Even alone, you're held by memory, by the idea of others, by the knowledge that you're cared for, even at a distance, even in darkness. You're not alone. You're loved. You're safe. Certain words feel better in your mouth. The shape, the sound, the way your tongue moves, your brain preferring some words over others for no reason except the way they feel. Words fading into silence. These words carrying you, floating you down into sleep. And soon they'll stop, and there will be only silence, only breathing, only the soft, the dark, the nothing. Full bookshelves feel protective, like walls, but softer. Your books surrounding you, all those stories, all those minds, keeping you company, keeping you safe. The weight of them, the presence, reassuring, surrounded by safety, by darkness. Your room holding you, the walls, the ceiling, the floor, all around you, protecting you, creating space just for you, where you can let go, where you can trust, where you can finally rest. Dust patterns go unnoticed until light hits them just right. Your brain filtering them out, deciding they're not important, not threatening, just dust, just particles floating like you're floating, drifting through space. Everything drifting, nothing solid, nothing mattering, just movement without effort, floating without trying, existing without being. Zipping bags makes a sound, satisfying, complete. The two sides coming together, sealed. The sound means finished, means contained, means ready, sealed in sleep. You're zipping yourself into rest, closing, sealing, completing, the day ending, and you settling into the bag of sleep, safe, contained, finished, locked doors at night let you sleep, the sound of the lock clicking, your amygdala relaxing, knowing you'll hear anyone trying to enter. You're protected, you're safe, you can stop guarding, safe, completely safe, everything locked, everything secure. You can stop watching, stop worrying, stop everything. The world locked out, and you locked in with sleep, with rest, with big peace. Perfectly stacked items satisfy you. Books, boxes, dishes. Your brain rewarding you for creating order, releasing dopamine when things align, balance, achieved, completion, reached, everything aligned. Now your body perfectly stacked on the mattress, your spine aligned, your head balanced on the pillow, everything where it should be, ordered, complete, ready for nothing. Worn paths call to you through grass, through woods, through life. The path most travelled feels easier, safer. Your brain trusts the familiar dear route, knows where it leads, knows it's been survived before, following the path to sleep. This path you've walked every night of your life, leading to the same place, to unconsciousness, to rest, to the temporary death that heals you. The path worn smooth, easy, inevitable. Tangled cords create frustration, chaos, disorder. Your brain trying to trace the path, getting lost in the loops, the knots, wanting to untangle, to straighten, to resolve. Everything untangled now. Your thoughts untangling, loosening, straightening into simple, clear nothing. No knots, no complexity, just smooth, straight lines leading nowhere, leading into nothing. Closed curtains create safety, separating you from the night, from the watching, from the unknown. Your space, contained, private, yours alone. No one can see, no one can intrude, hidden in darkness, behind your eyelids, behind the curtains, behind the walls, layers of protection, layers of privacy. You at the centre, hidden, safe, invisible, free. Your mind, label spaces, kitchen, bedroom, bathroom, without thinking. Your hippocampus, creating cognitive maps. This space for eating, this space for sleeping. And your body responds accordingly. This space for sleeping, only sleeping. Your brain knows you're in bed. It's dark, it's time, everything aligning. Your biology responding to the labels, to the cues, preparing you, releasing the chemicals that make you sleepy. So sleepy, familiar routes require less attention. Your brain predicting every turn, every landmark. Autopilot engaged. You could walk it with your eyes closed on this familiar path. The path to sleep, most familiar of all. You've walked it thousands of times. Your brain knows exactly where it leads, following automatically, no thought required, just walking, just drifting, just arriving footsteps in empty halls echo the sound, returning to you, confirming the space, confirming your presence, your brain using the echo to map the emptiness around you. No echoes, just silence, no footsteps, no movement, no sound, returning, just absence, just stillness, the kind of silence that means nothing is moving, nothing is coming, nothing is happening at all. Folded corners on pages mark your place, where you stopped, where you'll return, a tiny monument to the moment. You paused, your mind needing to mark, to remember, to find your way back. No need to mark this place. You won't need to return to this moment. It's not important. It's just the passage, the transition between waking and sleeping, unmarked, unremembered, already fading, already gone. The universe keeps turning. Our understanding of psychology forever deepens, and we'll keep drifting, floating together through the mysteries. 100 psychology mysteries, looping softly, endlessly through the night. And we'll keep drifting, floating together through the mysteries. 100 subconscious mysteries, looping softly, endlessly through the night. Tonight we'll drift through the hidden currents where your deepest thoughts silently steer your choices. The secret echoes of forgotten memories shaping the life you don't realize you live. The invisible patterns in your mind that appear in dreams but vanish by morning. There's nothing you need to do now. Just let your body sink. Heavier, heavier. Feel the mattress holding you, every muscle softening, your heartbeat slowing, thump, thump, matching the rhythm of space itself, shoulders melting down, jaw releasing, each breath pulling you deeper, deeper into the calm, the quiet, the dark. If this helps you rest, tap subscribe, comment, and hit like so others can find this calm too, but only if your eyes are still open. Otherwise, just drift. Now, let's drift into the subconscious. Beneath the surface of every thought you know you're thinking, there exists an entire ocean, vast, dark, teeming with life you never see. This is the subconscious mind, operating always, even now as your eyelids grow heavy, processing thousands of signals, making choices, steering you, without a single word spoken into the light of your awareness. Scientists estimate that your conscious mind, the part of you reading these words, controls only about 5% of your cognitive activity. 5%. The rest, 95%, belongs to the deep, the automatic, the hidden currents. Your subconscious mind processes roughly 11 million bits of information every single second, while your conscious awareness can handle only about 40 bits. 40 out of 11 million. Imagine that. Thump, thump. Your heart knows this rhythm. It's been beating without your permission since before you were born. 70 times per minute. Over 100,000 times each day, and you never once had to remember, because the subconscious never forgets its tasks. The subconscious mind doesn't speak in words, not the way your conscious thoughts do. It speaks in feelings, in images. in the sudden knowing that washes over you, in the dream that feels more real than the room around you. When you try to remember where you put your keys, and then your hand reaches for them automatically, that's the subconscious, remembering, guiding. Every night, you surrender to this deeper mind, drifting down through layers from beta waves to alpha to theta, where the veil grows thin. In those moments between waking and sleep, the hypnagogic state, your subconscious begins to paint across the darkness, faces appearing, voices calling, images blooming like flowers in fast motion, none of it chosen, all of it created from the vast library of everything you've ever seen, heard, felt, feared, desired. Your subconscious mind never sleeps, even as your body softens, heavier, heavier, into the bed. It continues its work, sorting memories, consolidating what matters, discarding what doesn't, strengthening the neural pathways you've traveled most, letting others fade like footprints in snow. Dreams are its language. The subconscious speaks through symbols because that's how it stores information, not in neat words and sentences, but in emotional weights, in patterns, in associations. That recurring dream where you're falling, or flying, or showing up unprepared. Your subconscious isn't trying to predict the future, it's processing anxiety, or desire for freedom, or the weight of responsibility, translating feelings into the only poetry it knows, the ancient parts of your brain, the limbic system, the amygdala. These evolutionary gifts operate almost entirely beneath conscious awareness. When you feel your chest tighten around certain people, when you feel inexplicably drawn to or repelled by someone you've just met, that's millions of years of survival programming, running its algorithms, reading micro-expressions, tone of voice, body language, computing safety or danger in milliseconds. Your subconscious mind learned to walk without you ever consciously understanding the physics of balance. It learned to speak your native language, absorbing grammar rules you couldn't articulate, soaking up meaning like a sponge. Everything you now do without thinking was once painstakingly learned, then handed over to the automatic, the effortless, the deep, implicit memory. This is how the subconscious stores the patterns of living. You can't remember learning to tie your shoes, but your fingers know the movements. You can't recall the exact moment you understood that fire burns, but your hand pulls back before touching the flame. This knowledge lives in your body, in neural pathways carved deep through repetition, available always, requiring no conscious effort. Thump, thump, feel your heartbeat, the rhythm of blood moving, oxygen flowing, all governed by ancient wisdom, brainstem, medulla, conducting the symphony of staying alive, breath in, breath out. You never have to remember, deeper, deeper into the automatic grace of the body. Before you were 5 years old, your subconscious mind absorbed more information than you've consciously learned in all the years since. Everything you saw your parents do, how they responded to stress, to joy, to conflict, became the template, the invisible script. You don't remember deciding how to react when someone raises their voice, but the pattern was written. carved into neural pathways before you had words for feelings. Pathways before you had words for feelings. These childhood patterns, they echo softly through every relationship you have now. The way your mother soothed you, or didn't, becomes the way you soothe yourself, or seek soothing from others. The way your father expressed anger, or buried it, shows up in your own jaw, your own silence, your own sudden outbursts that surprise even you. The subconscious mind protects you, even in ways you don't like, even in ways that hurt. If love once came with conditions, the subconscious learns to perform, to hide, to earn worthiness. If vulnerability once led to pain, it learns to build walls, to keep everyone at arm's length, to never need anyone too much. These defenses made sense once, and the subconscious, loyal, keeps running the old programs, even when the danger has long passed. Priming. This is how the subconscious can be guided, influenced, shifted. When you read words like yellow bananas bright, your mind begins to prepare, and if someone asks you to name a fruit, you're more likely to say banana, not because you consciously chose it, but because the subconscious was primed, activated, nudged in that direction. Advertisers know this. Thump, thump. They plant associations, luxury cars beside beautiful people, soft drinks linked to happiness and summer and friendship. Your conscious mind might say it doesn't work, but your subconscious, it collects these pairings, stores them, and later, when you're choosing, something deep whispers, suggests, steers. Every decision you believe you're making consciously, your subconscious has already begun to lean toward. Scientists monitoring brain activity can predict which choice you'll make up to 10 seconds before you consciously decide. 10 seconds. In that gap lives the truth. The decision is made in the deep and then served to your conscious mind with the feeling of having chosen, your gut feeling, that wordless knowing. It's not mystical. It's the subconscious rapidly processing patterns. You've seen this type of person before, this type of situation, and though you can't articulate why, something in you knows, trust this, or run from that. The feeling arrives before the thought, always. Heavier, heavier, your body sinking, every muscle releasing its hold. The subconscious operates the body's tension, learning which muscles to clench during stress, which to collapse in defeat, which to tighten in determination. You don't think about frowning. The face just arranges itself, reflecting the inner weather, automatically. In dreams, the subconscious shows you what you're not willing to see while awake. The person you dream about isn't always about them. Sometimes they're playing the role of a part of yourself. That angry figure chasing you might be your own rage, disowned, split off, trying to be acknowledged. The symbols shift and shimmer. Water often means emotion. Houses often mean the self. Flying often means freedom or escape. But nothing is universal. Your subconscious has its own private dictionary. Cultures across time have recognized these patterns. Carl Jung called them archetypes: the hero, the shadow, the mother, the trickster. Images that appear in myths and dreams across the world, because we share, beneath our differences, the same human subconscious, processing the same fundamental experiences: birth, death, love, fear, longing, the shadow. This is Jung's name for all the parts of yourself you've rejected. The qualities you hate in others often live, disowned, in your own subconscious. If you can't stand arrogance, look closer. Some small voice in you wants to feel superior, but you've exiled it. Cast it into shadow. These rejected parts don't disappear. They emerge in dreams, in sudden irrational reactions, in the qualities you obsess over in others. Your subconscious holds every forgotten memory, not gone, just submerged. The smell of wood smoke might suddenly pull up a camping trip from childhood, complete, vivid, as if it happened yesterday, because scent bypasses the thinking brain, travels straight to the limbic system, to emotion, to memory. Your subconscious has filed everything, indexed by feeling, by association, waiting for the right key to unlock it. Thump, thump, slower now. Your breathing deepening. The body knows how to heal itself, how to close wounds, fight infections, maintain temperature, all orchestrated beneath awareness. The subconscious governs the immune system, responding to stress with inflammation, to peace with repair. Your thoughts, though they feel separate from flesh, are continuously writing themselves into your cells. Psychosomatic illness. This isn't imaginary. It's the subconscious speaking through the body. The migraine that arrives before stressful events, the stomach that churns around certain people, the chronic pain that flares when old memories surface. Your body is the subconscious mind made visible, every tension held, every fear clenched, every grief stored in the tissues. But the opposite is also true. Healing happens in the deep, when you finally let yourself cry, when you speak the truth you've been swallowing, when you release the anger that's been calcifying in your jaw. The subconscious receives permission and begins to unwind, to soften, to let the body come back to its natural state, flowing, easy, whole. The subconscious can be rewired, neuroplasticity. This is the brain's ability to create new pathways, to learn new patterns. What was once automatic can become conscious, examined, chosen differently. The habit that's been running for years can be interrupted. 21 days, some say, or 66, or longer, but with repetition, the new pattern sinks down, becomes automatic, becomes the new program running in the dark. When you learn a new language, your subconscious begins to dream in it without trying. The grammar you're still consciously struggling with starts to flow naturally in sleep, because the subconscious loves patterns, loves systems, and it works all night to integrate what you practice during the day. Bilingual people often report feeling like different people in different languages, because language doesn't just translate words, it carries culture, emotion, ways of relating. Your subconscious absorbs all of it, the gestures, the personal space, the emotional valence of words, and shifts your entire being to match the linguistic world you're inhabiting. Right now, your subconscious is listening to the quality of this voice, the pacing, the pauses. It's matching your breath to the rhythm, slowing your heart, lowering your blood pressure. This is entrainment, one system synchronizing with another. It happens when you're with calm people, when you listen to slow music, when you watch waves. The subconscious seeks rhythm, pattern, harmony, deeper, deeper into the place where thoughts become images, where images become feelings, where feelings dissolve into the undifferentiated darkness. Your moral compass. You think it's conscious, rational, but most of your ethical choices arise from the subconscious. You see someone in need and move to help. Before thinking about it, you feel disgust at certain actions, not because you've reasoned through them, but because the subconscious has been trained by family, by culture, by early experiences to react. This is as some people's subconscious minds learned that breaking rules is dangerous, terrifying. These people follow instructions automatically, feel anxious even with small transgressions. Others learned that rules are arbitrary, made to be tested. Their subconscious doesn't trigger alarm bells, doesn't flood them with shame. The difference isn't character, it's programming, written early, running deep. The subconscious doesn't distinguish between real and vividly imagined. Athletes use this, visualizing perfect performance, and the brain fires the same neural pathways as if the body were actually moving. The subconscious records the success, builds the pattern, so when the real moment comes, it feels familiar, already accomplished. Worry works so effectively. Every time you imagine disaster, your subconscious treats it as real, releases stress hormones, prepares for threat. If you replay the same anxious scenario 50 times, you've essentially traumatized yourself 50 times. The subconscious doesn't know the difference between memory, imagination, and present reality. It responds to the vividness, the emotional charge of the repetition. But you can use this gift, this limitation. Imagine healing, imagine confidence, imagine peace, with the same emotional intensity, the same sensory detail, and the subconscious begins to organize reality around that vision, not magically, but by directing attention, by priming perception, by making you notice opportunities that align with the internal image. Thump, thump. Your heart knows. Heavier, heavier. Your body remembers how to rest. Thump, thump. Your heart knows. Heavier, heavier. Your body remembers how to rest. The flow state, that feeling of effortless action, of being carried by something larger. This is what happens when the conscious mind steps back, stops interfering, and lets the subconscious take over. Athletes call it the zone. Artists call it inspiration. The hands moving faster than thought, the words arriving without searching. Time disappears, self-consciousness vanishes, and you become pure action, pure presence, the subconscious, unleashed, unquestioned, is staggeringly competent. But to enter flow, you first have to build skill, consciously, painstakingly. The subconscious needs patterns to work with. Once you've practiced enough, repeated enough, struggled enough, you can finally let go, and the deep mind, vast and capable, takes the wheel, performs miracles as if it's nothing. Addiction. This is the subconscious learning too well. The substance or behavior that once brought relief becomes hardwired. The trigger appears. craving rises before any conscious decision is made. The pathway from cue to urge to action has been carved so deep, travelled so many times, that it fires automatically. The conscious mind, the part that wants to quit, that sees the consequences, arrives too late. The subconscious has already initiated the program. Recovery requires rewriting these programs, creating new associations, new responses to old triggers. It's slow, repetitive work, because you're trying to override neural pathways that have been reinforced thousands of times, but it's possible. The subconscious can learn new patterns, can be taught that safety exists without the substance, that peace can come from other sources. Gradually, with enough repetition, the new pathway deepens and the old one, unused, begins to fade. Your subconscious reads faces faster than you can consciously process. Micro expressions, flickers of emotion lasting less than a second. Your conscious mind misses them entirely, but the subconscious sees, records, and generates a feeling. You meet someone and feel instant distrust, not knowing why. It's because your subconscious caught the discrepancy between their smile and their eyes, between their words and their body. It warns you, through feeling, through the language it speaks. This is why you can feel when someone is lying, or uncomfortable, or attracted to you, even when nothing is said. The subconscious is constantly monitoring, scanning for safety, for threat, for opportunity, reading the room at a level far more sophisticated than conscious observation. Body language is mostly subconscious. You don't decide to cross your arms when defensive, to lean forward when interested, to mirror the gestures of someone you like. Your subconscious does this automatically, signaling, communicating, creating rapport or distance, and everyone else's subconscious is reading these signals without them knowing they're reading. The room is filled with invisible conversation, happening beneath words, heavier, heavier, sinking down through the layers, conscious thought dissolving like sugar in warm water. Soon there will be only the drift, the float, the darkness holding you, when you're trying to solve a problem and you can't, and you finally give up, go to sleep, and wake with the answer clear and obvious. That's the subconscious. It kept working, rearranging the pieces, making connections, while your conscious mind was offline. Scientists call this incubation. The subconscious needs time, needs to work without interference, without the conscious mind's limited logic forcing solutions. Some of history's greatest discoveries came this way. The chemist Kekule dreamed of a snake biting its own tail, and woke understanding the structure of benzene, a circular molecule. Elias Howe struggled to design a sewing machine until he dreamed of spears with holes in their tips, and woke knowing where to put the needle's eye. The subconscious, freed from the constraints of waking logic, makes leaps, sees patterns, creates solutions. You can ask your subconscious to work on something. This is dream incubation. Before sleep, state the problem clearly, then release it. Trust. Let the deep mind take over. Often, not always, but often, you'll wake with insight, with a new angle, with the feeling of knowing, even if you can't yet articulate. This is why great art often emerges in states of relaxation, in the shower, on walks, in that dreamy space just before sleep. The conscious mind relaxes its grip, stops editing, stops controlling, and the subconscious surges up, bringing gifts, offerings, strange and new combinations. Why? Creativity lives in the subconscious, the muse, the inspiration, the sudden idea that seems to come from nowhere. It comes from the vast associative network beneath awareness. Your subconscious has access to everything you've ever learned, every song you've heard, every image you've seen, every story you've absorbed, and it combines them, recombines them, in ways your conscious mind, bound by logic, by what's expected, by fear of judgment, would never dare. Children are wildly creative because their conscious mind hasn't yet built strong walls. The subconscious flows freely, unedited. A box is a spaceship, is a house, is a boat, all at once, without contradiction. As we age, we learn what's realistic, what's proper, what makes sense. And the channel narrows, but it's never closed. The subconscious is still there, still playing, still creating if we give it space. Thump, thump, slower, softer, your body settling into stillness, the subconscious taking over all the functions, breathing, blood flow, the million adjustments needed to keep you alive, so perfectly orchestrated you never have to think. Relationships, they're largely subconscious. You're attracted to people who feel familiar, who recreate the patterns you learned in childhood, even when those patterns hurt you. The subconscious seeks to resolve old wounds by recreating them, hoping this time, with this person, it will end differently. You choose partners who reflect your father's emotional distance, your mother's anxiety, not consciously, but drawn by the deep recognition, the familiar ache. And when you're with someone long enough, your subconscious minds begin to sync. You start finishing each other's sentences, knowing what they need before they ask, feeling their mood when they walk in the room. This is attunement, nervous systems learning each other, subconscious patterns interweaving until it's hard to tell where one ends and the other begins. Mirroring happens automatically with people you feel close to. You match their pace of walking, their speech patterns, their breathing, without trying, without noticing. The subconscious creates harmony, builds connection. This is why you feel comfortable with some people and exhausted by others. Some nervous systems are compatible, sync easily. Others clash, require constant conscious adjustment. Music reaches the subconscious directly, bypassing language. A sad song makes you sad, not because you've analysed the lyrics, but because the minor key, the slow tempo, the melodic contour speaks the language of sorrow. Your subconscious recognises it, responds, shifts your internal state to match. This is why lullabies work. The gentle rhythm, the repetitive melody, the soft volume, all signal safety, signal rest. The subconscious of the baby and the adult receives the message, begins to slow, to soften, to drift. Right now, the cadence of these words, the pauses, the repeated phrases, they're working on your subconscious, not forcing, not demanding, just suggesting, inviting. You're heavier now, aren't you? The thought of lifting your arm seems distant, impossible, unnecessary. That's the subconscious taking over, deciding rest is safe, letting the body release. Habits form when the conscious decision becomes automatic. When you first started brushing your teeth, it required focus. Now your hand moves without you. The behavior has been handed down to the subconscious, which runs it efficiently, perfectly, while your conscious mind thinks about other things. This is a gift. It means you don't have to relearn everything every day. But it also means bad habits become just as automatic, just as unconscious. The cigarette after dinner, the checking your phone when anxious, the harsh self-criticism when you make mistakes. These patterns wear grooves, deep channels, and the subconscious follows them without questioning, without choosing. To change a habit, you have to bring it back into consciousness. Notice the trigger, the routine, the reward. Interrupt the pattern consciously, over and over, until a new groove is worn, until the new behavior becomes automatic, until the subconscious adopts it as the default program. This is always true, but meditation lets you see it clearly. The goal isn't to stop the subconscious. That would be death. The goal is to not be controlled by it, to create space between the arising and the reaction. The anger arises subconsciously, but you don't have to act on it. The craving arises automatically, but you don't have to follow it. You watch, breathe, and let it pass. This space, this gap, this is freedom. Not freedom from the subconscious, but freedom within it. The ability to observe the programs running, and sometimes, not always, but sometimes, choose differently. Thump, thump, your heartbeat like distant drums, heavier, heavier, the body becoming part of the bed, part of the earth, dissolving into rest. Phobias are the subconscious protecting you from danger that may no longer exist. One bad experience, a spider, a height, an elevator, and the subconscious marks it dangerous, avoid, forever after. The sight of a spider triggers the alarm. The conscious mind might know the spider is harmless, might reason through the irrationality, but the subconscious doesn't care about logic. It cares about survival, and it's already flooding the body with adrenaline, already preparing to flee. This is why you can't think your way out of a phobia. The fear lives beneath thought, in the amygdala, in the ancient brain. Healing requires speaking to the subconscious in its own language, through experience, through gentle exposure, teaching the deep brain, slowly, repeatedly, that safety exists. The fear doesn't vanish through understanding. It vanishes through new learning, new associations, new patterns carved into the neural landscape. Anxious people have subconscious mind that learned early that the world is dangerous, that disasters lurk around every corner, that vigilance is required for survival. The conscious mind might know better, but the subconscious, loyal, keeps scanning for threat, keeps preparing for catastrophe, exhausting the body with stress hormones, wearing down the nervous system. Healing anxiety requires retraining the subconscious, teaching it that most moments are safe, that the body can relax without terrible things happening. This happens through practice, through mindfulness, through deliberately choosing rest, even when the subconscious is screaming danger. Over time, with enough repetition of safety, the alarm quiets. The default setting shifts from threat to neutral, from panic to peace. The placebo effect is the subconscious healing the body. A sugar pill, inert, does nothing. But if the subconscious believes it's medicine, believes healing is coming, the body responds, releases endorphins, reduces inflammation, activates repair mechanisms. The belief itself is the medicine. The expectation, held subconsciously, becomes the treatment. The nocebo effect is the opposite. The subconscious harming the body through negative expectation. Tell someone a harmless pill will make them nauseous, and their subconscious obliges, generates nausea, proves the belief true. Your deepest expectations, your subconscious convictions about what will happen, shape what does happen, not through magic, but through their body's astonishing responsiveness to the mind. This is why hope matters, why optimism, grounded in reality, can actually improve outcomes. The subconscious mind that expects healing is more likely to generate it, not always, not magically, but often enough to be documented, studied, proven. Heavier, sinking down. The subconscious now fully in control, managing every automatic function, every breath, every heartbeat. You're just awareness now, floating, watching, drifting on the current. Procrastination is often the subconscious protecting you from failure or from success. If you never finish the project, you never have to face judgment. The subconscious generates resistance, creates distractions, pulls you toward anything else, because some part of you learned that being seen is dangerous, or that achieving means losing something, connection, humility, the safety of being average. The resistance feels frustrating, but it's trying to help in its own misguided way. Understanding this doesn't make it vanish, but it softens the self-criticism. You're not lazy, you're not broken. Your subconscious is running a protection program that once made sense and forgot to update. Déjà vu is likely the subconscious recognizing patterns. The current moment shares some quality with a past moment. The same light, the same spatial arrangement, the same emotional tone. Your subconscious says, I know this, but it happened beneath awareness, was never consciously encoded. So you feel the recognition without, the memory, the eerie sense of having lived this exact moment before. Time perception happens subconsciously. An hour in flow feels like minutes. An hour of boredom feels endless. Your subconscious marks time based on novelty, on emotional intensity, on engagement, not by the clock, but by the richness of experience. This is why childhood feels long, every day full of new experiences, and adulthood accelerates as routines become automatic, as novelty fades. The subconscious has less to encode, and time slips away. Memory itself is reconstructed subconsciously. You don't retrieve memories like files from a computer. You recreate them, each time rebuilding them from fragments, and each rebuilding changes them slightly, adding details from other memories, from imagination, from current beliefs. Your clearest memories, the ones you're most certain about, may be the most distorted, because you've recalled them most often, revised them most thoroughly. The subconscious edits your perception of reality continuously. You see what you expect to see, what fits your beliefs, what matches your internal models. The rest is filtered out, ignored, deemed irrelevant. This is why two people can witness the same event and remember it completely differently. Their subconscious minds were filtering through different lenses, highlighting different details, creating different stories. Confirmation bias is the subconscious seeking evidence that you're right. If you believe people are good, you notice kindness. If you believe people are selfish, you notice self-interest. Both are present, always. But your attention, guided by subconscious filters, finds what it's looking for and calls that reality. This is how self-fulfilling prophecies work. If your subconscious believes you're unlikable, it makes you behave in ways that push people away. Tension in your body, guardedness in your expression, hesitation in your voice. Others sense this, respond with distance, and your subconscious says, "See, I was right." The belief created the reality that confirmed the belief, but this works both ways. If your subconscious believes you're capable, worthy, safe, it makes you move through the world differently, relaxed, open, confident, and people respond with warmth, with opportunities, with trust. Your reality shifts, not because the world changed, but because your subconscious changed what you noticed, how you interpreted, how you acted. Thump, thump, softer now, barely audible. Your body so heavy, so relaxed, beyond the need to move. The subconscious holding you, keeping you breathing, keeping you safe, while consciousness dissolves, drifts, becomes nothing but awareness of drifting. Personal boundaries are learned and maintained subconsciously. How close you let people stand, how much of yourself you reveal, how much you tolerate before saying no. All of this was taught to you early, absorbed before words. Your subconscious knows. This close feels good. That close feels threatening. It signals through body sensations, through comfort or discomfort, guiding you, usually, toward safety. But sometimes the boundaries are too rigid or too porous. If your subconscious learned that closeness means engulfment, loss of self, it builds walls, keeps everyone out, leaves you lonely but safe. If it learned that saying no means abandonment, it lets others take and take, leaves you depleted but connected. Neither extreme serves you, but the subconscious, loyal, keeps running the program. Healing boundaries means conscious work, noticing when the body tenses, when resentment builds, when you've given more than you wanted to. These are signals from the subconscious, warnings that a boundary was crossed. You practice saying no, small no's at first, and notice you survive. The subconscious begins to learn. Boundaries don't mean rejection, they mean health. Slowly, it adjusts, calibrates, finds a more functional balance. It has access to more data than your conscious mind can process. The subconscious in relationships mirrors back what hasn't been healed. You find yourself attracted to emotionally unavailable people and realize your parent was emotionally unavailable. You keep choosing critical partners and remember the critical voice you grew up with. The subconscious seeks the familiar. even when familiar hurts, because familiar feels like home. The enteric nervous system, the neurons in your gut, communicate with the brain constantly. This is why you feel butterflies when nervous, why nausea accompanies fear, why your stomach knows before your mind that something is wrong. Your gut is often called the second brain, generating feelings, sending signals up. The gut feeling, the instinct. This is real neural communication happening beneath conscious awareness. This gut-brain axis processes information emotionally, not logically. It responds to patterns, to familiarity, to subtle cues you haven't consciously noticed. When something feels off, even when everything looks fine, trust the gut. Trust the subconscious reading of the situation. Breaking these patterns requires seeing them, making them conscious. Every time you feel that old pull, that familiar ache, you pause, breathe, ask, is this what I want, or is this what I know? The subconscious can't change if you keep following it blindly. It needs conscious intervention, new choices, repeated enough to become the new pattern, spiritual experiences, moments of transcendence, of unity with something larger. These often involve the subconscious dissolving the boundary between self and other, in deep prayer, in meditation, in psychedelic states. The part of the brain that maintains your sense of separation, the default mode network, quiets down, and suddenly you feel connected to everything. The subconscious, freed from the usual constraints, expands, includes, transcends. This isn't delusion. It's a different mode of consciousness, a different level of the subconscious expressing itself. Mystics across traditions describe the same experiences, the same dissolution, the same peace, because we all share the same basic brain structure, the same subconscious capabilities, waiting to be accessed. Humor detection happens subconsciously. You laugh before you understand why something is funny. The recognition of incongruity, the surprise twist, the subversion of expectation. Your subconscious catches it faster than thought and generates the physical response. Laughter, joy, release. Can't force yourself to find something funny. The subconscious either sees the humor or doesn't, based on patterns, timing, context, all processed beneath awareness. Wit, that quick comeback, that perfect response, comes from the subconscious making rapid associations. The conscious mind is too slow for wit. By the time you've thought through what to say, the moment has passed. Wit requires letting the subconscious speak, trusting the first thing that arises, without censoring, without overthinking. Chronic stress rewires the subconscious. The body adapts, becomes efficient at staying vigilant, at maintaining high cortisol, at being ready for threat. This adaptation, meant to be temporary, becomes permanent. The subconscious forgets what relaxation feels like, treats it as dangerous, unfamiliar. Every attempt to rest is met with anxiety, with restlessness, because the subconscious has learned hypervigilance equals survival. Healing from chronic stress means teaching the subconscious that calm is safe. This takes time, consistency, practices like gentle movement, breathwork, meditation, repeated daily until the nervous system begins to remember, oh, I can rest, I can soften. Nothing terrible happens. Gradually, with patience, the default setting shifts back from fight or flight to rest and digest, from alarm to ease, sleepwalking, somnambulism. Somnambulism. This is the subconscious taking the body for a walk while consciousness is offline. The motor programs, walking, opening doors, even complex tasks, can run without awareness. The sleepwalker's eyes are open, but no one is home, just the subconscious, executing behaviours, following some internal script, usually related to routine, to habit, to something rehearsed so many times it requires no conscious direction. Sleep talking happens in the same state, the subconscious generating language, without the conscious filter. Sometimes it's nonsense, fragments of dreams translated into sound. Sometimes it reveals preoccupations, worries, desires, spoken freely because the guard is asleep. The truth slipping out, unedited, raw. Artistic inspiration often strikes when the conscious mind is distracted. The subconscious has been working on the problem, the painting, the melody, the poem, and suddenly, while you're doing dishes or driving, the answer arrives, complete, perfect, as if given by something outside yourself. But it's not outside, it's the deep mind, vast and creative, offering up what it's been composing in the darkness. Many artists report feeling like channels, like the work comes through them, not from them. This is the experience of the subconscious creating, without conscious interference. The ego steps aside, and something older, something connected to the collective human experience, flows. Genetics and subconscious behaviour. There's an interplay. Some of your automatic responses are inherited. The startle reflex, the preference for sweet over bitter, the fear of snakes and spiders. These are evolutionary gifts, hardwired, patterns that kept your ancestors alive. Your subconscious came preloaded with certain programs, survival code written into your DNA. But most of your subconscious is learned, shaped by experience, especially early experience. Genetics loads the gun, environment pulls the trigger. The same genetic predisposition can express as resilience in one environment as anxiety in another. Your subconscious takes the raw material of your genes and sculpts it based on what you lived, what you learned, what you needed to survive. Thump, thump, the heartbeat fading into the background. Heavier, heavier, beyond heavy now, just pure stillness. The body a distant thing, the mind a soft blur, everything dissolving into the gentle dark. Virtual reality tricks the subconscious. Put on the headset, step to the edge of a virtual cliff, and your body reacts, heart racing, palms sweating, even though you know, consciously, it's not real. The subconscious responds to the visual and spatial cues. It doesn't care about reality. It cares about the signals it's receiving, and those signals say danger, so it prepares the body accordingly. This is being used therapeutically to treat phobias, PTSD, anxiety disorders. The subconscious can be exposed gradually, safely, to feared situations and learn through repeated experience that survival is possible. The body calms, the alarm quiets, new patterns form, overwriting the old. Immersive experiences change the subconscious. When you're fully absorbed in a story, a film, a game, your subconscious processes it as real, releases the same emotions, forms the same memories. This is why stories matter, why myths endure. They teach the subconscious, model behaviour, show what's possible. All without triggering the defences that rise when someone tells you what to do. Leadership styles emerge from subconscious patterns, how you respond to authority, whether you challenge or comply, whether you trust or suspect, all learned early. Your father was authoritarian. Your subconscious learned to rebel or to submit completely. Your mother was permissive. Your subconscious learned that rules are flexible, or that you're on your own. These patterns show up every time you encounter a boss, a teacher, a police officer. Automatic reactions before conscious thought. Some people's subconscious relaxes around strong leadership, feels safe, contained. Others feel threatened, controlled, infantilized. Neither is wrong. They're just different subconscious programs as based on different early experiences. Understanding this about yourself when others creates compassion. You're not difficult. They're not weak. You're all just running different software. Grief rewires the subconscious. The person you lost was woven into countless automatic patterns. You reach for the phone to call them. Before remembering, you turn to share something before the truth lands again. The subconscious takes longer to learn the loss, keeps expecting, keeps reaching, keeps preparing for someone who won't arrive. Mourning is the slow process of teaching the subconscious. They're gone. You have to feel it, over and over, in every context, every memory, every holiday, until finally the deep mind accepts, integrates, and stops reaching. The grief never vanishes completely, but it transforms, becomes something you carry, rather than something that carries you. Forgiveness happens in the subconscious. You can consciously decide to forgive, say the words, mean them, but the body still tenses around that person. The hurt still flares, because the subconscious hasn't forgiven, hasn't released the charge. True forgiveness requires time, processing, feeling the hurt fully until it finally discharges. The subconscious lets go. Not because you decided it should, but because the wound has been felt, witnessed, honoured, and finally integrated. You can't force forgiveness, can't rush it. The subconscious has its own timeline, its own process. Trying to forgive before you're ready just buries the hurt deeper, where it calcifies, festers. True healing is slower, messier, but real. Animal instincts. You have them too. The hair standing up on your neck when you sense danger. The instant dislike of someone who seems friendly on the surface. The way your pupils dilate when you see someone attractive. These are ancient programs, mammalian, primal, operating beneath the human, beneath language, beneath civilization's veneer. Your subconscious is still animal, still responding to threat and opportunity with the same mechanisms that kept your ancestors alive on the savannah. Most of the time, this serves you. Sometimes, in modern contexts, it misleads. The presentation that triggers fight or flight isn't actually life-threatening. The social rejection that feels like death won't actually kill you. But the subconscious doesn't know. It responds with full evolutionary urgency to situations that require, at most, a deep breath and a clear sentence. Resistance to change is the subconscious preferring the known. Even when the known is painful, it's familiar, predictable, safe. Change, even positive change, triggers uncertainty. The subconscious, conservative by nature, whispers, "Stay here, stay small, stay safe." The devil you know is better than the devil you don't. This is why people stay in bad relationships, bad jobs, bad cities. The subconscious is terrified of the unknown, would rather endure familiar suffering than risk unfamiliar possibility. Overcoming this requires conscious courage, repeatedly choosing the new, the uncertain, until the subconscious learns. Change doesn't always mean danger. Sometimes it means growth. The shadow self. These are the qualities you've disowned. Jung described this beautifully. Everything you reject about yourself doesn't disappear. It goes into shadow, becomes unconscious, but it's still there, still active, showing up in your judgments of others, in your dreams, in your sudden, inexplicable reactions. If you pride yourself on being nice, your shadow holds your rage, your selfishness, your capacity for cruelty. If you identify as rational, your shadow holds wild emotion, chaos, irrationality. The work, the difficult work, is to acknowledge the shadow, to bring it into light, not to act on every impulse, but to recognize. These too are parts of me. When you integrate the shadow, you become whole, less reactive, because you've acknowledged what you were denying, less judgmental, because you've recognized in yourself what you condemned in others. The subconscious no longer has to work so hard to maintain the illusion of your perfection, your goodness, your control. Ideas arrive suddenly because the subconscious has been working. You're trying to solve a problem, making no progress. And then, in the shower, on a walk, right before sleep, the answer appears, fully formed, obvious. Why didn't you think of it before? Because you were thinking of it consciously, which was blocking the subconscious from its more creative, more associative, more intuitive process. The subconscious incubates, combines information in novel ways, makes connections across domains, but it needs space. It needs the conscious mind to stop trying so hard, to release control. Only then can the deeper intelligence emerge. This is why breaks matter, why rest is productive. Not because you're being lazy, but because you're giving the subconscious room to work. The solution you're desperate for is being assembled beneath awareness in the patient darkness of the mind. Thump, thump, almost imperceptible now. Your body has surrendered completely, the subconscious managing everything, orchestrating the miracle of staying alive, while you drift, formless, timeless, in the space between waking and sleep. The gut-brain connection, the enteric nervous system, contains more neurons than your spinal cord. It's producing 90% of your body's serotonin, the neurotransmitter of well-being. Your gut is in constant communication with your brain, sending signals up, receiving signals down. This is why anxiety lives in your stomach, why stress destroys digestion, why you lose your appetite when heartbroken. Gut feelings are real neurological events. the subconscious processing happening in your belly, generating wordless knowing. Your gut has learned through evolution, through personal experience, to recognize patterns, to sense safety or danger. Often, it knows before your brain catches up. That person seems nice, but your stomach says no. Trust the stomach. Subconscious mirroring in close relationships. You become like the people you spend time with, not by trying, but automatically. Your subconscious absorbs their speech patterns, their beliefs, their emotional tendencies, their nervous system regulation. After years together, couples start to look alike, not because of genetics, but because they are making the same facial expressions, feeling similar emotions, mirroring each other thousands of times a day. This is beautiful and dangerous. If you surround yourself with anxious people, your subconscious learns anxiety. If you're with calm people, it learns calm. Choose your close relationships carefully, because your subconscious, permeable, absorbing, will become like them, whether you intend it or not. Children absorb their parents' subconscious patterns, not the lessons parents teach consciously, but the unspoken, the demonstrated, the lived. How your mother responded to stress is now your response. How your father handled anger lives in your jaw, your hands, your sudden coldness or explosions. You swore you'd never be like them, but the subconscious learned what it observed, not what was said. This isn't blame, it's understanding. Your parents were running their own subconscious programs, inherited from their parents, who inherited from theirs, patterns passing through generations, unconscious, automatic, until someone, maybe you, stops, notices, and consciously chooses differently. Breaking generational patterns is sacred work. It means making conscious what has been unconscious for decades, maybe centuries. It means feeling the full weight of the inherited pain, the trauma, the coping mechanisms, and choosing. This ends with me. I will not pass this to my children. It's hard work, therapeutic work, but possible. Negotiation and persuasion happen largely subconsciously. The best negotiators read micro-expressions, hear tonal shifts, sense when someone is about to concede or dig in. They mirror body language, match vocal pace, build rapport without thinking about it, all subconscious, all automatic. You can learn these skills consciously. Study them, practice them, but the goal is to hand them to the subconscious so they become natural, effortless. When you're consciously trying to manipulate, it shows. People's subconscious detects the incongruence and recoils. True influence comes from authentic connection, which the subconscious creates naturally. When you're genuinely present, genuinely interested, genuinely yourself. Musical composition and improvisation, these require the subconscious. You can't think your way through a jazz solo. The notes come too fast. The conscious mind is too slow. You have to trust the subconscious. Trust the patterns you've practiced, the scales you've internalized, the musical grammar you've absorbed, and let it play through you. Composers report melodies arriving complete, sometimes in dreams, sometimes while doing mundane tasks. The subconscious has been working, arranging notes, testing combinations, and suddenly It offers up a gift. Here. This is beautiful. Use this. The subconscious doesn't differentiate between genders in its deep structure, but gender identity forms there, influenced by biology, by socialization, by early experiences that declared, this is who you are. For most people, this alignment feels natural, effortless. For others, there's a profound mismatch. The subconscious knows, I am not what they say I am. This knowing exists beneath words, beneath justification. It simply is. Forcing someone to deny their subconscious gender identity causes immense suffering, because you're asking them to override their deepest self, their automatic sense of who they are. It's not a choice, not a decision. It's a fundamental knowing, arising from the core. Gender expression, how you move through the world, is largely subconscious. The way you walk, gesture, occupy space, most of it learned, absorbed from models around you, internalized before you could speak. Your subconscious watched, learned, and now runs these programs automatically. Consumer choices, brand loyalty, purchase decisions. These feel conscious, but research shows they're primarily subconscious. You believe you're choosing rationally, comparing features, prices, but your subconscious has already decided, based on associations, on emotional connections, on memories you can't even access. Consciously, the logo you saw 1,000 times in childhood feels safe, familiar, trustworthy. You don't remember the repetition, but your subconscious does, and it whispers, choose this one. You feel it as preference, as taste, never realizing. It's just pattern recognition, familiarity masquerading as quality. This is why advertising works, not because you consciously believe the claims, but because repetition creates familiarity, and the subconscious equates familiarity with safety, with good. You start noticing the brand, then recognizing it, then preferring it without ever deciding to. Empathy and social bonding happen through subconscious mirroring. Mirror neurons fire in your brain when you watch someone else in pain, in joy, in fear. Your subconscious simulates their experience, creates an echo of their feeling in your own body. This is how you know what others feel. You feel it directly, beneath conscious interpretation. People with highly active mirror neuron systems feel others' emotions intensely, can't help but absorb the mood of the room. These are often the empaths, the highly sensitive, carrying everyone's feelings, exhausted by crowds, overwhelmed by the constant subconscious download of us emotional information. Others have quieter mirror systems, don't automatically feel what others feel, have to consciously work to understand. Neither is better, just different subconscious wiring, different ways of being in the world, collective unconscious. Jung proposed this, a layer of the subconscious shared by all humanity, the archetypes, the mother, the hero, the trickster, the wise old man. These images appear across cultures, across time, because we share, beneath our differences, the same basic human experiences, the same basic brain structures, processing life through the same fundamental patterns. Whether this is truly a shared consciousness, or just shared biology producing similar outputs, remains mysterious. but the phenomena is real. The same dreams, the same symbols, the same myths, emerging independently in cultures separated by oceans and centuries. Something in the human subconscious recognizes itself across all boundaries. Heavier, heavier. You're not even a body anymore, just a point of awareness, floating in infinite darkness. Warm, safe, held by something vast and kind. Subliminal perception. You can process information below the threshold of consciousness. An image flashed too quickly to see consciously still registers subconsciously. Influences your next choice, your next feeling. Studies show this works, though not as powerfully as advertisers once hoped. Your subconscious is always scanning the environment, picking up cues. The person who seems friendly but whose pupils don't dilate. The room that feels wrong though nothing is visibly amiss. You can't articulate why, but the subconscious has detected something, some pattern, some deviation from expected, and it warns you, through unease, through instinct. Flow states require the subconscious. When athletes talk about the zone, musicians about being in the pocket, writers about the words flowing, they're describing the same thing. The conscious mind stepping back, the subconscious taking over, action becoming effortless, time disappearing, the deep competence that only emerges when you stop trying. You can't force flow, but you can create conditions for it. Challenge matched to skill, clear goals, immediate feedback, and then the surrender, the letting go of self-consciousness, of doubt, of control. Trusting the subconscious, which has practiced, which knows, which can perform miracles when given permission. Peak performance in any domain requires this partnership. Conscious mind sets the intention, provides the strategy, but execution, the actual doing, must be handed to the subconscious. The conscious mind is too slow, too clumsy. It thinks in words, while the body needs to move in milliseconds. The greatest performers have learned to get out of their own way, to trust the training they've embedded in the subconscious and let it work. Non-verbal communication is primarily subconscious. You're constantly sending signals through posture, through tone, through the micro movements of your face, and everyone around you is receiving these signals subconsciously, adjusting their behavior in response. The dance of human interaction happens mostly beneath words, in the silent exchange of bodies, of nervous systems, of subconscious minds reading each other. This is why video calls feel exhausting. You're missing most of the nonverbal data, the slight lean, the full body language, the spatial relationship. Your subconscious is starving for information, working overtime to compensate, and you end the call drained, though you were just sitting still. Addiction recovery requires retraining the subconscious, the cravings, the triggers, the automatic reaching for the substance. These are deeply carved neural pathways. The conscious decision to quit, while important, isn't enough. The subconscious, loyal, keeps running the old program, keeps triggering the urge, keeps saying, "This is how we cope. This is how we feel better." Recovery means building new pathways, new responses to stress, to boredom, to pain. It means feeling the feelings you've been medicating and surviving them, proving to the subconscious, we don't need the substance. We can handle this, slowly, With support, with repetition, the subconscious learns. The new pathway deepens. The old one, unused, begins to fade. It never disappears completely. The potential for relapse remains because the pathway, though faint, is still there. But recovery gives you choice. The craving arises. You notice it. You breathe through it. You choose differently. The subconscious learns, each time you do this, that you're in charge, that the old program isn't inevitable. Time perception distorts under stress. Minutes feel like hours, or hours like seconds. Your subconscious controls the speed of experience based on how much attention you're paying, how much novelty you're processing. Danger slows time. The subconscious recording every detail, creating dense memory, making the moment expand. Boredom speeds time. The subconscious has nothing new to encode, skips forward, and you look up. Hours gone, barely remembered. This is why time accelerates as you age. Routine becomes automatic. The subconscious stops paying attention, stops creating detailed memories, and years blur together. Time collapsing into a general sense of having lived, without the texture, without the moments. To slow time, create novelty, do new things, go new places, learn new skills. The subconscious wakes up, pays attention, encodes richly, and time expands, deepens, becomes meaningful again. Memory distortion is constant. Every time you remember something, you're reconstructing it, and the reconstruction, influenced by current beliefs, current mood, current context, becomes the new memory. You can remember things that never happened, forget things that did, combine different events into one, separate one event into many. Your past is not fixed. It's being continuously rewritten by the subconscious to fit the story you're currently telling about your life. This is why siblings remember the same childhood differently, why witnesses to the same crime give conflicting accounts. Each subconscious is creating its own version based on what it noticed, what it filtered, what it combined with other memories. None of them lying, all of them wrong or right, depending on how you define truth. Your sense of self, your identity, is a story the subconscious tells, constantly, beneath awareness. I am the kind of person who, I never. These narratives, formed early, reinforced by selective attention, shape everything. You notice evidence that confirms the story. Ignore evidence that contradicts it. The subconscious, conservative, prefers consistency over accuracy, prefers a coherent false narrative over an incoherent truth. But these stories can be rewritten through therapy, through new experiences, through conscious examination. You can notice the old narrative, question it, and begin to tell a different story. I thought I was the kind of person who always fails. But look, here's evidence of success. The subconscious, slowly, reluctantly, begins to update, to create a new default story, a new sense of self. Thump, thump, the heartbeat almost gone, absorbed into the larger rhythm, the cosmic pulse, everything connected, everything one, heavier than heavy, no longer a sensation, just a state of being, pure rest, pure surrender. The The subconscious has taken over completely now. You're just a passenger, floating, drifting through inner space. Leadership and authority responses are hardwired early. If your parents were safe authority figures, your subconscious learned. Authority equals protection. You naturally defer, trust, seek guidance from those above you. If your parents were threatening, authority equals danger. You automatically resist, rebel, or, conversely, freeze and comply out of fear. Neither response is conscious. Both arise instantly, automatically, when you encounter hierarchy. Your boss gives feedback, and before conscious thought, your body responds, relaxing or tensing, opening or defending, feeling safe or threatened. The subconscious, based on ancient patterns, has already decided. Becoming aware of these patterns gives you choice. You notice, oh, I'm reacting to my boss as if she's my critical mother. She's not. She's giving useful feedback. The conscious recognition creates space. The subconscious pattern can still arise. Now, you don't have to follow it. You can breathe and respond differently. Meditation reveals the subconscious. You sit quietly and watch thoughts arise without choosing them, without creating them. They just appear from somewhere beneath consciousness. This is always happening, but usually you're identified with the thoughts, believing they're you. Meditation creates distance, shows you. These thoughts are produced by the subconscious. I am the awareness watching them, not the thoughts themselves. This recognition is profound, liberating. You're not responsible for every thought that crosses your mind. The subconscious generates thousands, most of them repetitive, anxious, nonsensical. You don't have to believe them, don't have to act on them. You can notice. There's fear, there's desire, there's self-criticism, and let them pass, like clouds, like weather. The quiet mind during meditation isn't empty. The subconscious is still active, still generating, but the conscious identification with thought has loosened. There's space, silence, between the thoughts. In that space, you discover what you are beneath the constant mental chatter. Something vast, something peaceful, something that was always there, hidden beneath the noise. Advanced meditators can access different layers of the subconscious. The personal subconscious, with its memories and patterns, and deeper still, something transpersonal, something that feels universal, connected to all consciousness. Whether this is real or a neurological state that feels transpersonal doesn't matter. The experience is transformative. You realize you're not separate. You're not alone. You're part of something infinite. Music affects the subconscious powerfully. A minor key sounds sad not because you learned that, but because the frequency relationships, the intervals, trigger subconscious emotional responses built into your nervous system. Certain rhythms speed your heart, others slow it. The subconscious entrains to external rhythm, syncs your internal state to the music. This is why music is used in ritual, in ceremony, in healing. It speaks directly to the subconscious, bypasses the thinking mind, alters consciousness, creates shared emotional states. A group singing together, breathing together, moving together. Their subconscious minds synchronize, create collective consciousness, the feeling of being part of something larger. Lullabies work across cultures because they all use similar musical properties: slow tempo, gentle dynamics, repetitive melody, descending contour. These signal safety to the subconscious. The nervous system, recognizing the pattern, begins to calm, to prepare for sleep. The baby's subconscious and the adults both respond. Ancient, universal. Right now, this voice, these pauses, this rhythm is entraining your subconscious, slowing your breath, your heart, your thoughts. You're not deciding to relax. You're being invited, gently, persistently, and the subconscious, receiving the signals, is complying, softening, releasing, letting go. Inner dialogues happen mostly subconsciously. You think you're talking to yourself, but who is talking and who is listening? The voice in your head, where does it come from? It arises from the subconscious, speaking to consciousness, offering commentary, judgment, planning, worrying. Some people's inner voice is kind, encouraging, supportive. Others carry a harsh inner critic, constantly finding fault, predicting failure. This voice was learned, usually from a parent or authority figure, and internalized. The subconscious now speaks to you the way someone once spoke to you. The cruelty isn't yours, it's inherited. But it feels like your own thoughts, the way someone once spoke to you. The cruelty isn't yours, it's inherited. But it feels like your own thoughts. You can change the inner voice with conscious practice. Notice when it's harsh. Thank it for trying to protect you. That's usually what it's doing, protecting through criticism, through keeping you small and safe. Then, consciously, speak to yourself differently, with compassion, with encouragement. At first it feels false, but with repetition, the subconscious learns the new pattern, and slowly, the inner voice softens, transforms. Forgotten trauma lives in the subconscious, the events you can't consciously remember because you were too young, or because the memory was too painful to keep. They don't disappear. They're stored, influencing your reactions, your relationships, your sense of safety in the world. You might not remember what happened, but your body remembers. Your subconscious remembers and responds with fear, with numbness, with hypervigilance. Healing doesn't always require remembering the specifics. Sometimes it's enough to feel the feelings, to acknowledge, something hurt me once. I don't know exactly what, but I feel it, and I'm safe now. The subconscious, receiving this acknowledgement, this compassion, can begin to release. The body can unclench. The nervous system can recalibrate. Intuition in creativity comes from the subconscious. The artist doesn't know why this colour goes here. The writer doesn't know why this character needs to say that. It just feels right. The subconscious, having absorbed thousands of examples, millions of patterns, knows, generates the intuitive hit, the sense of rightness or wrongness. Trust it. It's usually correct. Creative blocks happen when conscious control is too tight, when you're worried about judgment, about perfection, about whether it's good enough. The conscious mind grips, and the subconscious, which needs freedom to play, to experiment, to create, shuts down. the channel closes. To unblock, you have to let go. Give yourself permission to create badly, to make mistakes, to play without purpose. The subconscious, feeling safe again, begins to flow. Ideas return, not because you're trying harder, but because you stopped trying, stopped controlling, and let the creative subconscious breathe. Mental shadows, thoughts you ignore, feelings you won't feel, they don't disappear. They sink into the subconscious, gather energy, and emerge sideways, in anxiety, in physical symptoms, in destructive behaviors you can't explain. The only way through is to face them, to bring them into consciousness, to feel what you've been avoiding. This is scary. The feelings seem like they'll overwhelm you, destroy you, but they won't. Feelings, when fully felt, move through you, discharge, release. It's only the unfelt feelings that stay, that fester, that control you from the shadows. Silent processing of sensory input happens constantly. Your subconscious is filtering millions of sensory signals every second, deciding what's important enough to bring to consciousness. You're only aware of a tiny fraction. The rest is processed, stored, or discarded, entirely beneath awareness. This is why you can suddenly remember details under hypnosis or during therapy. The information was recorded by the subconscious. You just weren't consciously aware of noticing it. Your subconscious saw the license plate, heard the conversation, registered the smell, and filed it away, available if the right retrieval cue appears. Facial expressions leak subconscious emotion. You can consciously control your face, to some extent, but micro-expressions, lasting fractions of a second, reveal the truth, the flash of contempt, the flicker of fear, the moment of genuine joy. These can't be faked. They arise directly from the subconscious, before conscious control can mask them. People trained to read micro-expressions, therapists, investigators, intuitive people, catch these flickers. Their subconscious notices, even if their conscious mind doesn't articulate what was seen. They just know. Something's off. Something's genuine. Something's hidden. The flow of memories beneath awareness. Most of your past isn't consciously accessible, but it's there, in the subconscious, shaping how you interpret the present. You meet someone new and inexplicably distrust them, because something about them, their manner, their voice, reminds you, subconsciously, of someone who hurt you once. You don't make the connection consciously, but the subconscious does, and warns you through feeling. Hidden fears and unseen comforts. Your subconscious knows what soothes you, what frightens you, often before you consciously recognize it. The comfort you feel in small spaces, or the panic, traces back to early experiences, stored subconsciously, replayed automatically, whenever similar conditions arise. Some fears are evolutionary, the fear of heights, of predators, of abandonment. These are pre-installed, ancient survival programs. Other fears are learned, specific, personal. The dog that bit you, the water you almost drowned in, the person who betrayed you. The subconscious marks these, dangerous, avoid, and the fear, disproportionate or not, arises automatically, problem solving while sleeping. This is real, documented. The subconscious works on problems during REM sleep, when the brain is highly active, making novel connections. The solution you couldn't find appears in a dream or arrives when you wake, clear and obvious. Because the subconscious, freed from conscious constraints, from habitual thinking, found a new path. You can harness this. Write down the problem before sleep. Read it. Think about it briefly. Then release it. Let it go. Trust the subconscious to work. Often, not always, but often enough to be useful. You'll wake with insight, with direction, with the answer your conscious striving couldn't find. Beliefs you never question shape your entire reality. Most of your beliefs were absorbed, not chosen. Your family believed certain things, your culture believed certain things, and you, through repetition, through immersion, internalized them. They sank into the subconscious, became axioms, became the invisible water you swim in, never noticing, never examining. The world is dangerous and all safe. People are trustworthy or selfish. Success requires sacrifice, or luck, or talent. These beliefs, held subconsciously, determine what you attempt, what you notice, what you consider possible. You're not free as long as you're unconscious of them. Freedom begins with questioning, with bringing the subconscious beliefs into light, examining them and choosing consciously what to keep. Thump, thump, barely there. A whisper of rhythm, heavier. No, beyond heavier, dissolved. You are the darkness, the silence, the infinite spacious now. Nothing to do, nowhere to go. Just this, eternal drifting, eternal peace. The subconscious holding you, keeping you alive, while you rest in the vast embrace of nothing. Everything you do automatically, every habit, every gesture, every response came from conscious effort once. Driving felt impossible. So many things to remember. Gas, brake, mirrors, steering. And now your subconscious does it all, perfectly. While your conscious mind plans dinner, listens to music, daydreams. The gift of the subconscious is this automation, this efficiency, freeing consciousness for new challenges, new learning. But this gift has a shadow, the automation of suffering. You learned once to respond to criticism with shame, and now, decades later, the smallest critique, and the shame floods in, automatic. The subconscious, loyal, efficient, keeps running the program, even when it no longer serves, even when it hurts. Procrastination, this puzzling behavior, often comes from subconscious protection. The task you're avoiding threatens something. Maybe it threatens your sense of competence. If you try and fail, maybe it threatens your freedom. If you succeed and more is expected, maybe it threatens your connection. If achievement separates you from loved ones who didn't achieve, the subconscious, reading these threats, generates resistance, distracts you, fills you with suddenly urgent needs to clean, to scroll, to do anything but the thing that matters. It's not laziness, it's protection, misguided, outdated, but protection nonetheless. Understanding this softens the self-judgment. You're not broken. Your subconscious is working exactly as designed, sensing threat, creating avoidance. The work is to reassure it, to prove, through small steps, through gentle exposure, that the task is safe, that you can handle it, that doing it won't destroy what you fear losing. Phobias demonstrate the subconscious learning too well. One bad experience, one moment of terror, and the association is carved permanently. Spider equals death, height equals falling, enclosed space equals suffocation. The rational conscious mind knows better, knows the statistics, knows the reality, but when faced with the feared object, the subconscious floods the system with panic, overriding all reason. Healing phobias requires speaking to the subconscious in its language, not logic, but experience, gradual exposure, safe, controlled, teaches the deep brain, look, spider nearby, nothing happened, look, closer, still safe. The subconscious, slowly, reluctantly, updates the association, creates a new pattern. Fear diminishes, not because you reasoned through it, but because you felt through it, proved safety through lived experience. Anxieties work similarly. The subconscious scanning constantly for threat, finding it everywhere. The what-ifs multiply, cascade, create suffering from imagined futures that may never arrive. The anxious subconscious learned, early, that vigilance equals survival, that disaster lurks, that preparation prevents catastrophe. It's exhausting, but it's trying to save you. Healing anxiety requires teaching the subconscious. Most moments are safe. Most feared outcomes don't occur. You can handle uncertainty. This learning happens through practice, through mindfulness, through repeatedly noticing, I'm safe right now. This moment, right here, is okay. The subconscious, receiving this data thousands of times, begins to recalibrate, to set the alarm threshold higher, to rest more, panic less. Subliminal perception. Advertisers once believed this was the key to manipulation. Flash an image too quickly to consciously perceive, and the subconscious would receive it, respond to it, make you buy things, crave things. The reality is subtler. Subliminal messages do register, do influence, but weakly, temporarily. Your subconscious can be nudged, but not controlled, not enslaved. There's still agency, still choice. More powerful is supraliminal influence. The messages you do perceive, but don't question. The beautiful people drinking that brand, the success associated with that car, the happiness linked to that lifestyle. Your conscious mind might dismiss it, but your subconscious absorbs the association, stores it, and later, when choosing, whispers, "This one feels right," never revealing. It feels right because you've seen it paired with desirable things 100 times. Collective unconscious. Jung's mysterious proposal. Do we share a deeper layer beneath personal experience? A level where all human subconscious minds connect, where archetypes live, where the same symbols mean the same things across cultures and centuries. The evidence is circumstantial but compelling. The same dreams, the same myths, the same symbolic language, emerging independently, everywhere humans exist. Whether it's truly shared consciousness or simply shared biology producing similar outputs, the effect is the same. We recognize ourselves in ancient myths, in foreign dreams, in art from cultures we've never encountered. Something in us, something deep, responds, remembers, knows. Empathy arises partly from this shared substrate. You feel another's pain, not just through mirror neurons, but through recognition. Their suffering is your suffering. Their joy is your joy. At the deepest level, the subconscious knows we are not separate. The boundaries between self and other, these are conscious constructs, useful for navigation, but not ultimately true. Social bonding happens through subconscious synchronization. Friends walking together, their steps match, their gestures mirror, their speech patterns converge. None of this is conscious. It's the subconscious creating connection, building intimacy through physical and behavioral alignment. This is why isolation is so painful, so damaging. The subconscious needs connection, needs to sync with other nervous systems, needs to feel part of something larger. Prolonged isolation, the subconscious interprets as danger, as abandonment, as death. It responds with depression, anxiety, breakdown. Because for most of human evolution, separation from the group meant death, psychosomatic illness, the body manifesting subconscious distress. This isn't imaginary. The pain is real, the dysfunction is real, but the cause is psychological. The rage you won't express becomes chronic tension, becomes TMJ, becomes migraines. The grief you won't feel becomes chest pain, becomes chronic fatigue. The fear you won't acknowledge becomes irritable bowel, becomes panic attacks. The body is the subconscious made visible. Every emotion you suppress, every truth you swallow, gets stored somewhere in tissue, in tension, in dysfunction. The healing requires listening, feeling, expressing what's been held. The body, receiving permission, can finally release, return to flow, return to health. But sometimes the body is simply ill. Not every symptom is psychological. The danger of over-psychologizing illness is victim blaming, suggesting people cause their own cancer, their own chronic disease, through improper thinking. This is cruel and wrong. The relationship between mind and body is real, but not total. Sometimes the body just breaks, just gets unlucky, just encounters pathogens stronger than the immune system. The wisdom is in discernment, in listening deeply. Is this physical or psychological, or both? Usually, it's both. The body and mind are not separate. The subconscious permeates both, influences both. A holistic approach honors this, treats the whole person, not just symptoms, not just thoughts, but the intricate dance between them. Neuroplasticity means hope. The brain can change, can rewire, can learn new patterns, even in adulthood, even after trauma, even after years of habitual suffering. The subconscious is not fixed. Your neural pathways, though carved deep, can be redirected. New thoughts, repeated, become new pathways. New behaviors, practiced, become new defaults. This requires patience, consistency. The old pathways were created through thousands of repetitions. The new ones need similar investment, but it's possible. The anxious brain can become calmer. The depressed brain can find new emotional ranges. The addicted brain can learn new rewards through therapy, through practice, through compassionate persistence. The subconscious rewires, transforms, heals. Language learning demonstrates this plasticity beautifully. Your adult brain can still absorb new languages, new grammar, new sounds. Though not as easily as childhood, the capacity remains. Your subconscious, given enough input, enough practice, begins to process the new language automatically, dreams in it, thinks in it, responds without. Translation. Bilingual people have two different subconscious minds. Almost. Each language carries its own emotional associations, its own cultural patterns, its own way of being. Switching languages, the subconscious shifts, personality changes slightly, emotions access differently. It's one person with two different subconscious programs running on different linguistic operating systems. Moral and ethical choices feel conscious, feel deliberated, but most are subconscious, instantaneous. You see someone drop their wallet, and before thinking, you're calling out to them. You witness injustice, and anger rises before you've analysed the situation. The subconscious, trained by family, by culture, by personal experience, has developed moral intuitions, automatic responses to ethical situations. This is why moral arguments rarely change minds. You're arguing with someone's conscious reasoning, but their position comes from subconscious foundations, laid in childhood, reinforced through community, connected to identity. To change moral intuitions requires changing the subconscious, which happens through experience, through relationship, through gradual exposure to different perspectives, not through debate, flow states, and peak performance. These happen when subconscious competence is unleashed. The athlete doesn't think about each movement. The musician doesn't think about each note. Thinking would be too slow, would disrupt the flow. They've trained so thoroughly that the subconscious has internalized the skill and can execute it perfectly, effortlessly, joyfully when the conscious mind steps aside. Accessing flow requires this paradox. You must care deeply, train intensely, prepare thoroughly, and then, in the moment of performance, not care at all. Let go completely. Trust the subconscious. The conscious mind's job is to set the intention and then disappear. The subconscious, vast and capable, does the rest. This applies to all domains. Writing flows when you stop trying to write well. Conversation sparkles when you stop monitoring yourself. Creativity emerges when you stop forcing it. The conscious mind, self-aware, self-critical, is the obstacle. The subconscious, unself-conscious, capable, is the way. Thump, thump, barely audible now. A memory of rhythm, heavier, but that word has lost meaning. There is no weight, no body, no separation between you and the darkness, just floating, infinite, eternal, addiction and recovery. The subconscious learns that the substance equals relief, equals pleasure, equals survival. The neural pathway from trigger to craving to use becomes a superhighway, travelled thousands of times, automatic, unstoppable. The conscious decision to quit, though necessary, is not sufficient, because the subconscious, operating faster, stronger, deeper, initiates the behaviour before conscious control can intervene. Recovery requires building new pathways, new responses to old triggers. This takes time, repetition, support. The craving arises, you notice it, you breathe, you choose differently. Each time you do this, the new pathway strengthens. Each time you use, the old pathway reinforces. It's a long game, a patient game, but winnable. The subconscious needs to learn. The substance is not necessary. Safety exists without it. Pleasure exists elsewhere. Life is manageable, bearable, even good, without chemical escape. This learning happens through experience, through feeling the feelings you've been avoiding, through building a life worth being present for. Slowly, the subconscious updates, releases its grip, allows new possibilities, non-verbal cues. You're reading them constantly, subconsciously. The person leaning away, you feel rejected. The person leaning in, you feel desired. Neither gesture was conscious. Neither response was conscious. Two subconscious minds communicating beneath the words, beneath awareness, creating the real conversation. Most communication happens this way. Studies suggest 7% is verbal, the rest tone, facial expression, posture, gesture, proximity, pacing, all processed subconsciously, all influencing how the words are received. You can say, "I'm fine," while your body screams, "I'm not." Everyone's subconscious hears the body, not the words. This is why text communication is so prone to misunderstanding. You're missing 93% of the signal. The subconscious, starved for context, fills in the gaps, and often fills them incorrectly, projects emotion that wasn't there, misses emotion that was. The words alone are not enough for the subconscious to accurately decode meaning. Consumer choices and branding, you believe you choose rationally, but studies show you choose based on feeling, on association, on subconscious preference. The brand you trust, often the one you've seen most. The product you prefer, often the one packaged to trigger positive subconscious associations. The choice you make, predicted by subconscious processing before you consciously decide. Marketing exploits this. Colours, shapes, sounds, words, all chosen to trigger subconscious responses. Luxury brands use gold, black, serif fonts to trigger associations of quality, tradition, exclusivity. Eco-friendly brands use green, natural imagery to trigger associations of health, purity, responsibility. Your conscious mind might see through it, but your subconscious, absorbing the signals, responds anyway. Religious experiences and spirituality, these often involve altered subconscious states, in deep prayer, in meditation, in ritual, in ceremony. The default mode network quiets. The part of your brain that maintains your sense of being a separate self becomes less active, and suddenly you feel connected to God, to the universe, to all beings. The boundary dissolves. The subconscious, freed from the illusion of separation, experiences unity. Whether this reveals ultimate truth or is simply a neurological state matters less than the transformation it creates. People return from these experiences changed, more compassionate, less afraid of death, more connected to meaning. The subconscious has touched something. Whether you call it God or consciousness or the ground of being, and the encounter leaves marks, lasting, undeniable. Humor detection, you laugh before you know why. The subconscious catches the incongruity, the surprise, the violation of expectation, and triggers the laugh response milliseconds before the conscious mind analyzes the joke. This is why explaining a joke kills it. By the time you've consciously understood, the subconscious moment has passed. Wit and creativity and humor require the subconscious. The perfect comeback arrives without thought. The conscious mind is too slow. By the time you've consciously crafted something clever, the moment has passed. Truly funny. People have learned to trust the subconscious, to speak what arises without censoring, without analysing, letting the associative network beneath consciousness do its rapid, unpredictable, delightful work. Chronic stress rewires the subconscious toward vigilance. The body learns to stay ready, muscles tight, cortisol elevated, nervous system on high alert, always. This was meant to be temporary, a response to acute danger. But modern life, with its constant demands, its financial pressures, its social stresses, triggers this response continuously. The subconscious, designed for occasional threat, gets stuck in emergency mode. Healing requires teaching the subconscious it's safe to rest through practices like yoga, meditation, breathwork, spending time in nature. You send signals, we're safe. You can relax. The body, skeptical at first, begins to believe. The nervous system slowly recalibrates. Healing is possible, but requires conscious intervention, consistent practice, patience with the subconscious's reluctance to change. Sleepwalking and somnambulism, the subconscious operating the body without consciousness. The person's eyes are open. They navigate complex environments, sometimes complete tasks. But no one is home, just the subconscious, running motor programs, following some internal script, memory of routine. The conscious mind, offline, dreaming, unaware the body is moving through space. This reveals how much the subconscious can do alone. Walking, opening doors, avoiding obstacles, all without conscious input. The skills you've practiced into automation live in the subconscious, available even when consciousness is absent. It's both impressive and unsettling. How much of waking life is similarly automated? You present, but the subconscious driving. Artistic inspiration from the subconscious. The painting appears complete in a dream. The melody arrives perfect in the shower. The poem writes itself faster than you can type. These are gifts from the deep mind, the subconscious, absorbing influences, combining patterns, generating novelty, offers up its creations. You, the conscious artist, receive them with gratitude, with humility, knowing they came through you, but not exactly from you. Cultivating this relationship with the subconscious is essential for artists. You must feed it input, experiences, other art, beauty, pain, life in its fullness. The subconscious absorbs everything, composts it, transforms it, and returns it as art, original, but also deeply influenced by everything you've consumed. Genetics and inherited behaviors. Some of your subconscious is pre-installed. The startle reflex, the fear response, the attachment system. These evolved over millions of years, were selected because they increase survival. Your ancestors who froze when they saw a snake lived longer than those who didn't. The fear, the automatic freeze, got passed down. Now you carry it. Ancient wisdom, coded in your DNA. But most is learned. Your specific fears, your particular habits, your unique ways of relating. These came from experience, from modeling, from the environment you grew up in. Genetics loads the gun. Environment pulls the trigger. The same genetic predisposition in a nurturing environment produces resilience. In a harsh environment, produces anxiety or depression. The subconscious takes the raw material of biology and shapes it based on what was needed to survive your particular childhood. Virtual reality and immersive experiences, these hack the subconscious. Your conscious mind knows it's not real, just pixels, just screens. But your subconscious, responding to visual and spatial cues, believes. Your heart races at the virtual cliff edge. Your palms sweat in the virtual horror game. The subconscious doesn't care about reality. It cares about signals, and the signals say threat, opportunity, presence. So it responds accordingly. This is being used therapeutically to treat phobias, PTSD, social anxiety. The subconscious can be gradually exposed to feared situations in safety and learn through experience that survival is possible. The body calms, the fear reduces, not through talking, not through understanding, but through the subconscious having new experiences, building new associations, updating its threat assessment, time perception, and memory distortion. Your subconscious controls the speed of experience, danger, novelty, intense emotion. These slow time create dense, detailed memories. Routine, boredom, familiarity. These speed time create sparse, vague memories. A week of vacation feels longer than a month of routine, because the subconscious encoded more, noticed more, created more memory markers. As you age, time accelerates, not because time itself speeds up, but because routine increases, novelty decreases. The subconscious, encountering the same patterns, stops paying attention, stops creating detailed memories, and years blur together. This is why doing new things, going new places, learning new skills, slows time. The subconscious wakes up, pays attention, encodes richly, and time expands. Subconscious filters shape perception. You see what you expect to see. You notice what confirms your beliefs. You filter out what contradicts them. This is why people can look at the same situation and see completely different realities. Their subconscious filters are different, highlighting different information, creating different stories. Both believe they're seeing objectively. Neither is. Both are seeing through their particular subconscious lens, becoming aware of your filters. This is the beginning of wisdom. What do you automatically notice? What do you automatically ignore? What assumptions are you making? What beliefs are you confirming? The conscious examination of subconscious processes creates choice, creates flexibility, creates the possibility of seeing more truly. Leadership styles emerge from subconscious authority patterns. How you respond to power, how you wield power. Mostly automatic, learned early. If your parents led through fear, you might do the same, or might rebel and lead through permissiveness. If they led through inspiration, You absorbed that model. These patterns run deep, usually beneath awareness, shaping every interaction with hierarchy. Grief processing happens largely subconsciously. The conscious mind might accept the loss, understand it, make sense of it, but the subconscious takes longer. It keeps reaching for the person, keeps expecting them, keeps preparing to see them. Each time it encounters their absence, pain, surprise, the grief work is teaching the subconscious. They're gone, over and over, in every context, until finally, the deep mind learns, integrates, and stops expecting. This is why grief has no timeline, why you can't rush it. The subconscious learns at its own pace, needs to encounter the absence, repeatedly, in all the small daily ways, before it fully accepts. The conscious decision to move on, while important, is not enough. The subconscious must feel its way through, slowly, painfully, completely. Placebo and nocebo effects, the subconscious creating reality from expectation. Give someone a sugar pill, tell them it's medicine, and their subconscious, believing, activates healing responses, releases endorphins, reduces inflammation, improves symptoms. The belief itself, held subconsciously, becomes the intervention. The nocebo effect works oppositely. Tell someone a harmless substance will make them ill, and their subconscious creates the illness, nausea, pain, dysfunction. The negative expectation, believed subconsciously, manifests physically. This is the power and the danger of the subconscious. It shapes body, behavior, perception, to match its deepest beliefs about what will happen, what is true, what is possible. Gender identity formation happens subconsciously. Most people's gender identity aligns with their assigned sex effortlessly, automatically. But for some, there's a profound mismatch. The subconscious knows, I am not what they say I am. This knowing is not chosen, not decided. It arises from deep structures, biological, psychological, that form identity beneath conscious awareness. Trying to override this subconscious knowing causes immense suffering, dysphoria, depression, dissociation. The conscious mind might try to comply, to force alignment, but the subconscious, knowing its truth, rebels, suffers, fragments. Healing requires honoring the subconscious knowing, allowing the outer expression to match the inner truth, letting the person be who they subconsciously are. Musical composition and improvisation, the subconscious creating in real time. Jazz musicians don't think about which notes to play. Thinking is too slow. The fingers move. The melody emerges from the subconscious, drawing on years of practice, internalized scales, absorbed patterns, but combining them freshly, spontaneously, in the moment. This is the subconscious as creative genius, when trained, when trusted, when unleashed. Composers often describe melodies arriving complete. Beethoven heard entire symphonies. Mozart wrote without revision, as if taking dictation. The subconscious, working beneath awareness, composes, arranges, perfects, and then presents the finished work to consciousness. Here, this is beautiful. Use this. Negotiation and persuasion through subconscious cues. The best negotiators read micro-expressions, detect hesitation, sense when someone is about to concede. They match body language, mirror gestures, create subconscious rapport. None of this is conscious manipulation. It's the subconscious, skilled through experience, reading another subconscious and responding, harmonizing, influencing beneath the level of words. Forgiveness and letting go. These happen subconsciously, not through decision. You can decide to forgive, say the words, mean them. But if the body still tenses, if the hurt still flares, the subconscious hasn't forgiven. Real forgiveness requires the subconscious releasing the charge. This happens through feeling, processing, time. You can't force it, can't rush it. You can only create conditions, allow the process, and trust that eventually the subconscious will let go. Animal instincts in human subconscious, you have them still. The hair standing up on your neck when danger is near, the instant attraction to certain faces, certain bodies, the territorial feelings about your space, your belongings. These are ancient, mammalian, reptilian, older than humanity, older than language. The subconscious, layered, contains all of evolutionary history and responds, sometimes, with drives, urges, reactions that don't make sense in modern context, but made perfect sense on the savannah, in the forest, when survival was never guaranteed. Resistance to change. The subconscious prefers the known, even when the known is painful. Change means uncertainty, unpredictability, threat. The subconscious whispers, stay here, stay safe. Even growth, even improvement triggers this resistance, because the subconscious doesn't value growth. It values survival, and survival, historically, meant staying with the familiar, the proven, the safe. Overcoming this requires consciousness, noticing the resistance, acknowledging it. Thank you for trying to protect me, and then choosing the change anyway. Small steps, proving to the subconscious, through experience, that change can be safe, can be good. Gradually, the subconscious's grip loosens, its resistance softens, new becomes possible. The shadow self and rejected aspects, everything you disowned, still exists in the subconscious. If you pride yourself on being kind, your cruelty lives in shadow. If you identify as strong, your vulnerability hides. If you see yourself as rational, your wild emotion waits. These rejected parts don't disappear. They emerge in dreams, in projections, in the qualities you hate most in others. Integration requires acknowledging. These two are me, not acting on every impulse, but recognizing I contain multitudes. I am not only good, not only strong, not only rational. I am complex, contradictory, human. The shadow, welcomed, loses its power. The energy spent repressing becomes available for living. Subconscious timing, why ideas arrive suddenly. The subconscious has been working beneath awareness, making connections, testing possibilities. And when the solution crystallizes, it presents it to consciousness. Suddenly, completely, as if from nowhere. But it came from somewhere, from the patient processing, the incubation, the subconscious work that never stops. This is why insight arrives in the shower, on walks, right before sleep. The conscious mind has finally relaxed, stopped trying, and the subconscious, freed, delivers what it's been preparing, gut feelings in the enteric nervous system, the neurons in your gut communicating with your brain, generating feelings, wordless knowing. Your stomach knows before your head that something is wrong, that someone is trustworthy, that this decision is right. This is real neurology, not mysticism. The gut-brain axis, constantly conversing, processing information emotionally, intuitively, subconsciously. Trust the gut. It has access to data, to patterns, to evolutionary wisdom that the conscious mind cannot articulate. When the gut and the head disagree, the gut is often right because it's reading cues, detecting patterns that consciousness is too slow, too rational, too filtered to notice. Subconscious mirroring in close relationships. You become like those you love, not intentionally, but automatically. Your subconscious absorbs their rhythms, their expressions, their beliefs, their nervous system patterns. After years together, couples finish each other's sentences, make the same facial expressions, share the same assumptions. The boundaries between blur. Two subconscious minds interweaving, becoming almost one. Deja vu and pattern recognition. The feeling of having lived this moment before. Likely the subconscious recognizing patterns. This configuration of light, space, emotion matches something from before. The subconscious says, I know this, but the match was made beneath awareness, so you feel recognition without specific memory, the eerie sense of repetition, of predestination, of the already known. Hidden expectations shape reality. What you subconsciously expect, you unconsciously create. Self-fulfilling prophecies. If you expect rejection, you behave in ways that invite it. If you expect success, you take actions that support it. The subconscious, believing, acts to confirm, and reality, obligingly, reflects back what was expected. Changing expectations requires conscious intervention, noticing the old expectation, questioning it, choosing a new one, and then acting as if the new expectation is true. The subconscious, receiving contradictory data, slowly, reluctantly, updates. Expectations shift, behaviors shift, reality shifts. Not through magic, but through the intricate feedback loop between belief and action. Subconscious calibration of personal boundaries. How close you let people stand. How much you share. How much you tolerate before saying no. All learned, absorbed, before you had words for it. Your subconscious knows, through body sensation, this close feels good. That close feels threatening. It guides you, usually towards safety. Oftentimes toward isolation, sometimes toward enmeshment. The calibration, set early, based on what was needed to survive your particular family. Healing boundaries means noticing. When does my body tense? When do I feel resentment? When have I given more than I wanted? These are signals, the subconscious warning. A boundary was crossed. You practice adjusting, saying no, taking space, and notice. You survive. Relationships survive, sometimes even improve. The subconscious learns. Boundaries are not rejection. They are health. Slowly, it recalibrates, finds better balance. And now, the mysteries begin to blur, one into another, dreams into waking, past into present, self into universe, the subconscious, vast, containing everything you've ever known, everything you've forgotten, everything you've yet to discover, holds you, keeps you breathing, keeps your heart beating. Thump, thump, softer, slower, barely there, heavier than the earth, lighter than air. You float in the space between, no longer sure where your body ends, where the darkness begins, no longer caring, because this floating, this dissolving, this is home, this is peace, this is the return to the subconscious ocean from which you arose, to which you always return. Each night, each moment of stillness, each release of control, the mysteries continue, endless, looping, cycling through the night. 100 mysteries of the subconscious, but really infinite mysteries, because the subconscious itself is the great mystery, the darkness that knows, the silence that speaks, the stillness that creates everything. You don't need to understand. You don't need to remember. You only need to rest, to sink, to drift. The subconscious will do its work, sorting, healing, preparing you for another day, another cycle, another opportunity to witness the dance between conscious and unconscious, light and shadow, waking and sleeping. Your breathing is so slow now. Each breath, a small tide, barely moving. Your heartbeat, a distant rhythm, ancient, eternal, connecting you to every heartbeat that ever was, that ever will be. The thoughts that arise, if any arise, just bubbles, surfacing, popping, returning to the deep. You don't need to follow them, don't need to engage, just watch, if you're still watching, or let go. If you're ready, if you've already let go. Time has become strange, elastic, meaningless. Has it been minutes or hours? Does it matter? Here, in the subconscious realm, there is only now, endless now, eternal now. The worries of tomorrow, the regrets of yesterday, they dissolve in this vast present moment, this infinite peaceful dark. And if you're listening still, you're welcome to drift away, to let the voice fade, to let consciousness dissolve completely into sleep, into dreams, into the deep rest your body needs, your mind deserves. The mysteries will be here, waiting, looping, cycling. If you wake in the night, they'll welcome you back. If you sleep through until morning, they've done their work, carried you safely through to the other side of darkness. The universe keeps turning, the gentle currents of the subconscious, where hidden thoughts drift quietly, where ancient wisdom waits, where everything you are and everything you might become already exists in potential, in pattern, in the infinite library of the deep mind, and will keep drifting, floating together through the histories, 100 subconscious mystery, looping softly, endlessly through the night. The subconscious never sleeps, never stops its patient work, always creating, always protecting, always guiding, beneath the threshold of knowing, in the beautiful darkness, where everything begins, where everything returns, where you rest now, safe, held, home,